The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Captain Robert Moray, read by Robert Hoffman.
Alix Duvarney, read by Amanda Friday.
Monsieur Doltaire, read by Noel-Badrian.
Gabor, read by Algie Pug.
General Wolfe, read by Martin Geeson.
Francois Bigot, read by Ron Altman.
This is the Marquis de Vaudreuil, read by Alan Johns.
Vauban, read by Dublin Gothic.
Chevalier de la Durant, read by Ron Altman.
Seigneur Duvarney, read by Chuck Williamson.
Madame Duvarney, read by M.J. Franck.
Marquis de Montcalm, read by Ernst Patinama.
Mathilde, read by M.J. Franck.
Babette, read by CaprichaPage.
Mr. Wainfleet, Chaplain, read by Tricia G.
Captain Lancy, read by Michael Reese.
Madame Cournal, read by Tisha Bourdon.
Madame Cournal, read by April Gonzales.
The Singers, as sung by M.J. Franck.
Women Singers, sung by Tricia G.
Juste Duvarney, read by Tiffany Halla Colonna.
Jeannie, Robert Moray's mother, read by Availle.
This is the role of John Mitchell, read by Alan Johns.
Prophet Man, read by Justin Grant.
Sir John Godric, read by Michael Reese.
The Voice, read by Ron Altman.
Servant, read by Todd.
Scarrat, the Guard, read by Michael Reese.
Farmer's Son, read by Tricia G.
Ramsey, the Commandant, read by Todd.
The Surgeon, read by Martin Geeson.
Madame Gemon, read by April Gonzales.
The Valet, read by Todd.
Officer Legrand, read by Justin Grant.
God, read by Christine G.
The Pat de Bombois, read by Todd.
Mr. Stevens, read by Michael Reese. Officer Kingdon, read by Michael Reese.
Sentinel, read by Todd.
Jean Labrouk, read by Christine G. Sentinel at the Gate 1, read by Christine G. Sentinel at the Gate 2, read by Christine G. Sentinel at the Château Saint-Louis, read by Christine G.
This is the role of Grandfather, read by Alan Johns.
The Bishop, read by Martin Geeson.
Mother Superior, read by M.J. Franck.
Soldier, read by Christine G.
General Murray, read by Todd.
Sailor, read by Michael Reese. Midshipman, read by Michael Reese.
Sailor Jack, read by Tiffany Halla Colonna. Officer, read by Tiffany Halla Colonna.
Narrator and Intro, read by Michael Reese. The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. Prelude.
To Sir Edward Seaforth, Bart, of Sangley Hope in Derbyshire, and Seaforth House in Hanover Square. Dear Ned, you will have them written, or I shall be pestered to my grave. Is that the voice of a friend of so long standing? And yet it seems but yesterday since we had good hours in Virginia together, or met among the ruins of Quebec. My memoirs, these only will content you? And to flatter or cajole me, you tell me Mr. Pitt still urges on the matter. In truth, when he touched first upon this, I thought it but the courtesy of a great and generous man. But indeed I am proud that he is curious to know more of my long captivity at Quebec, of Monsieur Doltaire and all his dealings with me, and the motions he made to serve Le Pompadour on the one hand, and, on the other, to win from me that most perfect of ladies, Mademoiselle Alix Duvarney. Our bright conquest of Quebec is now heroic memory, and honour and fame and reward have been parcelled out. So I shall but briefly, in these memoirs, aye, they shall be written, and with a good heart, travel the trail of history, or discourse upon campaigns and sieges, diplomacies and treaties. I shall keep close to my own story, for that, it would seem, yourself and the illustrious minister of the king most wish to hear. Yet you will find figuring in it great men like our flaming hero General Wolfe, and also General Montcalm, who, I shall ever keep on saying, might have held Quebec against us, had he not been balked by the vain governor, the Marquis de Vaudreuil, together with such notorious men as the intendant Bigot, civil governor of New France, and such noble gentlemen as the Seigneur Duvarney, father of Alix. I shall never view again the citadel on those tall heights where I was detained so barbarously, nor the gracious manor house at Beauport, sacred to me because of her who dwelt therein. How long ago, how long! Of all the pictures that flash before my mind when I think on those times, one is most with me, that of the fine guest room in the manor house, where I see moving the benign maid whose life and deeds alone can make the story worth telling, and with one scene therein, and it is the most momentous in all my days, I shall begin my tale. I beg you convey to Mr. Pitt my most obedient compliments, and say that I take his polite wish as my command. With every token of my regard, I am, dear Ned, affectionately, your friend, Robert Murray.
End of Prelude. Chapter 1 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
When Monsieur Doltaire entered the salon, and, dropping lazily into a chair beside Madame Duvarney and her daughter, drawled out,
"England's Braddock, fool and general, has gone to heaven, Captain Moray, and your papers send you there also."
I did not shift a jot, but looked over at him gravely, for God knows I was startled, and I said, "The General is dead?" I did not dare to ask, "Is he defeated?" though from Doltaire's look I was sure it was so, and a sickness crept through me, for at the moment that seemed the end of our cause. But I made as if I had not heard his words about my papers.
"Dead as last year's courtier, shifted from the scene,"
he replied,
"and having little now to do, we'll go play with the rat in our trap."
I would not have dared look towards Alix, standing beside her mother then, for the song in my blood was pitched too high, were it not that a little sound broke from her. At that I glanced, and saw that her face was still and quiet, but her eyes were shining, and her whole body seemed listening. I dared not give my glance meaning, though I wished to do so. She had served me much, had been a good friend to me, since I was brought a hostage to Quebec from Fort Necessity. There, at that little post on the Ohio, France threw down the gauntlet, and gave us the great 7 Years' War. And, though it may be thought I speak rashly, the lever to spring that trouble had been within my grasp. Had France sat still while Austria and Prussia quarrelled, that long fighting had never been. The game of war had lain with the Grande Marquise, or La Pompadour, as she was called, and later it may be seen how I, unwillingly, moved her to set it going. Answering Monsieur Doltaire, I said stoutly, "I am sure he made a good fight. He had gallant men."
"Truly gallant,"
he returned.
"Your own Virginians among others."
I bowed.
"But he was a blunderer, as were you also, monsieur, or you had not sent him plans of our forts, and letters of such candour. They have gone to France, my captain."
Madame Duvarney seemed to stiffen in her chair, For what did this mean but that I was a spy? And the young lady behind them now put her handkerchief to her mouth as if to stop a word. To make light of the charges against myself was the only thing, and yet I had little heart to do so. There was that between Monsieur Doltaire and myself, a matter I shall come to by and by, which well might make me apprehensive. My sketch and my gossip with my friends, said I, can have little interest in France.
My faith, the Grand Marquise will find a relish for them,
he said pointedly at me. He, the natural son of King Louis, had played the part between the Pompadour and myself in the grave matter of which I spoke.
She loves deciding knotty points of morality,
he added. She has had chance and will enough, said I boldly. But what point of morality is here?
The most vital, to you,
he rejoined, flicking his handkerchief a little, and drawling so that I could have stopped his mouth with my hand.
Shall a hostage on parole make sketches of a fort and send them to his friends, who in turn pass them on to a foolish general?
When one party to an article of war brutally breaks his sworn promise, shall the other be held to his? I asked quietly. I was glad that, at this moment, the Signor Duvarney entered, for I could feel the air now growing colder about Madame, his wife. He, at least, was a good friend, but as I glanced at him I saw his face was troubled and his manner distant. He looked at Monsieur Doltaire a moment steadily, stooped to his wife's hand, and then offered me his own without a word, which done, he went to where his daughter stood. She kissed him, and, as she did so, whispered something in his ear, to which he nodded assent. I knew afterwards that she had asked him to keep me to dinner with them. Presently turning to Monsieur Doltaire, he said inquiringly,
You have a squad of men outside my house, Doltaire.
Doltaire nodded in a languid way, and answered,
An escort for Captain Moray to the citadel.
I knew now, as he had said, that I was in the trap, that he had begun the long sport which came near to giving me the white shroud of death, as it turned white the hair upon my head ere I was 32. Do I not know the indignities, the miseries I suffered, I owed mostly to him, and that at the last he nearly robbed England of her greatest pride, the taking of New France. For chance sometimes lets humble men like me balance the scales of fate, and I was humble enough in rank, if in spirit always something above my place. I was standing as he spoke these words, and I turned to him and said, Monsieur, I am at your service.
I have sometimes wished,
he said instantly, and with a courteous if ironical gesture,
that you were in my service, that is, the King's.
I bowed as to a compliment, for I would not see the insolence, and I retorted, Would I could offer you a company in my Virginia regiment.
Delightful, delightful,
he rejoined.
I should make as good a Briton as you a Frenchman, every whit.
I suppose he would have kept leading to such silly play, had I not turned to Madame Duvarney and said, I am most sorry that this mishap falls here, but it is not of my doing, and in colder comfort, madame, I shall recall the good hours spent in your home. I think I said it with a general courtesy, yet, feeling the eyes of the young lady on me, perhaps a little extra warmth came into my voice, and worked upon madame, or it may be she was glad of my removal from contact with her daughter, but kindness showed in her face, and she replied gently,
I am sure it is only for a few days till we see you again.
Yet I think in her heart she knew my life was perilled. Those were rough and hasty times, when the axe or the rope was the surest way to deal with troubles. 3 years before, at Fort Necessity, I had handed my sword to my lieutenant, bidding him make healthy use of it, and, travelling to Quebec on parole, had come in and out of this house with great freedom. Yet since Alix had grown towards womanhood there had been strong change in Madame's manner. The days, however few, will be too long until I tax your courtesy again, I said. I bid you adieu, Madame.
Nay, not so,
spoke up my host.
Not one step. Dinner is nearly served, and you must both dine with us. Nay, but I insist,
he added, as he saw me shake my head.
Monsieur Doltaire will grant us this courtesy, and me the great kindness. Eh, Doltaire?
Doltaire rose, glancing from Madame to her daughter. Madame was smiling, as if begging his consent, for, profligate though he was, his position, and, more than all, his personal distinction, made him a welcome guest at most homes in Quebec. Alix met his look without a yes or no in her eyes, so young, yet having such control and wisdom as I have had reason beyond all men to know. Something, however, in the temper of the scene had filled her with a kind of glow, which added to her beauty and gave her dignity. The spirit of her look caught the admiration of this expatriated courtier, and I knew that a deeper cause than all our past conflicts, and they were great, would now, or soon, set him fatally against me.
I shall be happy to wait Captain Moray's pleasure,
he said presently,
and to serve my own by sitting at your table. I was to have dined with the Intendant this afternoon, but a messenger shall tell him duty stays me, if you will excuse me,
he added, going to the door to find a man of his company. He looked back for an instant, as if it struck him I might seek escape, for he believed in no man's truth, but he only said,
I may fetch my men to your kitchen, Duvarney. 'Tis raw outside.
Surely, I shall see they have some comfort,
was the reply. Doltaire then left the room, and Duvarney came to me.
This is a bad business, Moray,
he said sadly.
There is some mistake, is there not?
I looked him fair in the face. There is a mistake, I answered. I am no spy, and I do not fear that I shall lose my life, my honour, or my friends by offensive acts of mine.
I believe you,
he responded,
as I have believed since you came, though there has been gabble of your doings. I do not forget you brought my life back from those wild Mohawks 5 years ago. You have my hand in trouble, or out of it.
Upon my soul, I could have fallen on his neck, for the blow to our cause and the shadow on my own fate oppressed me for the moment. At this point, the ladies left the room to make some little toilette before dinner, and as they passed me the sleeve of Alix's dress touched my arm. I caught her fingers for an instant, and to this day I can feel that warm, rich current of life coursing from fingertips to heart. She did not look at me at all, but passed on after her mother. Never till that moment had there been any open show of heart between us. When I first came to Quebec, I own it to my shame, I was inclined to use her youthful friendship for private and patriotic ends, but that soon passed, and then I wished her companionship for true love of her. Also, I had been held back because when I first knew her she seemed but a child. Yet how quickly and how wisely did she grow out of her childhood! She had a playful wit, and her talents were far beyond her years. It amazed me often to hear her sum up a thing in some pregnant sentence which, when you came to think, was the one word to be said. She had such a deep look out of her blue eyes that you scarcely glanced from them to see the warm, sweet colour of her face. The fair broad forehead, the brown hair, the delicate richness of her lips, which ever were full of humour and of seriousness, both running together, as you may see a laughing brook steal into the quiet of a river. Duvarney and I were thus alone for a moment, and he straightway dropped a hand upon my shoulder.
Let me advise you,
he said.
be friendly with Doltaire. He has great influence at the court and elsewhere. He can make your bed hard or soft at the citadel."
I smiled at him and replied, "I shall sleep no less sound because of Monsieur Doltaire."
"You are bitter in your trouble,"
said he. I made haste to answer, "No, no, my own troubles do not weigh so heavy, but our general's death."
"You are a patriot, my friend,"
he added warmly.
"I could well have been content with our success against your English army without this deep danger to your person."
I put out my hand to him, but I did not speak, for just then Doltaire entered. He was smiling at something in his thought.
"The fortunes are with the Intendant always,"
said he,
"when things are at their worst, and the King's storehouse, the dear La Friponne, is to be ripped by our rebel peasants like a sawdust doll. Here comes this gay news of our success on the Ohio, and in that Braddock's death the whining beggars will forget their empty bellies, and bless where they meant to curse. What fools, to be sure! They had better loot La Friponne. Lord, how we love fighting, we French, and 'tis so much easier to dance, or drink, or love."
He stretched out his shapely legs as he sat musing. Duvarney shrugged a shoulder, smiling.
"But you, Doltaire, there's no man out of France that fights more."
He lifted an eyebrow.
"One must be in the fashion. Besides, it does need some skill to fight. The others, to dance, drink, love, blind men's games."
He smiled cynically into the distance. I have never known a man who interested me so much, never one so original, so varied, and so uncommon in his nature. I marvelled at the pith and depth of his observations, for though I agreed not with him once in 10 times, I loved his great reflective cleverness and his fine penetration, singular gifts in a man of action. But action to him was a playtime. He had that irresponsibility of the court from which he came, its scornful endurance of defeat or misery, its flippant look upon the world, its scoundrel view of women. Then he and Duvarney talked, and I sat thinking. Perhaps the passion of a cause grows in you as you suffer for it, and I had suffered, and suffered most by a bitter inaction. Governor Dinwiddie, Mr. Washington, alas that, as I write the fragment chapters of my life, among the hills where Montrose my ancestor fought, George leads the colonists against the realm of England. And the rest were suffering, but they were fighting too. Brought to their knees, they could rise again to battle, and I thought then, how more glorious to be with my gentleman in blue from Virginia, holding back death from the general, and at last falling myself, than to spend good years a hostage at Quebec, knowing that Canada was for our taking, yet doing nothing to advance the hour. In the thick of these thoughts I was not conscious of what the two were saying, but at last I caught Madame Cournal's name, by which I guessed Monsieur Doltaire was talking of her amours, of which the chief and final was with Bigot the Intendant, to whom the King had given all civil government, all power over commerce and finance in the country. The rivalry between the Governor and the Intendant was keen and vital at this time, though it changed later, as I will show. At her name I looked up and caught Monsieur Doltaire's eye. He read my thoughts.
"You have had blithe hours here, monsieur,"
he said.
"You know the way to probe us, but of all the ladies who could be most useful to you, you left out the greatest. There you erred. I say it as a friend, not as an officer. There you erred. From Madame Cournal to Bigot, from Bigot to Vaudreuil the Governor, from the Governor to France. But now—"
He paused, for Madame Duvarney and her daughter had come, and we all rose. The ladies had heard enough to know Doltaire's meaning.
"But now Captain Moray dines with us,"
said Madame Duvarney quietly and meaningly.
"Yet I dine with Madame Cournal,"
rejoined Doltaire, smiling.
One may use more option with enemies and prisoners,
she said keenly, and the shot ought to have struck home. In so small a place it was not easy to draw lines close and fine, and it was in the power of the Intendant, backed by his confederates, to ruin almost any family in the province if he chose, and that he chose at times I knew well, as did my hostess. Yet she was a woman of courage and nobility of thought, and I knew well where her daughter got her good flavour of mind. I could see something devilish in the smile at Doltaire's lips, but his look was wandering between Alixe and me, and he replied urbanely,
I have ambition yet, to connive at captivity.
And then he looked full and meaningly at her. I can see her now, her hand on the high back of a great oak chair, the lace of her white sleeve falling away, and her soft arm showing, her eyes on his without wavering. They did not drop, nor turn aside, they held straight on, calm, strong, and understanding. By that look I saw she read him, she, who had seen so little of the world, felt what he was, and met his invading interest firmly, yet sadly, for I knew long after that a smother was at her heart then, foreshadowings of dangers that would try her as few women are tried. Thank God that good women are born with greater souls for trial than men, that, given once an anchor for their hearts, they hold until the cables break. When we were about to enter the dining room, I saw to my joy Madame inclined towards Doltaire, and I knew that Alixe was for myself, though her mother wished it little, I am sure. As she took my arm, her finger-tips plunged softly into the velvet of my sleeve, giving me a thrill of courage. I felt my spirits rise, and I set myself to carry things off gaily, to have this last hour with her clear of gloom, for it seemed easy to think that we should meet no more. As we passed into the dining-room, I said, as I had said the first time I went to dinner in her father's house, "Shall we be flippant or grave?" I guessed that it would touch her. She raised her eyes to mine and answered,
"We are grave. Let us seem flippant."
In those days I had a store of spirits. I was seldom dismayed, for life had been such a rough-and-tumble game that I held to cheerfulness and humour as a hillsman to his broadsword, knowing it the greatest of weapons with a foe, and the very stone and mortar of friendship. So we were gay, touching lightly on events around us, laughing at gossip of the doorways, I in my poor French, casting small stones at whatever drew our notice, not forgetting a throw or two at Chateau Bigot, the Intendant's country house at Charlesbourg 5 miles away, where base plots were hatched, reputations soiled, and all clean things dishonoured. But Alixe, the sweetest soul France ever gave the world, could not know all I knew, guessing only at heavy carousals, cards, song, and raillery, with far-off hints of feet lighter than fit in cavalry boots dancing among the glasses on the table. I was never before so charmed with her swift intelligence, for I never had great nimbleness of thought, nor power to make nice play with the tongue.
"You have been 3 years with us,"
suddenly said her father, passing me the wine.
"How time has flown! How much has happened!"
Madame Cournal's husband has made 3,000,000 francs,
said Doltaire, with dry irony in truth. Duvarney shrugged a shoulder, stiffened, for, oblique as the suggestion was, he did not care to have his daughter hear it.
And Vaudreuil has sent bees buzzing to Versailles about Bigot and company,
added the impish satirist. Madame Duvarney responded with a look of interest, and the Signero's eyes steadied to his plate. All at once by that I saw the Signero had known of the Governor's action, and maybe had counselled with him, siding against Bigot. If that were so, as it proved to be, he was in a nest of scorpions, for who among them would spare him? Marine? Cournal? Rigaud? The Intendant himself? such as he were thwarted right and left in this career of knavery and public evils.
And our people have turned beggars, poor and starved. They beg at the door of the king's storehouse. It is well called La Friponne,
said Madame du Varney, with some heat, for she was ever liberal to the poor, and she had seen manor after manor robbed, and peasant farmers made to sell their corn for a song, to be sold to them again at famine prices by La Friponne. Even now Quebec was full of pilgrim poor begging against the hard winter, and execrating their spoilers. Doltaire was too fond of digging at the heart of things not to admit she spoke truth.
La Pompadour et la Friponne. Qu'est-ce que cela, mon petit homme? Les deux terribles, ma chère mignonne. Mais c'est cela, la Pompadour et la Friponne.
He said this with cool drollery and point, in the patois of the native, so that he set us all laughing, in spite of our mutual apprehensions. Then he continued,
And the king has sent a chorus to the play, with eyes for the preposterous make-believe, and more, no purse to fill.
We all knew he meant himself, and we knew also that, so far as money went, he spoke true, that though hand in glove with Bigot, he was poor, save for what he made at the gambling table and got from France. There was the thing that might have clinched me to him, had matters been other than they were. For all my life I have loathed the sordid soul, and I would rather, in these my ripe years, eat with a highwayman who takes his life in his hands than with the civilian who robs his king and the king's poor, and has no better trick than false accounts, nor better friend than the pettifogging knave. Doltaire had no burning love for France, and little faith in anything, for he was of those Versailles water-flies who recked not if the world blackened to cinders when their lights went out. As will be seen by and by, he had come here to seek me, and to serve the Grand Marquise. More speech like this followed, and amid it all, with the flower of the world beside me at this table, I remembered my mother's words before I bade her good-bye and set sail from Glasgow for Virginia.
Keep it in mind, Robert,
she said,
that an honest love is the thing to hold you honest with yourself. 'Tis to be lived for, and fought for, and died for. Be honest in your loves, be true.
And there I took an oath, my hand clenched beneath the table, that Alix should be my wife if better days came, when I was done with citadel and trial and captivity, if that might be. The evening was well forward when Doltaire, rising from his seat in the drawing-room, bowed to me and said,
If it pleases you, monsieur.
I rose also, and prepared to go. There was little talk, yet we all kept up a play of cheerfulness. When I came to take the Signero's hand, Doltaire was a distance off, talking to Madame.
Moray,
said the Signero quickly and quietly,
trials portend for both of us.
He nodded towards Doltaire. But we shall come safe through, said I.
Be of good courage, and adieu,
he answered, as Doltaire turned towards us. My last words were to Alix. The great moment of my life was come. If I could but say one thing to her out of earshot, I would stake all on the hazard. She was standing beside a cabinet, very still, a strange glow in her eyes, a new, fine firmness at the lips. I felt I dared not look as I would. I feared there was no chance now to speak what I would. But I came slowly up the room with her mother. As we did so, Doltaire exclaimed and started to the window, and the Signero and Madame followed. A red light was showing on the panes. I caught Alix's eye and held it, coming quickly to her. All backs were on us. I took her hand and pressed it to my lips suddenly. She gave a little gasp, and I saw her bosom heave. I am going from prison to prison, said I, and I leave a loved jailer behind. She understood.
Your jailer goes also.
she answered, with a sad smile. I love you. I love you, I urged. She was very pale.
Oh, Robert,
she whispered timidly, and then,
I will be brave. I will help you, and I will not forget. God guard you.
That was all, for Doltaire turned to me then and said,
They've made of La Friponne a torch to light you to the citadel, monsieur.
A moment afterwards we were outside in the keen October air, a squad of soldiers attending, our faces towards the citadel heights. I looked back, doffing my cap. The Signero and Madame stood at the door, but my eyes were for a window where stood Alix. The reflection of the far-off fire bathed the glass, and her face had a glow, the eyes shining through, intent and most serious. Yet how brave she was, for she lifted her handkerchief, shook it a little, and smiled. As though the salute were meant for him, Doltaire bowed twice impressively, and then we stepped forward, the great fire over against the heights lighting us and hurrying us on. We scarcely spoke as we went, though Doltaire hummed now and then the air Le Pompadour et la Friponne. As we came nearer, I said, Are you sure it is La Friponne, monsieur?
It is not,
he said, pointing.
See.
The sky was full of shaking sparks, and a smell of burning grain came down the wind. One of the granaries, then, I added, not La Friponne itself. To this he nodded assent, and we pushed on.
End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
What fools,
said Doltaire presently,
to burn the bread, and oven too. If only they were less honest in a world of rogues. Poor moles.
Coming nearer, we saw that La Friponne itself was safe, but one warehouse was doomed and another threatened. The streets were full of people, and thousands of excited peasants, labourers, and sailors were shouting, Down with the palace! Down with Bigot! We came upon the scene at the most critical moment. None of the governor's soldiers were in sight, but up the heights we could hear the steady tramp of General Montcalm's infantry as they came on. Where were Bigot's men? There was a handful, one company, drawn up before La Friponne, idly leaning on their muskets, seeing the great granary burn, and watching La Friponne threatened by the mad crowd and the fire. There was not a soldier before the Intendant's palace, not a light in any window.
What is this weird trick of Bigot's?
Said Doltaire, musing. The governor, we knew, had been out of the city that day, but where was Bigot? At a word from Doltaire we pushed forwards towards the palace, the soldiers keeping me in their midst. We were not 100 feet from the great steps when 2 gates from the right suddenly swung open, and a carriage rolled out swiftly and dashed down into the crowd. I recognized the coachman first, Bigot's, an old one-eyed soldier of surpassing nerve, and devoted to his master. The crowd parted right and left. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and Bigot stood up, folding his arms, and glancing round with a disdainful smile without speaking a word. He carried a paper in one hand. Here were at least 2,000 armed and unarmed peasants, sick with misery and oppression, in the presence of their undefended tyrant. One shot, one blow of a stone, one stroke of a knife, to the end of a shameless pillage. But no hand was raised to do the deed. The roar of voices subsided. He waited for it, and silence was broken only by the crackle of the burning building, the tramp of Montcalm's soldiers in Mountain Street, and the tolling of the cathedral bell. I thought it strange that almost as Bigot came out, The wild clanging gave place to a cheerful peal. After standing a moment, looking round him, his eye resting on Doltaire and myself, we were but a little distance from him, Bigot said in a loud voice,
"What do you want with me? Do you think I may be moved by threats? Do you punish me by burning your own food, which, when the English are at our doors, is your only hope? Fools! How easily could I turn my cannon and my men upon you! You think to frighten me. Who do you think I am? A Bostonnais or an Englishman? You revolutionists! Tish! You are wild dogs without a leader. You want one that you can trust. You want no coward, but one who fears you not at your wildest. Well, I will be your leader. I do not fear you, and I do not love you. For how have you deserved my love? By ingratitude and aspersion? Who has the king's favor? Francois Bigot. Who has the ear of the Grand Marquis? Francois Bigot. Who stands firm while others tremble, lest their power pass tomorrow? Francois Bigot. Who else dare invite revolution, this danger?
His hand sweeping to the flames.
Who but Francois Bigot?
He paused for a moment, and looking up to the leader of Montcalm's soldiers on the heights, waved him back. Then he continued,
And today, when I am ready to give you great news, you play the mad dog's game. You destroy what I had meant to give you in our hour of danger when those English came. I made you suffer a little, that you might live then, only today, because of our great and glorious victory.
He paused again. The peal of bells became louder. Far up on the heights we heard the calling of bugles and the beating of drums. And now I saw the whole large plan, the deep dramatic scheme. He had withdrew the news of the victory that he might announce it when it would most turn to his own glory. Perhaps he had not counted on the burning of the warehouse, but this would tell now in his favor. He was not a large man, but he drew himself up with dignity, and continued in a contemptuous tone,
Because of our splendid victory, I design to tell you all my plans, and pitying your trouble, divide among you at the smallest price that all might pay the corn which now goes to feed the stars.
At that moment someone from the heights above called out shrilly,
What lies in that paper, Francois Bigot?
I looked up, as did the crowd. A woman stood upon a point of the great rock, a red robe hanging on her, her hair free over her shoulders, her finger pointing at the Intendant. Bigot only glanced up, then smoothed out the paper. He said to the people in a clear but less steady voice, for I could see that the woman had disturbed him,
Go pray to be forgiven for your insolence and folly. His most Christian Majesty is triumphant upon the Ohio. The English have been killed in thousands, and their general with them. Do you not hear the joy bells in the church of Our Lady of the Victories? And more, listen!
There burst from the heights on the other side a cannon shot, and then another and another. There was a great commotion, and many ran to Bigot's carriage, reached in to touch his hand, and called down blessings on him.
See that you save the other granaries,
he urged, adding with a sneer,
and forget not to bless La Friponne in your prayers."
It was a clever piece of acting. Presently, from the heights above came the woman's voice again, so piercing that the crowd turned to her.
"Francois Bigot is a liar and a traitor,"
she cried.
"Beware of Francois Bigot. God has cast him out."
A dark look came upon Bigot's face, but presently he turned, and gave a sign to someone near the palace. The doors of the courtyard flew open, and out came squad after squad of soldiers. In a moment, they, with the people, were busy carrying water to pour upon the side of the endangered warehouse. Fortunately, the wind was with them, else it and the palace also would have been burned that night. The Intendant still stood in his carriage watching and listening to the cheers of the people. At last he beckoned to Doltaire and to me. We both went over.
"Doltaire, we looked for you at dinner,"
he said.
"Was Captain Moray,"
nodding towards me,
"lost among the petticoats? He knows the trick of cup and saucer. Between the sip and click he sucked in secrets from our garrison, a spy where had been a soldier, as we thought. You once wore a sword, Captain Moray, eh?"
"If the governor would grant me leave, I would not only wear, but use one. Your Excellency knows well where," said I.
"Large speaking, Captain Moray. They do that in Virginia, I am told."
"In Gascony there's quiet, your Excellency." Doltaire laughed outright, for it was said that Bigot, in his coltish days, had a shrewish Gascon wife, whom he took leave to send to heaven before her time. I saw the Intendant's mouth twitch angrily.
"Come, you have a tongue. We'll see if you have a stomach. You've languished with the girls. You shall have your chance to drink with Francois Bigot. Now, if you dare, when we have drunk to the first cock-crow, should you still be on your feet, you'll fight someone among us, first giving ample cause."
"I hope, your Excellency," I replied with a touch of vanity, "I have still some stomach and a wrist. I will drink to cock-crow if you will. And if my sword prove the stronger, what?"
"There's the point,"
he said.
"Your Englishman loves not fighting for fighting's sake, Doltaire. He must have bonbons for it. Well, see, if your sword and stomach prove the stronger, you shall go your ways to where you will. Voila."
If I could but have seen a bare portion of the craftiness of this pair of devil's artisans! They both had ends to serve in working ill towards me, and neither was content that I should be shut away in the citadel and no more. There was a deeper game playing. I give them their due, the trap was skilful, and in those times, with great things at stake, strategy took the place of open fighting here and there. For Bigot I was to be the weapon against another, for Doltaire against myself. What a gull they must have thought me! I might have known that, with my lost papers on the way to France, they must hold me tight here till I had been tried, nor permit me to escape. But I was sick of doing nothing, thinking with horror on a long winter in the citadel, and I caught at least the straw of freedom.
"Captain Moray will like to spend a couple of hours at his lodgings before he joins us at the palace,"
the Intendant said, and with a nod to me he turned to his coachman. The horses wheeled, and in a moment the great doors opened, and he had passed inside to applause, though here and there among the crowd was heard a hiss, for the scarlet woman had made an impression. The Intendant's men essayed to trace these noises, but found no one. Looking again to the heights, I saw that the woman had gone. Doltaire noted my glance and the inquiry in my face, and he said,
"Some bad fighting hours with the Intendant at Chateau Bigot, and then a fever, bringing a kind of madness, so the story creeps about, as told by Bigot's enemies."
Just at this point I felt a man hustle me as he passed. One of the soldiers made a thrust at him, and he turned round. I caught his eye, and it flashed something to me. It was Voban the barber, who had shaved me every day for months when I first came, while my arm was stiff from a wound got fighting the French on the Ohio. It was quite a year since I had met him, and I was struck by the change in his face. It had grown much older, its roundness was gone. We had had many a talk together, he helping me with French, I listening to the tales of his early life in France, and to the later tale of a humble love, and of the home which he was fitting up for his Mathilde, a peasant girl of much beauty, I was told, but whom I had never seen. I remembered at that moment, as he stood in the crowd looking at me, the piles of linen which he had bought at Saint Anne de Beaupré, and the silver pitcher which his grandfather had got him from the Duc de Valois for an act of merit. Many a time we had discussed the pitcher and the deed, and fingered the linen, now talking in French, now in English, for in France, years before, he had been a valet to an English officer at King Louis's court. But my surprise had been great when I learned that this English gentleman was no other than the best friend I ever had, next to my parents and my grandfather. Voban was bound to Sir John Godric by as strong ties of affection as I. What was more, by a secret letter I had sent to George Washington, who was then as good a Briton as myself, I had been able to have my barber's young brother, a prisoner of war, set free. I felt that he had something to say to me, but he turned away and disappeared among the crowd. I might have had some clue if I had known that he had been crouched behind the Intendant's carriage while I was being bidden to the supper. I did not guess then that there was anything between him and the scarlet woman who railed at Bigot. In a little while I was at my lodgings, soldiers posted at my door and one in my room. Doltaire gone to his own quarters, promising to call me within 2 hours. There was little for me to do but to put in a bag the fewest necessaries, to roll up my heavy cloak, to stow safely my pipes and 2 goodly packets of tobacco, which were to be my chiefest solace for many a long day, and to write some letters, one to Governor Dinwiddie, one to George Washington, and one to my partner in Virginia, telling them my fresh misfortunes, and begging them to send me money, which, however useless in my captivity, would be important in my fight for life and freedom. I did not write intimately of my state, for I was not sure my letters would ever pass outside Quebec. There were only 2 men I could trust to do the thing. One was a fellow countryman, Clark, a ship carpenter, who, to save his neck and to spare his wife and child, had turned Catholic, but who hated all Frenchmen barbarously at heart, remembering 2 of his bairns butchered before his eyes. The other was Voban. I knew that though Voban might not act, he would not betray me. But how to reach either of them? It was clear that I must bide my chances. One other letter I wrote, brief but vital, in which I begged the sweetest girl in the world not to have uneasiness because of me, that I trusted to my star and to my innocence to convince my judges, and begging her, if she could, to send me a line at the citadel. I told her I knew well how hard it would be, for her mother and her father would not now look upon my love with favour, but I trusted all to time and providence. I sealed my letters, put them in my pocket, and sat down to smoke and think while I waited for Doltaire. To the soldier on duty, whom I did not notice at first, I now offered a pipe and a glass of wine, which he accepted rather gruffly, but enjoyed, if I might judge by his devotion to them. By and by, without any relevancy at all, he said abruptly,
"If a little sooner she had come. Oh!"
For a moment I could not think what he meant, but soon I saw. The palace would have been burnt if the girl in scarlet had come sooner, eh? I asked. She would have urged the people on.
"And Bigot burnt too, maybe,"
he answered. Fire and death, eh? I offered him another pipeful of tobacco. He looked doubtful, but accepted.
"Oh, and that Vauban, he would have had his hand in,"
he growled. I began to get more light.
"She was shut up as Chateau Bigot, hand of iron and lock of steel. Who knows the rest? But Vauban was for always,"
he added presently. The thing was clear. The scarlet woman was Mathilde. So here was the end of Voban's little romance, of the fine linen from St. Anne de Beaupré and the silver pitcher for the wedding wine. I saw, or felt, that in Voban I might find now a confederate, if I put my hard case on Bigot's shoulders. "I can't see why she stayed with Bigot," I said tentatively.
"Break the dog's leg, he can't go hunting bones. Mais non. Holy, how stupid are you English!"
Why doesn't the Intendant lock her up now? She's dangerous to him. You remember what she said.
"Tonnerre, you shall see tomorrow,"
he answered.
"Now all the sheep go bleating with the bell. Bigot, Bigot, Bigot. There is nothing but Bigot. But, pish, Vaudreuil, the governor, is a great man, and Montcalm, oh, son of Mahomet. You shall see. Now they dance to Bigot's whistling. He will lock her safe enough tomorrow, that someone steps in to help her. Before tonight she never spoke of him before the world. But the poor daft thing, going about all sad and wild. She missed her chance tonight. Oh!"
"Why are you not with Montcalm's soldiers?" I asked. "You like him better."
"I was with him, but my time was out, and I left him for Bigot. Pish! I left him for Bigot, for the militia."
He raised his thumb to his nose, and spread out his fingers. Again light dawned on me. He was still with the governor in all fact, though soldiering for Bigot, a sort of watch upon the Intendant. I saw my chance. If I could but induce this fellow to fetch me Voban, there was yet an hour before I was to go to the Intendant's. I called up what looks of candour were possible to me, and told him bluntly that I wished Voban to bear a letter for me to Seigneur Duvarney's. At that he cocked his ear, and shook his bushy head, fiercely stroking his moustaches. I knew that I should stake something if I said it was a letter for Mademoiselle Duvarney, but I knew also that if he was still the governor's man in Bigot's pay he would understand the Seigneur's relations with the governor, and a woman in the case with a soldier, that would count for something. So I said it was for her. Besides, I had no other resource but to make a friend among my enemies if I could, while yet there was a chance. It was like a load lifted from me when I saw his mouth and his eyes opened wide in a big soundless laugh, which came to an end with a voiceless "Aho!" I gave him another tumbler of wine. Before he took it, he made a wide mouth at me again, and slapped his leg. After drinking, he said,
"Pom, what good? They are going to hang you for a spy."
"That rope's not ready yet," I answered. "I'll tie a pretty knot in another string first, I trust."
"Damned if you haven't spirit,"
said he.
That Signor Duvarney, I know him, and I know his son, the ensign. Oh, what saltpeter is he! And the mamselle, excellent, excellent, and a face, such a face, and a seat like leeches in the saddle. And you, a British officer, mewed up to kick your heels to gallows day. So droll, my dear.
But will you fetch Voban? I asked.
To trim your hair against the zappa tonight, eh? Like that?
As he spoke, he puffed out his red cheeks with wide boy-like eyes, burst his lips in another soundless laugh, and laid a finger beside his nose. His marvellous innocence of look and his peasant openness hid, I saw, great shrewdness and intelligence. An admirable man for Vaudreuil's purpose, as admirable for mine. I knew well that if I had tried to bribe him he would have scouted me, or if I had made a motion for escape he would have shot me off-hand. But a lady, that appealed to him, and that she was Signora Duvarney's daughter did the rest. Yes, yes, said I, one must be well appointed in soul and body when one sups with His Excellency and Monsieur Doltaire.
Limed inside and choked outside,
he retorted gleefully.
But Monsieur Doltaire needs no lime, for he has no soul. No, by Saint Eloi. The good God didn't make him. The devil laughed, and that laugh grew into Monsieur Doltaire. But brave, no kicking pulse is in his body.
You will send for Voban now? I asked softly. He was leaning against the door as he spoke. He reached and put the tumbler on a shelf, then turned and opened the door, his face all altered to a grimness.
Attend here, La Bouche,
he called, and on the soldier coming, he blurted out in scorn,
Here's his English captain, can't go to supper without Voban's shears to snip him. Go fetch him, for I'd rather hear a cough in a barnyard than this wing-wanging for Monsieur Voban.
He mocked my accent in the last two words, so that the soldier grinned, and at once started away. Then he shut the door, and turned to me again, and said more seriously,
How long have we before Monsieur come?
Meaning Doltaire. At least an hour, said I.
Good,
he rejoined, and then he smoked while I sat thinking. It was near an hour before we heard footsteps outside. Then came a knock, and Voban was shown in.
Quick, monsieur,
he said.
Monsieur is almost at our heels.
This letter, said I, to Mademoiselle Duvarney, and I handed 4, hers, and those to Governor Dinwiddie, to Mr. Washington, and to my partner. He quickly put them in his coat, nodding. The soldier, I have not yet mentioned his name, Gabord, did not know that more than one passed into Voban's hands.
Off with your coat, monsieur,
said Voban, whipping out his shears, tossing his cap aside, and rolling down his apron.
Monsieur is here.
I had off my coat, was in a chair in a twinkling, and he was clipping softly at me as Doltaire's hand turned the handle of the door.
Beware tonight,
Voban whispered. Come to me in the prison, said I. Remember your brother. His lips twitched.
Monsieur, I will if I can.
This he said in my ear as Doltaire entered and came forward.
Upon my life, these English gallants, they go to prison curled and musked by Voban. Voban, a name from the court of the king, and it garnishes a barber. Who called you, Voban?
My mother, with the curé's help, monsieur.
Doltaire paused, with a pinch of snuff at his nose, and replied lazily,
I did not say who called you Voban, Voban, but who called you here, Voban.
I spoke up testily then of purpose. What would you have, monsieur? The citadel has better butchers than barbers. I sent for him. He shrugged his shoulders and came over to Voban.
Turn round, my Vauban,
he said.
Vauban, and such a figure, a knee, a back like that.
Then, while my heart stood still, he put forth a finger and touched the barber on the chest. If he should touch the letters! I was ready to seize them, but would that save them? Twice, thrice, the finger prodded Voban's breast, as if to add an emphasis to his words.
In Quebec you are misplaced, Monsieur le Vauban. Once a wasp got into a honeycomb and died.
I knew he was hinting at the barber's resentment of the poor Matilda's fate. Something strange and devilish leapt into the man's eyes, and he broke out bitterly.
A honey bee got into a nest of wasps and died.
I thought of the Scarlet Woman on the hill. Voban looked for a moment as if he might do some wild thing. His spirit, his devilry, pleased Doltaire, and he laughed.
Who would have thought our Vauban had such wit? The trade of barber is double-edged. Razors should be in fashion at Versailles.
Then he sat down, while Voban made a pretty show of touching off my person. A few minutes passed so, in which the pealing of the bells, the shouting of the people, the beating of the drums, and the calling of the bugles came to us clearly. A half-hour afterwards, on our way to the Intendant's palace, we heard the Benedictus chanted in the Church of the Recollects as we passed, hundreds kneeling outside, and responding to the chant sung within.
That we should be saved from our enemies, and from the hands of all the haters.
At the corner of a building which we passed, a little way from the crowd, I saw a solitary cloaked figure. The words of the chant, following us, I could hear distinctly.
That we be delivered out of the hands of our enemies, might serve him without fear.
And then, from the shadowed corner came in a high, melancholy voice of words,
To give light to them that sit in darkness, and in the shadow of death, and to guide our feet into the way of peace.
Looking closer, I saw it was Matilda. Doltaire smiled as I turned and begged a moment's time to speak to her.
To pray with the lost angel, and sup with the Intendant, all in one night. A liberal taste, monsieur. But who shall stay the good Samaritan?
They stood a little distance away, and I went over to her and said, Mademoiselle Matilda, do you not know me? Her abstracted eye fired up, as there ran to her brain some little sprite out of the house of memory and told her who I was.
There were two lovers in the world,
she said.
The Mother of God forgot them, and the devil came. I am the Scarlet Woman,
she went on.
I made this red robe from the curtains of hell.
Poor soul! My own trouble seemed then as a speck among the stars to hers. I took her hand and held it, saying again, Do you not know me? Think, Matilda. I was not sure that she had ever seen me, to know me, but I thought it possible, for, as a hostage, I had been much noticed in Quebec, and Voban had, no doubt, pointed me out to her. Light leapt from her black eye, and then she said, putting her finger on her lips,
Tell all the lovers to hide. I have seen 100 Francois Bigots.
I looked at her, saying nothing, and knew not what to say. Presently her eye steadied to mine, and her intellect rallied.
"You are a prisoner too,"
she said.
"but they will not kill you. They will keep you till the ring of fire grows in your head, and then you will make your scarlet robe and go out. But you will never find it, never. God hid first, and then it hides. It hides that which you lost. It hides, and you cannot find it again. You go hunting, hunting, but you cannot find it."
My heart was pinched with pain. I understood her. She did not know her lover now at all. If Alixe and her mother at the manor could but care for her, I thought. But alas, what could I do? It were useless to ask her to go to the manor. She would not understand. Perhaps there come to the disordered mind flashes of insight, illuminations, and divinations, greater than are given to the sane. For she suddenly said in a whisper, touching me with a nervous finger,
"I will go and tell her where to hide. They shall not find her. I know the wood path to the manor. Hush! She shall own all I have, except the scarlet robe. She showed me where the May apples grew. Go."
She pushed me gently away.
"Go to your prison and pray to God. But you cannot kill Francois Bigot. He is a devil."
Then she thrust into my hands a little wooden cross, which she took from many others at her girdle.
"If you wear that, the ring of fire will not grow,"
she said.
"I will go by the wood path and give her one too. She shall live with me. I will spread the cedar branches and stir the fire. She shall be safe. Hush! Go, go softly, for their wicked eyes are everywhere, the werewolves."
She put her fingers on my lips for an instant, and then, turning, stole softly away towards the St. Charles River. Doltaire's mockery brought me back to myself.
So much for the beads of the addled. Now for the bowls of sinful man.
End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
As I entered the Intendant's palace with Doltaire, I had a singular feeling of elation. My spirit rose unaccountably, and I felt as though it were a fete night, and the day's duty over. The hour of play was come. I must needs have felt ashamed of it then, and now, were I not sure it was some unbidden operation of the senses. Maybe a merciful spirit sees how, left alone, we should have stumbled and lost ourselves in our own gloom, and so gives us a new temper fitted to our needs. I remember that at the great door I turned back and smiled upon the ruined granary, and sniffed the air laden with the scent of burnt corn, the people's bread. That I saw old men and women who could not be moved by news of victory, shaking with cold, even beside this vast furnace, and peevishly babbling of their hunger, and I did not say, poor souls, that for a time the power to feel my own misfortune seemed gone, and a hard, light indifference came on me. For it is true I came into the great dining hall, and looked upon the long loaded table, with its 100 candles, its flagons and pitchers of wine, and on the faces of so many idle, careless gentlemen bid to a carouse, with a manner, I believe, as reckless and jaunty as their own, and I kept it up, though I saw it was not what they had looked for. I did not at once know who was there, but presently, at a distance from me, I saw the face of ToddHWRobert, the brother of my sweet Alix, a man of but 20 or so, who had a name for wildness, for no badness that I ever heard of, and for a fiery temper. He was in the service of the governor, an ensign. He had been little at home since I had come to Quebec, having been employed up to the past year in the service of the governor of Montreal. We bowed, but he made no motion to come to me, and the intendant engaged me almost at once in gossip of the town, suddenly, however, diverging upon some questions of public tactics and civic government. He much surprised me, for though I knew him brave and able, I had never thought of him save as the adroit politician and servant of the king, the tyrant and the libertine. I might have known by that very scene a few hours before that he had a wide, deep knowledge of human nature, and despised it, unlike Doltaire, who had a keener mind, was more refined even in wickedness, and, knowing the world, laughed at it more than he despised it, which was the sign of the greater mind. And indeed, in spite of all the causes I had to hate Doltaire, it is but just to say he had by nature all the great gifts, misused and disordered as they were. He was the product of his age, having no real moral sense, living life wantonly, making his own law of right or wrong. As a lad, I was taught to think the evil person carried evil in his face, repelling the healthy mind, but long ago I found that this was error. I had no reason to admire Doltaire, and yet to this hour his handsome face, with its shadows and shifting lights, haunts me, charms me. The thought came to me as I talked with the intendant, and I looked round the room. Some present were of coarse calibre, bush-ranging sons of signeros and petty nobles, dashing and profane, and something barbarous. But most had gifts of person and speech, and all seemed capable. My spirits continued high. I sprang alertly to meet wit and gossip. My mind ran nimbly here and there. I filled the role of honoured guest. But when came the table and wine, a change befell me. From the first drop I drank, my spirits suffered a decline. On one side the intendant rallied me, on the other Doltaire. I ate on, drank on, but while smiling by the force of will, I grew graver little by little. Yet it was a gravity which had no apparent motive, for I was not thinking of my troubles, not even of the night's stake and the possible end of it all. Simply a sort of grey colour of the mind, a stillness in the nerves, a general seriousness of the senses. I drank, and the wine did not affect me, as voices got loud and louder, and glasses rang, and spurs rattled on shuffling heels, and a scabbard clanged on a chair. I seemed to feel and know it all in some far-off way, but I was not touched by the spirit of it, was not a part of it. I watched the reddened cheeks and loose scorching mouths around me with a sort of distant curiosity, and the ribald jests flung right and left struck me not at all acutely. It was as if I were reading a book of Bacchus. I drank on evenly, not doggedly, and answered jest for jest without a hot breath of drunkenness. I looked several times at ToddHWRobert, who sat not far away, on the other side of the table, behind a grand piece of silver filled with October roses. He was drinking hard, and Doltaire, sitting beside him, kept him at it. At last the silver piece was shifted, and he and I could see each other fairly. Now and then Doltaire spoke across to me, but somehow no word passed between ToddHWRobert and myself. Suddenly, as if by magic, I know it was preconcerted, the talk turned on the events of the evening and on the defeat of the British. Then, too, as strangely, I began to be myself again, amid a sense of my position grew upon me. I had been withdrawn from all real feeling and living for hours, but I believe that same suspension was my salvation, for, with every man present deeply gone in liquor round me, every man save Doltaire, I was sane and steady, and settling into a state of great alertness, determined on escape if that could be, and bent on turning every chance to serve my purposes. Now and again I caught my own name mentioned with a sneer, then with remarks of surprise, then with insolent laughter. I saw it all. Before dinner some of the revellers had been told of the new charge against me, and, by instruction, had kept it till the inflammable moment. Then, when the why and wherefore of my being at this supper were in the hazard, the steak, as a wicked jest of Bigot's, was mentioned. I could see the flame grow inch by inch, fed by the Intendant and Doltaire, whose hateful final move I was yet to see. For one instant I had a sort of fear, for I was sure they meant I should not leave the room alive, but anon I felt a river of fiery anger flow through me, rousing me, making me loathe the faces of them all. Yet not all, for in one pale face, with dark, brilliant eyes, I saw the looks of my flower of the world, the colour of her hair in his, the clearness of the brow, the poise of the head. How handsome he was! The light, springing step, like a deer on the sod of June. I call to mind when I first saw him. He was sitting in a window of the manor, just after he had come from Montreal, playing a violin which had once belonged to de Casson, the famous priest whose athletic power and sweet spirit endeared him to New France. His fresh cheek was bent to the brown, delicate wood, and he was playing to his sister the air of the undying chanson, Je vois amoureux pour ma belle reine. I loved the look on his face, like that of a young Apollo, open, sweet, and bold, all his body having the epic strength of life. I wished that I might have him near me as a comrade, for out of my hard experience I could teach him much, and out of his youth he could soften my blunt nature, by comradeship making flexuous the hard and ungenial. I went on talking to the Intendant, while some of the guests rose and scattered about the rooms, at tables, to play piquet, the jesting on our cause and the scorn of myself abating not at all. I would not have it thought that anything was openly coarse or brutal. It was all by innuendo, and brow-lifting, and maddening, elusive phrases such as is thought fit for gentlefolk to use instead of open charge. There was insult in a smile, contempt in the turn of a shoulder, challenge in the flicking of a handkerchief. With great pleasure I could have wrung their noses one by one, and afterwards have met them tossing sword points in the same order. I wonder now that I did not tell them so, for I was ever hasty, but my brain was clear that night, and I held myself in proper check, letting each move come from my enemies. There was no reason why I should have been at this wild feast at all, I a prisoner, accused falsely of being a spy, save because of some plot by which I was to have fresh suffering and someone else to be benefited, though how that could be I could not guess at first. But soon I understood everything. Presently I heard a young gentleman say to Duvarney over my shoulder,
"Eating comfits and holding yarn. That was his doing at your manor when Doltaire came hunting him."
"He has dined at your table, Lancy,"
broke out Duvarney hotly.
"But never with our ladies,"
was the biting answer.
"Should prisoners make conditions,"
was the sharp, insolent retort. The insult was conspicuous, and trouble might have followed, but that Doltaire came between them, shifting the attack.
"Prisoners, my dear Duvarney,"
said he,
"are most delicate and exacting. They must be fed on wine and milk. It is an easy life, and hearts grow soft for them. As thus, indeed, it is most sad, so young and gallant, in speech too so confiding. And if we babble all our doings to him, think you he takes it seriously? No, no, so gay and thoughtless. There is a thoroughfare from ear to ear, and all's lost on the other side. Poor simple gentleman, he is a claimant on our courtesy, a knight without a sword, a guest without the power to leave us. He shall make conditions, he shall have his caprice. La la, my dear Duvarney, and my Lancy.
He spoke in a clear, provoking tone, putting a hand upon the shoulder of each young gentleman as he talked, his eyes wandering over me idly, and beyond me. I saw that he was now sharpening the sickle to his office. His next words made this more plain to me.
And if a lady gives a farewell sign to one she favours for the moment, shall not the prisoner take it as his own?
I knew that he was recalling Alix's farewell gesture to me at the manor.
Who shall gainsay our peacock? Shall the guinea-cock? The golden crumb was thrown to the guinea-cock, but that's no matter. The peacock clatters of the crumb.
At that he spoke an instant in Duvarney's ear. I saw the lad's face flush, and he looked at me angrily. Then I knew his object, to provoke a quarrel between this young gentleman and myself, which might lead to evil ends, and the intendant's share in the conspiracy was to revenge himself upon the Signero for his close friendship with the governor. If Juste Duvarney were killed in the duel which they foresaw, so far as Doltaire was concerned, I was out of the counting in the young lady's sight. In any case, my life was of no account, for I was sure my death was already determined on. Yet it seems strange that Doltaire should wish me dead, for he had reasons for keeping me alive, as shall be seen. Juste Duvarney liked me once, I knew, but still he had the Frenchman's temper, and had always to argue down his bias against my race, and to cherish a good heart towards me, for he was young, and most sensitive to the opinions of his comrades. I cannot express what misery possessed me when I saw him leave Doltaire, and, coming to me where I stood alone, say,
What secrets found you at our seigneurie, monsieur?
I understood the taunt, as though I were the common interrogation mark, the abuser of hospitality, the abominable Paul Pry, but I held my wits together. Monsieur, said I found the secret of all good life, a noble kindness to the unfortunate. There was a general laugh, led by Doltaire, a concerted influence on the young gentleman. I cursed myself that I had been snared to this trap.
The insolent,
responded Duvarney,
not the unfortunate.
Insolence is no crime, at least, I rejoined quietly, else this room were a penitentiary. There was a moment's pause, and presently, as I kept my eye on him, he raised his handkerchief and flicked me across the face with it, saying,
Then this will be a virtue, and you may have more such virtues as often as you will.
In spite of will, my blood pounded in my veins, and a devilish anger took hold of me. To be struck across the face by a beardless Frenchman, scarce past his teens, it shook me more than now I care to own. I felt my cheek burn, my teeth clenched, and I know a kind of snarl came from me, but again, all in a moment, I caught a turn of his head, a motion of the hand, which brought back Alix to me. Anger died away, and I saw only a youth flushed with wine, stung by suggestions, with that foolish pride the youngster feels, and he was the youngest of them all, in being as good a man as the best, and as daring as the worst. I felt how useless it would be to try the straightening of matters there, though had we two been alone 12 words would have been enough. But to try was my duty, and I tried with all my might, almost for Alix's sake, with all my heart. Do not trouble to illustrate your meaning, said I patiently. Your phrases are clear and to the point.
You bolt from my words,
he retorted.
Like a shy mare on the curb. You take insults like a donkey on a well-wheel. What fly will the English fish rise to? Now it no more plays to my hook than an August chub.
I could not help but admire his spirit and the sharpness of his speech, though it drew me into a deeper quandary. It was clear that he would not be tempered to friendliness, for, as is often so, When men have said things fiercely, their eloquence feeds their passion and convinces them of holiness in their cause. Calmly, but with a heavy heart, I answered, I wish not to find offence in your words, my friend, for in some good days gone you and I had good acquaintance, and I cannot forget that the last hours of a light imprisonment before I entered on a dark one were spent in the home of your father, of the brave Signora whose life I once saved. I am sure I should not have mentioned this in any other situation. It seemed as if I were throwing myself on his mercy, but yet I felt it was the only thing to do, that I must bridge this affair, if at cost of some reputation. It was not to be. Here Doltaire, seeing that my words had indeed affected my opponent, said,
A double retreat. He swore to give a challenge tonight, and he cries off like a sheep from a porcupine. His courage is so slack, he dares not move a step to his liberty. It was a bet, a hazard. He was to drink glass for glass with any and all of us, and fight sword for sword with any of us who gave him cause. Having drunk his courage to death, he'd now browse at the feet of those who give him a chance to win his stake.
His words came slowly and bitingly, yet with an air of damnable nonchalance. I looked round me. Every man present was full sprung with wine, and a distance away, a gentleman on either side of him, stood the Intendant, smiling detestably, a keen, hound-like look shooting out of his small round eyes. I had had enough. I could bear no more. To be baited like a bear by these Frenchmen, it was aloes in my teeth. I was not sorry then that these words of Giustini's gave me no chance of escape from fighting, though I would it had been any other man in the room than he. It was on my tongue to say that if some gentleman would take up his quarrel, I should be glad to drive mine home, though for reasons I cared not myself to fight Duvarney. But I did not, for I knew that to carry that point farther might rouse a general thought of Alix, and I had no wish to make matters hard for her. Everything in its own good time, and when I should be free. So, without more ado, I said to him, Monsieur, the quarrel was of your choosing, not mine. There was no need for strife between us, and you have more to lose than I, more friends, more years of life, more hopes. I have avoided your bait, as you call it, for your sake, not mine own. Now, I take it, and you, monsieur, show us what sort of fisherman you are. All was arranged in a moment. As we turned to pass from the room to the courtyard, I noted that Bigot was gone. When we came outside, it was just 1, as I could tell by a clock striking in a chamber near. It was cold, and some of the company shivered as we stepped upon the white, frosty stones. The late October air bit the cheek, though now and then a warm, pungent current passed across the courtyard, the breath from the people's burnt corn. Even yet upon the sky was the reflection of the fire, and distant sounds of singing, shouting, and carousal came to us from the lower town. We stepped to a corner of the yard and took off our coats. Swords were handed us, both excellent, for we had had our choice of many. It was partial moonlight, but there were flitting clouds. That we should have light, however, pine torches had been brought, and these were stuck in the wall. My back was to the outer wall of the courtyard, and I saw the Intendant at a window of the palace looking down at us. Doltaire stood a little apart from the other gentlemen in the courtyard, yet where he could see Duvarney and myself at advantage. Before we engaged, I looked intently into my opponent's face, and measured him carefully with my eye, that I might have his height and figure explicit and exact, for I know how moonlight and fire distort, how the eye may be deceived. I looked for every button, for the spot in his lean, healthy body where I could disable him, spit him, and yet not kill him, for this was the thing furthest from my wishes, God knows. Now the deadly character of the event seemed to impress him, for he was pale, and the liquor he had drunk had given him dark hollows round the eyes, and a grey shining sweat was on the cheek. But his eyes themselves were fiery and keen, and there was reckless daring in every turn of his body. I was not long in finding his quality, for he came at me violently from the start, and I had a chance to know his strength and weakness also. His hand was quick, his sight clear and sure, his knowledge to a certain point most definite and practical, his mastery of the sword delightful, but he had little imagination, he did not divine. He was merely a brilliant performer, he did not conceive. I saw that if I put him on the defensive I should have him at advantage, for he had not that art of the true swordsman, the prescient quality which foretells the opponent's action and stands prepared. There I had him at fatal advantage, could, I felt, give him the last reward of insult at my pleasure. Yet a lust of fighting got into me, and it was difficult to hold myself in check at all, nor was it easy to meet his breathless and adroit advances. Then, too, remarks from the bystanders worked me up to a deep sort of anger, and I could feel Doltaire looking at me with that still, cold face of his, an ironical smile at his lips. Now and then, too, a ribald jest came from some young roisterer near, and the fact that I stood alone among sneering enemies wound me up to a point where pride was more active than aught else. I began to press him a little, and I pricked him once. Then a singular feeling possessed me. I would bring this to an end when I had counted 10. I would strike home when I said 10. So I began, and I was not aware then that I was counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. It was weird to the onlookers, for the yard grew still, and you could hear nothing but maybe a shifting foot or a hard breathing. 4, 5, 6. There was a tenseness in the air, and GeesonTiffany, as if he felt a menace in the words, seemed to lose all sense of wariness, and came at me lunging with great swiftness and heat. I was incensed now, and he must take what fortune might send. One cannot guide one's sword to do the least harm fighting as did we. I had lost blood, and the game could go on no longer. 8. I pressed him sharply now. 9. I was preparing for the trick which would end the matter, when I slipped on the frosty stones, now glazed with our tramping back and forth, and, trying to recover myself, left my side open to his sword. It came home, though I partly diverted it. I was forced to my knees, but there, mad, unpardonable youth, he made another furious lunge at me. I threw myself back, deftly avoided the lunge, and he came plump on my upstretched sword, gave a long gasp, and sank down. At that moment the doors of the courtyard opened, and men stepped inside, one coming quickly forward before the rest. It was the governor, the Marquis de Vaudreuil. He spoke, but what he said I knew not, for the stark, upturned face of GeesonTiffany was there before me. There was a great buzzing in my ears, and I fell back into darkness.
End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
When I waked, I was alone. At first nothing was clear to me. My brain was dancing in my head. My sight was obscured, my body painful, my senses were blunted. I was in darkness, yet through an open door there showed a light, which, from the smell and the flickering, I knew to be a torch. This, creeping into my senses, helped me to remember that the last thing I saw in the Intendant's courtyard was a burning torch, which suddenly multiplied to dancing hundreds and then went out. I now stretched forth a hand, and it touched a stone wall. I moved, and felt straw under me. Then I fixed my eyes steadily on the open door and the shaking light, and presently it all came to me, the events of the night, and that I was now in a cell of the citadel. Stirring, I found that the wound in my body had been bound and cared for. A loosely tied scarf round my arm showed that someone had lately left me, and would return to finish the bandaging. I raised myself with difficulty, and saw a basin of water, a sponge, bits of cloth, and a pocket-knife. Stupid and dazed though I was, the instinct of self-preservation lived, and I picked up the knife and hid it in my coat. I did it, I believe, mechanically, for 100 things were going through my mind at the time. All at once there rushed in on me the thought of Juste Duvarney as I saw him last. How long ago was it? His white face turned to the sky, his arms stretched out, his body dabbled in blood. I groaned aloud. Fool, fool, to be trapped by these lying French, to be tricked into playing their shameless games for them, to have a broken body, to have killed the brother of the mistress of my heart, and so cut myself off from her and ruined my life for nothing, for worse than nothing. I had swaggered, boasted, had taken a challenge for a bout and a quarrel like any hanger-on of a tavern. Suddenly I heard footsteps and voices outside. Then one voice, louder than the other, saying,
"He hasn't stirred a peg, lies like a log."
It was Gabord. Doltaire's voice replied,
"You will not need a surgeon, no?"
His tone, as it seemed to me, was less careless than usual. Gabord answered,
"I know the trick of it all. What can a surgeon do? This brandy will fetch him to his intellects, and by, crack will go his spine. Ho ho!"
You have heard a lion growling on a bone? That is how Gabord's voice sounded to me then, a brutal rawness. But it came to my mind also that this was the man who had brought Voban to do me service.
"Come, come, Gabord, crack your jaws less, and see you fetch him on his feet again,"
said Doltaire.
"From the seats of the mighty they have said that he must live, to die another day. And see to it, or the mighty folk will say that you must die to live another day, in a better world, my Gabord."
There was a moment in which the only sound was that of tearing linen, and I could see the shadows of the two upon the stone wall of the corridor wavering to the light of the torch. Then the shadows shifted entirely, and their footsteps came on towards my door. I was lying on my back as when I came to, and therefore, probably as Gabord had left me, and I determined to appear still in a faint. Through nearly closed eyelids, however, I saw Gabord enter. Doltaire stood in the doorway watching as the soldier knelt and lifted my arm to take off the bloody scarf. His manner was imperturbable as ever. Even then I wondered what his thoughts were, what pungent phrase he was suiting to the time and to me. I do not know to this day which more interested him, that very pungency of phrase, or the critical event which inspired his reflections. He had no sense of responsibility. His mind loved talent, skill, and cleverness, and though it was scathing of all usual ethics, for the crude, honest life of the poor it had sympathy. I remember remarks of his in the market-place a year before, as he and I watched the peasant in his sabots and the good wife in her homespun cloth.
"These are they,"
said he,
"who will save the earth one day, for they are like it, kin to it. When they are born they lie close to it, and when they die they fall no height to reach their graves. The rest, the world, are like ourselves in dreams. We do not walk, we think we fly, over houses, over trees, over mountains, and then one blessed instant the spring breaks, or the dream gets twisted, and we go falling, falling, in a sickening fear, and waking up we find we are and have been on the earth all the while, and yet can make no claim on it, and have no kin with it, and no right to ask anything of it. Quelle vie, quelle vie.
Sick as I was, I thought of that as he stood there, looking in at me, and though I knew I ought to hate him, I admired him in spite of all. Presently he said to Gabord,
"You'll come to me at noon tomorrow and see you bring good news." He breathes.
Gabord put a hand on my chest and at my neck, and said at once,
Breath for balloons. Oh-ho!
Doltaire threw his cloak over his shoulder and walked away, his footsteps sounding loud in the passages. Gabord began humming to himself as he tied the bandages, and then he reached down for the knife to cut the flying strings. I could see this out of a little corner of my eye. When he did not find it, he settled back on his haunches and looked at me. I could feel his lips puffing out, and I was ready for the "poom" that came from him. Then I could feel him stooping over me, and his hot, strong breath in my face. I was so near to unconsciousness at that moment by a sudden anxiety that perhaps my feigning had the look of reality. In any case, he thought me unconscious, and fancied that he had taken the knife away with him, for he tucked in the strings of the bandage. Then, lifting my head, he held the flask to my lips, for which I was most grateful. I was dizzy and miserably faint. I think I came to with rather more alacrity than was wise, but he was deceived, and his first words were,
Ho, ho! The devil is knocking. Who's for home? Angels?
It was his way to put all things elusively, using strange figures and metaphors. Yet, when one was used to him and to them, their potency seemed greater than polished speech and ordinary phrase. He offered me more brandy, and then, without preface, I asked him the one question which sank back on my heart like a load of ice even as I sent it forth. "Is he alive?" I inquired. "Is Monsieur Giuseppini alive?" With exasperating coolness he winked an eye, to connect the event with what he knew of the letter I had sent to Alixe, and, cocking his head, he blew out his lips with a soundless laugh, and said,
To wish the brother off to heaven is to say good-bye to sister, and back yourself to Father Peter.
"For God's sake, tell me, is the boy dead?" I asked, my voice cracking in my throat.
He's not mounted for the journey yet,
he answered with a shrug.
But the beast is at the door.
I plied my man with questions, and learned that they had carried Juste into the palace for dead, but found life in him, and straightway used all means to save him. A surgeon came, his father and mother were sent for, and when Doltaire had left there was hope that he would live. I learned also that Voban had carried word to the governor of the deed to be done that night, had for a long time failed to get admittance to him, but was at last permitted to tell his story, and Vaudreuil had gone to Bigot's palace to have me hurried to the citadel, and had come just too late. After answering my first few questions, Gabord said nothing more, and presently he took the torch from the wall and with a gruff good night prepared to go. When I asked that the light be left, he shook his head, said he had no orders, whereupon he left me, the heavy door clanging to, the bolts were shot, and I was alone in darkness with my wounds and misery. My cloak had been put into the cell beside my couch, and this I now drew over me, and I lay and thought upon my condition and my prospects, which, as may be seen, were not cheering. I did not suffer great pain from my wounds, only a stiffness that troubled me not at all if I lay still. After an hour or so passed, for it is hard to keep count of time when one's thoughts are the only timekeeper, I fell asleep. I know not how long I slept, but I awoke refreshed. I stretched forth my uninjured arm, moving it about. In spite of will, a sort of hopelessness went through me, for I could feel long blades of corn grown up about my couch, an unnatural meadow, springing from the earth floor of my dungeon. I drew the blades between my fingers, feeling towards them as if they were things of life out of place, like myself. I wondered what colour they were. Surely, said I to myself, they could not be green, but rather a yellowish white, bloodless, having only fibre, the heart all pinched to death. Last night I had not noted them, yet now, looking back, I saw, as in a picture, Gabord the soldier feeling among them for the knife that I had taken. So may we see things, and yet not be conscious of them at the time, waking to their knowledge afterwards. So may we for years look upon a face without understanding, and then, suddenly, one day it comes flashing out, and we read its hidden story like a book. I put my hand out farther, then brought it back near to my couch, feeling towards its foot mechanically, and now I touched an earthen pan. A small board lay across its top, and moving my fingers along it I found a piece of bread. Then I felt the jar, and knew it was filled with water. Sitting back, I thought hard for a moment. Of this I was sure, the pan and bread were not there when I went to sleep, for this was the spot where my eyes fell naturally while I lay in bed looking towards Doltaire, and I should have remembered it now, even if I had not noted it then. My jailer had brought these while I slept, but it was still dark. I waked again as though out of sleep, startled. I was in a dungeon that had no window. Here I was, packed away in a farthest corner of the citadel, in a deep hole that maybe had not been used for years, to be, no doubt, denied all contact with the outer world. I was going to say friends, but whom could I name among them save that dear soul who, by last night's madness, should her brother be dead, was forever made dumb and blind to me? Whom had I but her and Voban? And Voban was yet to be proved. The Seigneur Duvarney had paid all debts he may have owed me, and he now might, because of the injury to his son, leave me to my fate. On Gabord the soldier I could not count at all. There I was, as Doltaire had said, like a rat in a trap. But I would not let panic seize me, so I sat and ate the stale but sweet bread, took a long drink of the good water from the earthen jar, and then, stretching myself out, drew my cloak up to my chin, and settled myself for sleep again, and that I might keep up a kind delusion that I was not quite alone in the bowels of the earth, I reached out my hand and affectionately drew the blades of corn between my fingers. Presently I drew my chin down to my shoulder, and let myself drift out of painful consciousness almost as easily as a sort of woman can call up tears at will. When I waked again it was without a start or moving, without confusion, and I was bitterly hungry. Beside my couch, with his hands on his hips and his feet thrust out, stood Gabord, looking down at me in a quizzical and unsatisfied way. A torch was burning near him.
"Wake up, my dicky bird,"
said he in his rough, mocking voice,
"and we'll snuggle you into the pot. You've been long hiding. Come out of the bush. Oh!"
I drew myself up painfully. "What is the hour?" I asked, and meanwhile I looked for the earthen jar and the bread.
"Hour since when?"
said he. "Since it was 12 o'clock last night," I answered.
14 hours since then,"
said he. The emphasis arrested my attention. "I mean," I added, "since the fighting in the courtyard."
36 hours and more since then, Monsieur the Dormouse,"
was his reply. I had slept a day and a half since the doors of this cell closed on me. It was Friday then. Now it was Sunday afternoon. Gabord had come to me 3 times, and seeing how sound asleep I was, had not disturbed me, but had brought bread and water, my prescribed diet. He stood there, his feet buried in the blanched corn. I could see the long yellowish-white blades, the torch throwing shadows about him, his back against the wall. I looked carefully round my dungeon. There was no sign of a window. I was to live in darkness. Yet if I were but allowed candles or a lantern, or a torch, some books, paper, pencil, and tobacco, and the knowledge that I had not killed Juste Duvarney, I could abide the worst with some sort of calmness. How much might have happened, must have happened, in all these hours of sleep! My letter to Alixe should have been delivered long ere this. My trial, no doubt, had been decided on. What had Voban done? Had he any word for me? Dear Lord, here was a mass of questions tumbling one upon the other in my head, while my heart thumped behind my waistcoat like a rubber ball to a prize-fighter's fist. Misfortunes may be so great and many that one may find grim humour and grotesqueness in their impossible conjunction and multiplicity. I remembered at that moment a friend of mine in Virginia, the most unfortunate man I ever knew. Death, desertion, money losses, political defeat, flood, came one upon the other all in 2 years, and coupled with this loss was of health. One day he said to me, "Robert, I have a perforated lung. My liver is a swelling sponge. Eating crowds my waistband like a balloon. I have a swimming in my head and a sinking at my heart, and I cannot say litany for happy release from these, for my knees creak with rheumatism. The devil has done his worst, Robert, for these are his. Plague and pestilence, being final, are the will of God, and, upon my soul, it is an absurd comedy of ills." At that he had a fit of coughing, and I gave him a glass of spirit, which eased him. "That's better," said I cheerily to him. "It's robbing Peter to pay Paul," he answered, "for I owed it to my head to put the quid refert there, and here it's gone to my lungs to hurry up my breathing. Did you ever think, Robert," he added, "that this breathing of ours is a labour, and that we have to work every second to keep ourselves alive? We have to pump air in and out like a blacksmith's boy." He said it so drolly, though he was deadly ill, that I laughed for half an hour at the stretch, wiping away my tears as I did it, for his pale grey face looked so sorry, with its quaint smile and that odd dry voice of his. As I sat there in my dungeon, with Gabord cocking his head and his eyes rolling, that scene flashed on me, and I laughed freely, so much that Gabord sulkily puffed out his lips, and flamed like bunting on a coast-guard's hut. The more he scowled and spluttered, the more I laughed, till my wounded side hurt me and my arm had twinges. But my mood changed suddenly, and I politely begged his pardon, telling him frankly then and there what had made me laugh, and how I had come to think of it. The flame passed out of his cheeks, the revolving fire of his eyes dimmed, his lips broke into a soundless laugh, and then, in his big voice, he said,
"You've got your knees to pray on yet, and, crack my bones, but you'll have need to con your penitentials if tattle in the town be true."
"Before you tell of that," said I, "how is young Monsieur Duvarney? Is he alive?" I added, as I saw his face look lower.
"The beast was at door again last night, wild to be off, and foot of young seigneur was in the stirrup, when along comes sister was dragged out from an Indian squaw who nursed her when a child. She gives it him, and he drinks. They carry him back, sleeping, and beast must stand there tugging at the leathers yet."
"His sister! It was his sister," said I. that brought him back to life?
Like that. Oh, they said she must not come, but she will have her way. Straight she goes to the palace at night, no one knowing, but guess who? You can't. But no.
A light broke in on me. With the Scarlet Woman, with Matilda, I said, hoping in my heart that it was so, for somehow I felt even that she, poor vagrant, would play a part in the history of Alix's life and mine.
That's the first shot,
he said.
'Twas a crimson one, as quiet as a baby chick, not hanging to Mamselle's skirts, but watching and whispering a little now and then, and she there in Bigo's palace, and he not knowing it. And maids do not tell him, for they knew the poor wench in better days. Oh, oh!
I got up with effort and pain, and made to grasp his hand in gratitude, but he drew back, putting his arms behind him.
No, no,
said he.
I am your jailer. They put you here to break your high spirits, and I am to help the breaking.
But I thank you just the same, I answered him, and I promise to give you as little trouble as may be while you are my jailer, which, with all my heart, I hope may be as long as I'm a prisoner. He waved out his hands to the dungeon walls, and lifted his shoulders as if to say that I might as well be docile, for the prison was safe enough.
Bum,
said he, as if in genial disdain of my suggestion. I smiled, and then, after putting my hands on the walls here and there to see if they were, as they seemed, quite dry, I drew back to my couch and sat down. Presently I stooped to tip the earthen jar of water to my lips, for I could not lift it with one hand. But my humane jailer took it from me and held it to my mouth. When I had drunk, "Do you know," asked I as calmly as I could, "if our barber gave the letter to mademoiselle?"
Monsieur, you have travelled far to reach that question,
said he, jangling his keys as if he enjoyed it.
And if he had?
I caught at his vague suggestion, and my heart leaped. A reply, said I, a message or a letter, though I had not dared to let myself even think of that. He whipped a tiny packet from his coat.
"'Tis a sparrow's pecking. No great matter here, eh?"
He weighed it up and down on his fingers.
"A little piping wren's pot pity."
I reached out for it.
"I should read it,"
said he.
"There must be no more of this. But new orders came after I'd got dainty monsieur. Yes, I must read it,"
said he.
"But maybe not at first,"
he added.
"Not at first, if you'll give word of honor not to tear it."
"On my sacred honor," said I, reaching out still. He looked it all over again provokingly, and then lifted it to his nose, for it had a delicate perfume. Then he gave a little grunt of wonder and pleasure, and handed it over. I broke the seal, and my eyes ran swiftly through the lines, traced in a firm, delicate hand. I could see through it all the fine, sound nature, by its healthy simplicity mastering anxiety, care, and fear.
"Robert,"
she wrote,
"by God's help my brother will live, to repent with you, I trust, of Friday night's ill work. He was near gone, yet we have held him back from that rough rider, Death. You will thank God, will you not, that my brother did not die? Indeed, I feel you have. I do not blame you. I know, I need not tell you how, the heart of the affair, and even my mother can see through the wretched thing. My father says little, and he has not spoken harshly, for which I gave thanksgiving this morning in the chapel of the Ursulines. Yet you are in a dungeon, covered with wounds of my brother's making, both of you victims of others' villainy, and you are yet to bear worse things, for they are to try you for your life. But never shall I believe that they will find you guilty of dishonour. I have watched you these 3 years. I do not, nor ever will, doubt you, dear friend of my heart. You would not believe it, Robert, and you may think it fanciful, but as I got up from my prayers at the chapel, I looked towards a window, and it being a little open, for it is a sunny day, there sat a bird on the sill, a little brown bird that peeped and nodded. I was so won by it that I came softly over to it. It did not fly away, but hopped a little here and there. I stretched out my hand gently on the stone, and putting its head now this side, now that, at last it tripped into it, and chirped most sweetly. After I had kissed it, I placed it back on the window-sill, that it might fly away again. Yet no, it would not go, but stayed there, tipping its gold-brown head at me, as though it would invite me to guess why it came. Again I reached out my hand, and once more it tripped into it. I stood wondering, and holding it to my bosom, when I heard a voice behind me say, "The bird would be with thee, my child. God hath many signs." I turned, and saw the good Mère Saint George looking at me, she of whom I was always afraid, so distant is she. I did not speak, but only looked at her, and she nodded kindly at me, and passed on. And Robert, as I write to you here in the Intendant's palace, what a great wonderful place it is! I fear I do not hate it and its luxury as I ought. The bird is beside me in a cage upon the table, with a little window open, so that it may come out if it will. My brother lies in the bed asleep. I can touch him if I but put out my hand, and I am alone, save for one person. You sent 2 messengers. Can you not guess the one that will be with me? Poor Matilda! She sits and gazes at me till I almost fall weeping. But she seldom speaks, she is so quiet, as if she knew that she must keep a secret. For Robert, though I know you did not tell her, she knows. She knows that you love me, and she has given me a little wooden cross which she said will make us happy. My mother did not drive her away, as I half feared she would, and at last she said that I might house her with one of our peasants. Meanwhile, she is with me here. She is not so mad but that she has wisdom too, and she shall have my care and friendship. I bid thee to God's care, Robert. I need not tell thee to be not dismayed. Thou hast 2 jails, and one wherein I lock thee safe is warm and full of light. If the hours drag by, think of all thou wouldst do if thou wert free to go to thine own country. Yet alas that thought, and of what thou wouldst say, if thou couldst speak to thy Alix. Postscript. I trust that they have cared for thy wounds, and that thou hast light and food and wine. Voban hath promised to discover this for me. The soldier Gabord, at the citadel, he hath a good heart. Though thou canst expect no help from him, yet he will not be rougher than his orders. He did me a good service once, and he likes me, and I him. And so fare thee well, Robert. I will not languish. I will act, and not be weary. Dost thou really love me?
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
When I had read the letter, I handed it up to Gabord without a word. A show of trust in him was the only thing, for he had enough knowledge of our secret to ruin us, if he chose. He took the letter, turned it over, looking at it curiously, and at last, with a shrug of the shoulders, passed it back.
"'Tis a long tune on a dot of a fiddle,"
said he, for indeed the letter was but a small affair in bulk.
"I need 2 pairs of eyes and telescope. Is it all heart to my heart, and come trip in the dewy grass? Aho! Or is there a knave at window to bear monsieur away?"
I took the letter from him. "Listen," said I, "to what the lady says of you." And then I read him that part of her postscript which had to do with himself. He put his head on one side like a great wise magpie, and said he whimsically.
"Aho, Gabor, the soldier, Gabor, thou hast a good heart, and the birds fed the beast with plums and froth of comforts till he died, and on his sugar tombstone they carved the words, Gabor had a good heart."
"It was spoken out of a true spirit," said I petulantly, for I could not bear for a common soldier even a tone of disparagement, though I saw the exact meaning of his words. So I added, "You shall read the whole letter, or I will read it to you, and you shall judge. On the honour of a gentleman, I will read all of it."
"Pum,"
said he.
"English fire eater, corn cracker, show me the good heart sentence, for I'd see how it is written, how Gabor looks with a woman's whimsies round it."
I traced the words with my fingers, holding the letter near the torch.
"Yet he will not be rougher than his orders,"
said he after me, and
"he did me a good service once. Comfits," he
continued.
"Well, thou shalt have comfits too."
And he fished from his pocket a parcel. It was my tobacco and my pipe. Truly, my state might have been vastly worse. Little more was said between Gabord and myself, but he refused bluntly to carry message or letter to anybody, and bade me not to vex him with petitions. But he left me the torch and a flint and steel, so I had light for a space, and I had my blessed tobacco and pipe. When the doors clanged shut and the bolts were shot, I lay back on my couch. I was not at all unhappy. Thank God, they had not put chains on me, as Governor Dinwiddie had done with a French prisoner at Williamsburg, for whom I had vainly sought to be exchanged 2 years before, though he was my equal in all ways and importance. Doltaire was the cause of that, as you shall know. Well, there was one more item to add to his indebtedness. My face flushed and my fingers tingled at the thought of him, and so I resolutely turned my meditations elsewhere. And again in a little while I seemed to think of nothing, but lay and bathed in the silence, and indulged my eyes with the good red light of the torch, inhaling its pitchy scent. I was conscious, yet for a time I had no thought. I was like something half animal, half vegetable, which feeds, yet has no mouth, nor sees, nor hears, nor has sense, but only lives. I seemed hung in space, as one feels when going from sleep to waking. A long lane of half-numb life, before the open road of full consciousness is reached. At last I was aroused by the sudden cracking of a nut in the torch. I saw that it would last but a few hours more. I determined to put it out, for I might be allowed no more light, and even a few minutes of this torch every day would be a great boon. So I took it from its place, and was about to quench it in the moist earth at the foot of the wall, when I remembered my tobacco and my pipe. Can you think how joyfully I packed full the good brown bowl, delicately filling in every little corner, and at last held it to the flame, and saw it light? That first long whiff was like the indrawn breath of the cold, starved hunter, when stepping into his house he sees food, fire, and the wife on the hearthstone. Presently I put out the torchlight, and then went back to my couch and sat down, the bowl shining like a star before me. There and then a purpose came to me, something which would keep my brain from wandering, my nerves from fretting and wearing, for a time at least. I determined to write to my dear Alixe the true history of my life, even to the point, and after, of this thing which was now bringing me to so ill a pass. But I was in darkness. I had no paper, pens, nor ink. After a deal of thinking I came at last to the solution. I would compose the story, and learn it by heart, sentence by sentence, as so I composed it. So there and then I began to run back over the years of my life, even to my first remembrances, that I might see it from first to last in a sort of whole and with a kind of measurement. But when I began to dwell upon my childhood, One little thing gave birth to another swiftly, as you may see one flicker in the heaven multiply and break upon the mystery of the dark, filling the night with cluster of stars. As I thought, I kept drawing spears of the dungeon corn between my fingers softly. They had come to be like comrades to me, and presently there flashed upon me the very first memory of my life. It had never come to me before, and I knew now that it was the beginning of conscious knowledge, for we can never know till we can remember. When a child remembers what it sees or feels, it has begun life. I put that recollection into the letter which I wrote Alix, and it shall be set down forthwith and in little space, though it took me so very many days and weeks to think it out, to give each word a fixed place, so that it should go from my mind no more. Every phrase of that story as I told it is as fixed as stone in my memory. Yet it must not be thought I can give it all here. I shall set down only a few things, but you shall find in them the spirit of the whole. I will come at once to the body of the letter.
End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I would have you know of what I am and whence I came, though I have given you glimpses in the past. That done, I will make plain why I am charged with this that puts my life in danger, which would make you blush that you ever knew me if it were true. And I will show you first a picture as it runs before me, sitting here, the corn of my dungeon garden twining in my fingers. A multiplying width of green grass spotted with white flowers, an upland where sheep browsed on a carpet of purple and gold and green, a tall rock on a hill where birds perched and fluttered, a blue sky arching over all. There, sprawling in a garden, a child pulled at long blades of grass, as he watched the birds flitting about the rocks, and heard a low voice coming down the wind. Here, in my dungeon, I can hear the voice as I have not heard it since that day in the year 1730, that voice stilled so long ago. The air and the words come floating down, for the words I knew years afterwards.
Did ye see the white cloud in the glint of the sun? That's the brow and the eye of my bairnie. Did ye ken the red bloom at the bend of the crag? That's the rose in the cheek o' my bairnie. Did ye hear the gay lilt o' the lark by the burn? That's the voice of my bairnie, my dearie. Did ye smell the wild scent in the green of the wood? That's the breath of my ain, o' my bairnie. Say I'll gang away hame to the shine of the fire, to the cot where I'll lie with my bairnie.
These words came crooning over the grass of that little garden at Balmore which was by my mother's home. There I was born, one day in June, though I was reared in the busy streets of Glasgow, where my father was a prosperous merchant and famous for his parts and honesty. I see myself, a little child of no great strength, for I was, indeed, the only one of my family who lived past infancy, and my mother feared she would never bring me up. She, too, is in that picture, tall, delicate, kind yet firm of face, but with a strong brow, under which shone grave grey eyes, and a manner so distinguished that none might dispute her kinship to the renowned Montrose, who was lifted so high in dying, though his gallows was but 30 feet, that all the world has seen him there. There was one other in that picture, standing near my mother, and looking at me, who often used to speak of our great ancestor, my grandfather, John Mitchell, the gentleman of Balmore, as he was called, out of regard for his ancestry and his rare merits. I have him well in mind, his black silk breeches and white stockings and gold seals, and 2 eyes that twinkled with great humour when, as he stooped over me, I ran my head between his calves and held him tight. I recall how my mother said,
"I doubt that I shall ever bring him up,"
and how he replied, the words seemed to come through great distances to me,
He'll live to be Montrose the second, rascal laddie. 4 seasons at the breast? Tut, tut, what of that? 'Tis but his foolery, his scampishness. Nay, nay, his epitaph's no for writing till you and I are tucked in a sod, my Jeanie. Then, like Montrose's, it will be, told Edinburgh they led him there, and on a gallows hung. They hung him high abone the rest, he was so trim a boy.
I can hear his laugh this minute, as he gave an accent to the words by stirring me with his stick, and I caught the gold head of it and carried it off, trailing it through the garden, till I heard my mother calling, and then forced her to give me chase, as I pushed open a little gate and posted away into that wide world of green, coming quickly to the river, where I paused and yet stood at bay. I can see my mother's anxious face now, as she caught me in her arms, and yet I know she had a kind of pride, too, when my grandfather said on our return,
"The rascal's at it early. Next time he'll ford the stream and skirl at ye, Jeanie, from yonder bank."
This is the first of my life that I remember. It may seem strange to you that I thus suddenly recall not only it, but the words then spoken too. It is strange to me also, but here it comes to me all on a sudden in this silence, as if another self of me were speaking from far places. At first all is in patches and confused, and then it folds out, if not clearly, still so I can understand, and the words I repeat come as if filtered through many brains to mine. I do not say that it is true, it may be dreams, and yet, as I say, it is firmly in my mind. The next that I remember was climbing upon a chair to reach my grandfather's musket, which hung across the chimney. I got at last upon the mantel-shelf, and my hands were on the weapon, when the door opened, and my grandfather and my father entered. I was so busy I did not hear them till I was caught by the legs and swung to a shoulder, where I sat kicking.
"You see his taste, William,"
said my grandfather to my father.
"He's white o' face and slim o' body, but he'll no carry on your hopes."
And more he said to the point, though what it was I knew not, but I think it to have been suggestion, I heard him say it later, that I would bring Glasgow up to London by the sword, good doting soul, as my father brought it by manufacturers, gaining honour thereby. However that may be, I would not rest till my grandfather had put the musket into my arms. I could scarcely lift it, but from the first it had a charm for me, and now and then, in spite of my mother's protests, I was led to handle it, to learn its parts, to burnish it, and by, I could not have been more than 6 years old, to rest it on a rock and fire it off. It kicked my shoulder roughly in firing, but I know I did not wink as I pulled the trigger. Then I got a wild hunger to fire it at all times, so much so, indeed, that powder and shot were locked up, and the musket was put away in my grandfather's chest. But now and again it was taken out, and I made war upon the unresisting hillside, to the dismay of our neighbours in Balmore. Feeding the fever of my veins, my grandfather taught me soldiers' exercises and the handling of arms, to my dear mother's sorrow, for she ever fancied me as leading a merchant's quiet life like my father's, hugging the hearthstone, and finding joy in small civic duties, while she and my dear father sat peacefully watching me in their decline of years. I have told you of that river which flowed near my father's house. At this time most of my hours were spent by it in good weather, for at last my mother came to trust me alone there, having found her alert fears of little use. But she would very often come with me and watch me as I played there. I loved to fancy myself a miller, and my little mill-wheel, made by my own hands, did duty here and there on the stream, and many drives of logs did I, in fancy, saw into piles of lumber, and loads of flour sent away to the city of desire. Then again I made bridges, and drove mimic armies across them, and if they were enemies, craftily let them partly cross, to tumble them in at the moment when part of the forces were on one side of the stream and part on the other, and at the mercy of my men. My grandfather taught me how to build forts and breastworks, and I lay in ambush for the beadle, who was my good friend, for my grandfather, and for half a dozen other village folk, who took no offence at my sport, but made believe to be bitterly afraid when I surrounded them and drove them, shackled, to my fort by the river. Little by little the fort grew until it was a goodly pile, for now and then a village youth helped me, or again an old man, whose heart, may be, rejoiced to play at being a child again with me. Years after, whenever I went back to Balmore, there stood the fort, for no one ever meddled with it, nor tore it down. And I will tell you one reason why this was, and you will think it strange that I should have played such a part in the history of the village, as in my own life. You must know that people living in secluded places are mostly superstitious. Well, when my fort was built to such proportions that a small ladder must be used to fix new mud and mortar in place upon it, something happened. Once a year there came to Balmore, and he had done so for a generation, one of those beings called the men, who are given to prayer, fasting, and prophesying, who preach the word of warning ever, calling even the ministers of the Lord sharply to account. One day this man came past my fort, folk with him, looking for preaching or prophecy from him. Suddenly turning, he came inside my fort, and, standing upon the ladder against the wall, spoke to them fervently. His last words became a legend at Balmore, and spread even to Glasgow and beyond.
"Hear me,"
cried he,
"as I stand looking at ye from this wall, calling on ye in your natural bodies to take refuge in the fort of God. The angel of death is looking o'er the battlement of heaven, choosing ye out, the sheep frae the goats, calling the one to burning flames, and the other into peaceable habitations. I hear the voice now,"
cried he,
"and some soul among us goeth forth. Flee ye to the fort of refuge."
I can see him now, his pale face shining, his eyes burning, his beard blowing in the wind, his grizzled hair shaking on his forehead. I had stood within the fort watching him. At last he turned, and, seeing me intent, stooped, caught me by the arms, and lifted me upon the wall.
"See you,"
said he,
"yesterday's babe, a warrior today, having done, ye quarrelsome hearts. Ye that build forts here shall lie in darksome prisons. There is no fort but the fort of God. The call comes frae the white ramparts. Hush!"
he added solemnly, raising a finger.
"One of us goeth hence this day. Are ye ready to walk in the fearsome valley?"
I have heard my mother speak these words over often, and they were, as I said, like an old song in Balmore and Glasgow. He set me down, and then walked away, waving the frightened people back, and there was none of them that slept that night. Now comes the stranger thing. In the morning the man was found dead in my little fort, at the foot of the wall. Henceforth the spot was sacred, and I am sure it stands there as when last I saw it 12 years ago, but worn away by rain and winds. Again and again my mother said over to me his words,
"Ye that build forts here shall lie in darksome prisons."
For always she had fear of the soldier's life, and she was moved by signs and dreams. But this is how the thing came to shape my life. About a year after the man died, there came to my grandfather's house, my mother and I being present, a gentleman, by name Sir John Godric, and he would have my mother tell me the whole story of the man. That being done, he said that the man was his brother, who had been bad and wild in youth, a soldier, but repenting had gone as far the other way, giving up place and property, and cutting off from all his kin. This gentleman took much notice of me, and said that he should be glad to see more of me, and so he did, for in the years that followed he would visit at our home in Glasgow when I was at school, or at Balmore until my grandfather died. My father liked Sir John greatly, and they grew exceedingly friendly, walking forth in the streets of Glasgow, Sir John's hand upon my father's arm. One day they came to the school in High Street, where I learned Latin and other accomplishments, together with fencing from an excellent master, Sergeant Dowie of the 100th Foot. They found me with my regiment at drill, for I had got full 30 of my schoolfellow under arms, and spent all leisure hours in mustering, marching, and drum beating, and practising all manner of discipline and evolution, which I had been taught by my grandfather and Sergeant Dowie. Those were the days soon after which came Dettingen and Fontenoy and Charles Edward the Pretender, and the ardour of arms ran high. Sir John was a follower of the Stuarts, and this was the one point at which he and my father paused in their good friendship. When Sir John saw me with my 30 lads marching in fine order, all fired with the little sport of battle, for to me it was all real, and our sham fights often saw broken heads and bruised shoulders, he stamped his cane upon the ground, and said in a big voice,
Well done, well done! For that you shall have £100 next birthday, and as fine a suit of scarlet as you please, and a sword from London too.
Then he came to me and caught me by both shoulders.
But alack, alack, there needs some blood and flesh here, Robert Moray,
said he.
You have more heart than muscle.
This was true. I had ever been more eager than my strength. Thank God that day is gone. And sometimes, after Latin and the drill of my Lightfoots, as I called them, I could have cried for weakness and weariness, had I been a girl and not a proud lad. And Sir John kept his word, liking me better from that day forth, and coming now and again to see me at the school, though he was much abroad in France, giving many a pound to my Lightfoots, who were no worse soldiers for that. His eye ran us over sharply, and his head nodded as we marched past him, and once I heard him say,
If they had had but 10 years each on their heads, my prince.
About this time my father died, that is, when I was 14 years old. Sir John became one of the executors with my mother, and at my wish, a year afterwards, I was sent to the university, where at least 15 of my Lightfoots went also, and there I formed a new battalion of them, though we were watched at first, and even held in suspicion because of the known friendship of Sir John for me, and he himself had twice been under arrest for his friendship to the Stuart cause. That he helped Prince Charles was clear. His estates were mortgaged to the hilt. He died suddenly on that day of January when Culloden was fought, before he knew of the defeat of the prince. I was with him at the last. After some most serious business, which I shall come to by and by,
Robert,
said he,
I wish thou hadst been with my prince. When thou becomest a soldier, fight where thou hast heart to fight, but if thou hast conscience for it, let it be with a Stuart. I thought to leave thee a good moiety of my fortune, Robert, but little what's free is left for giving. Yet thou hast something from my father, and down in Virginia, where my friend Dinwiddie is governor, there's a plantation for thee, and a purse of gold, which was for me in case I should have cause to flee this troubled realm. But I need it not. I go for refuge to my father's house. The little vineyard and the purse of gold are for thee, Robert. If thou thinkest well of it, leave this sick land for that new one. Build thyself a name in that great young country. Wear thy sword honourably and bravely. Use thy gifts in counsel and debate, for Dinwiddie will be thy friend. And think of me as one who would have been a father to thee if he could. Give thy good mother my loving farewells. Forget not to wear my sword. It has come from the first King Charles himself, Robert.
After which he raised himself upon his elbow and said,
Life, life, is it so hard to untie the knot?
Then a twinge of agony crossed over his face, and afterwards came a great clearing and peace, and he was gone. King George's soldiers entered with a warrant for him even as he died, and the same moment dropped their hands upon my shoulder. I was kept in durance for many days, and was not even at the funeral of my benefactor, but through the efforts of the provost of the university and some good friends who could vouch for my loyal principles, I was released. But my pride had got a setback, and I listened with patience to my mother's prayers that I would not join the king's men. With the anger of a youth, I now blamed his majesty for the acts of Sir John Godric's enemies, and though I was a good soldier of the king at heart, I would not serve him henceforth. We threshed matters back and forth, and presently it was thought I should sail to Virginia to take over my estate. My mother urged it too, for she thought if I were weaned from my old comrades, military fame would no longer charm. So she urged me, and go I did, with a commission from some merchants of Glasgow to give my visit to the colony more weight. It was great pain to leave my mother, but she bore the parting bravely, and away I set in a good ship. Arrived in Virginia, I was treated with great courtesy in Williamsburg, and the governor gave me welcome to his home for the sake of his old friend, and yet a little for my own, I think, for we were of one temper, though he was old and I young. We were both full of impulse and proud, and given to daring hard things, and my military spirit suited him. In Virginia I spent a gay and busy year, and came off very well with the rough but gentlemanly cavaliers, who rode through the wide sandy streets of the capital on excellent horses, or in English coaches, with a rusty sort of show and splendour, but always with great gallantry. The freedom of the life charmed me, and with rumours of war with the French there seemed enough to do, whether with the sword or in the House of Burgesses, where Governor Dinwiddie said his say with more force than complaisance. So taken was I with the life, my first excursion into the wide working world, that I delayed my going back to Glasgow, the more so that some matters touching my property called for action by the House of Burgesses, and I had to drive the affair to the end. Sir John had done better by me than he thought, and I thanked him over and over again for his good gifts. Presently I got a letter from my father's old partner to say that my dear mother was ill. I got back to Glasgow only in time, but how glad I was of that! To hear her last words. When my mother was gone, I turned towards Virginia with longing, for I could not so soon go against her wishes and join the king's army on the continent, and less desire had I to be a Glasgow merchant. Gentlemen merchants had better times in Virginia, so there was a winding up of the estate, not greatly to my pleasure, for it was found that by unwise ventures my father's partner had perilled the whole, and lost part of the property. But as it was, I had a competence and several houses in Glasgow, and I set forth to Virginia with a goodly sum of money and a shipload of merchandise, which I should sell to merchants, if it chanced I should become a planter only. I was warmly welcomed by old friends and by the governor and his family, and I soon set up an establishment of my own in Williamsburg, joining a merchant there in business, while my land was worked by a neighbouring planter. Those were hearty days, wherein I made little money, but had much pleasure in the giving and taking of civilities, in throwing my doors open to acquaintances, and with my young friend, Mr. Washington, laying the foundation for a Virginian army, by drill and yearly duty in camp, with occasional excursions against the Indians. I saw very well what the end of our troubles with the French would be, and I waited for the time when I should put to keen use the sword Sir John Godric had given me. Life beat high then, for I was in the first full flush of manhood, and the spirit of a rich new land was waking in us all, while in our vanity we held to and cherished forms and customs that one would have thought to see left behind in London streets and drawing rooms. These things, these functions in a small place, kept us a little vain and proud, but I also hope it gave us some sense of civic duty. And now I come to that which will, comrade of my heart, bring home to your understanding what lies behind the charges against me. Trouble came between Canada and Virginia. Major Washington, one Captain Mackay, and myself marched out to the Great Meadows, where at Fort Necessity we surrendered, after hard fighting, to a force 3 times our number. I, with one Captain Van Bram, became a hostage. Monsieur Colinvilliers, the French commander, gave his bond that we should be delivered up when an officer and 2 cadets, who were prisoners with us, should be sent on. It was a choice between Mr. Mackay of the regulars and Mr. Washington, or Mr. Van Bram and myself. I thought of what would be best for the country, and besides, Monsieur Colinvilliers pitched upon my name at once, and held to it. So I gave up my sword to Charles Bedford, my lieutenant, with more regret than I can tell, for it was sheathed in memories, charging him to keep it safe. That he would use it worthily I knew. And so, sorrowfully bidding my friends good-bye, away we went upon the sorry trail of captivity, arriving in due time at Fort Duquesne, at the junction of the Ohio and the Monongahela, where I was courteously treated. There I bettered my French and made the acquaintance of some ladies from Quebec City, who took pains to help me with their language. Now, there was one lady to whom I talked with some freedom of my early life and of Sir John Godric. She was interested in all, but when I named Sir John she became at once much impressed, and I told her of his great attachment to Prince Charles. More than once she returned to the subject, begging me to tell her more, and so I did, still, however, saying nothing of certain papers Sir John had placed in my care. A few weeks after the first occasion of my speaking, there was a new arrival at the fort. It was, can you guess? Monsieur Doltaire. The night after he came he visited me in my quarters, and after courteous passages, of which I need not speak, he suddenly said,
"You have the papers of Sir John Godric, those bearing on Prince Charles's invasion of England."
I was stunned by the question, for I could not guess his drift or purpose, though presently it dawned upon me. Among the papers were many letters from a great lady in France, a growing rival with Le Pompadour in the councils in favour of the king. She it was who had a secret passion for Prince Charles, and these letters to Sir John, who had been with the Pretender at Versailles, must prove her ruin if produced. I had promised Sir John most solemnly that no one should ever have them while I lived, except the great lady herself, and that I would give them to her some time, or destroy them. It was Doltaire's mission to get these letters, and he had projected a visit to Williamsburg to see me, having just arrived in Canada, after a search for me in Scotland, when word came from the lady gossip at Fort Duquesne, with whom he had been on most familiar terms in Quebec, that I was there. When I said I had the papers, he asked me lightly for those compromising letters, remarking that a good price would be paid, and adding my liberty as a pleasant gift. I instantly refused, and told him I would not be the weapon of Le Pompadour against her rival. With cool persistence he begged me to think again, for much depended on my answer.
"See, Monsieur le Capitaine,"
said he,
"this little affair at Fort Necessity, at which you became a hostage, shall or shall not be a war between England and France, as you shall dispose."
When I asked him how that was, he said,
"First, will you swear that you will not, to aid yourself, disclose what I tell you? You can see that matters will be where they were an hour ago, in any case."
I agreed, for I could act even if I might not speak, so I gave my word. Then he told me that if these letters were not put into his hands, Le Pompadour would be enraged, and fretful and hesitating now, would join Austria against England, since in this provincial war was convenient cue for battle. If I gave the letters up, she would not stir, and the disputed territory between us should be the articles conceded by the French. I thought much and long, during which he sat smoking and humming, and seeming to care little how my answer went. At last I turned on him, and told him I would not give up the letters, and if a war must hang on a whim of malice, then, by God's help, the rightness of our cause would be our strong weapon to bring France to her knees.
"That is your final answer?"
asked he, rising, fingering his lace, and viewing himself in a looking-glass upon the wall. "I will not change it now or ever," answered I.
"Ever is a long time,"
retorted he, as one might speak to a wilful child.
"You shall have time to think, and space for reverie. For, if you do not grant this trifle, you shall no more see your dear Virginia. And when the time is ripe, you shall go forth to a better land, as the Grande Marquise shall give you carriage."
The articles of capitulation, I broke out protestingly. He waved his fingers at me.
Ah, that,
he rejoined.
That is a matter for conning. You are a hostage. Well, we need not take any wastrel or nobody the English offer in exchange for you. Indeed, why should we be content with less than a royal duke? For you are worth more to us just now than any prince we have. At least so says the Grand Marquise. Is your mind quite firm to refuse?
He added, nodding his head in a bored sort of way. Entirely, said I. I will not part with those letters.
But think once again,
he urged.
The gain of territory to Virginia, the peace between our countries.
Folly, returned I. I know well you overstate the case. You turn a small intrigue into a game of nations. Yours is a schoolboy's tale, Monsieur Doltaire.
You are something of an ass,
he mused, and took a pinch of snuff. And you have no name, retorted I. I did not know, when I spoke, how this might strike home in two ways, or I should not have said it. I had not meant, of course, that he was King Louis's illegitimate son.
There is some truth in that,
he replied patiently, though a red spot flamed high on his cheeks.
But some men need no christening for their distinction, and others win their names with proper weapons. I am not here to quarrel with you. I am acting in a large affair, not in a small intrigue. A century of fate may hang on this. Come with me,
he added.
You doubt my power, maybe.
He opened the door of the cell, and I followed him out, past the storehouse and the officers' apartments, to the drawbridge. Standing in the shadow by the gate, he took keys from his pocket.
Here,
said he,
are what will set you free. This fort is all mine. I act for France. Will you care to free yourself? You shall have escort to your own people. You see, I am most serious,
he added, laughing lightly.
It is not my way to sweat or worry. You and I hold war and peace in our hands. Which shall it be? In this trouble France or England will be mangled. It tires one to think of it when life can be so easy. Now, for the last time,
he urged, holding out the keys.
Your word of honour that the letters shall be mine, eh?
Never, I concluded. England and France are in greater hands than yours or mine. The god of battles still stands beside the balances. He shrugged a shoulder.
Oh well,
said he,
that ends it. It will be interesting to watch the way of the god of battles. Meanwhile you travel to Quebec. Remember that however free you may appear, you will have watchers. That when you seem safe, you will be in most danger. That in the end we will have those letters, or your life. That meanwhile the war will go on, that you shall have no share in it, and that the whole power of England will not be enough to set her hostage free. That is all there is to say, I think. Will you have a glass of wine with me?
He added courteously, waving a hand towards the commander's quarters. I assented, for why, thought I, should there be a personal quarrel between us? We talked on many things for an hour or more, and his I found the keenest mind that I have ever met. There was in him a dispassionateness, a breadth, which seemed most strange in a trifler of the court, in an exquisite, for such he was. I sometimes think that his elegance and flippancy were deliberate, lest he should be taking himself or life too seriously. His intelligence charmed me, held me, and later, as we travelled up to Quebec, I found my journey one long feast of interest. He was never dull, and his cynicism had an admirable grace and cordiality. A born intriguer, he was still above intrigue, justifying it on the basis that life was all sport. In logic a leveller, praising the moles, as he called them, the champion of the peasant, the apologist for the bourgeois, who always, he said, had civic virtues, he nevertheless held that what was best, that it could not be altered, and that it was all interesting.
I never repent,
he said to me one day.
I have done after my nature, in the sway and impulse of our time, and as the King has said, after us the deluge. What a pity it is we shall see neither the flood nor the ark. And so, when all is done, we shall miss the most interesting thing of all, ourselves dead and the gap and ruin we leave behind us. By that, from my standpoint,
he would add,
life is a failure as a spectacle.
Talking in this fashion and in 100 other ways, we came to Quebec, and you know in general what happened. I met your honored father, whose life I had saved on the Ohio some years before, and he worked for my comfort in my bondage. You know how exchange after exchange was refused, and that for near 3 years I have been here, fretting my soul out, eager to be fighting in our cause, yet tied hand and foot, wasting time and losing heart, idle in an enemy's country. As Doltaire said, war was declared, but not till he had made here in Quebec last efforts to get those letters. I do not complain so bitterly of these lost years, since they have brought me the best gift of my life, your love and friendship. But my enemies here, commanded from France, have bided their time, till an accident has given them a cue to dispose of me without openly breaking the accepted law of nations. They could not decently hang a hostage, for whom they had signed articles, but they have got their chance, as they think, to try me for a spy. Here is the case. When I found that they were determined and had ever determined to violate their articles, that they never intended to set me free, I felt absolved from my duty as an officer on parole, and I therefore secretly sent to Mr. Washington in Virginia a plan of Fort Duquesne and one of Quebec. I knew that I was risking my life by so doing, but that did not deter me. By my promise to Doltaire, I could not tell of the matter between us, and whatever he has done in other ways, he has preserved my life, for it would have been easy to have me dropped off by a stray bullet, or to have accidentally drowned me in the St. Lawrence. I believe this matter of the letters to be between myself and him and Bigot, and perhaps not even Bigot, though he must know that La Pompadour has some peculiar reason for interesting herself in a poor captain of provincials. You now can see another motive for the duel which was brought about between your brother and myself. My plans and letters were given by Mr. Washington to General Braddock, and the sequel you know. They have fallen into the hands of my enemies, copies have gone to France, and I am to be tried for my life. Preserving faith with my enemy Doltaire, I cannot plead the real cause of my long detention. I can only urge that they had not kept to their articles, and that I, therefore, was free from the obligations of parole. I am sure they have no intention of giving me the benefit of any doubt. My real hope lies in escape and the intervention of England, though my country, alas, has not concerned herself about me, as if indeed she resented the non-delivery of those letters to Doltaire, since they were addressed to one she looked on as a traitor, and held by one whom she had unjustly put under suspicion. So, dear Alixe, from that little fort on the banks of the river Kelvin have come these strange twistings of my life, and I can date this dismal fortune of a dungeon from that day the man made his prophecy from the wall of my mud fort. Whatever comes now, if you have this record, you will know the private history of my life. I have told all, with unpractised tongue, but with a wish to be understood, and to set forth a story of which the letter should be as true as the spirit. Friend, beyond all price to me, some day this tale will reach your hands, and I ask you to house it in your heart, and, whatever comes, let it be for my remembrance. God be with you, and farewell.
End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I have given the whole story here as though it had been thought out and written that Sunday afternoon which brought me good news of GeesonTiffany. But it was not so. I did not choose to break the run of the tale to tell other things and the passing of time. The making took me many, many weeks, and in all that time I had seen no face but Gabord's, and heard no voice but his, when he came twice a day to bring me bread and water. He would answer no questions concerning GeesonTiffany, or Voban, or Monsieur Doltaire, nor tell me anything of what was forward in the town. He had had his orders precise enough, he said. At the end of my hints and turnings and approaches, stretching himself up, and turning the corn about with his foot, but not crushing it, for he saw that I prized the poor little comrades, he would say,
Snug, snug, quiet and warm, the coziest nest in the world. Oh-ho!
There was no coaxing him, and at last I desisted. I had no light. With resolution I set my mind to see in spite of the dark, and at the end of a month I was able to note the outlines of my dungeon. Nay, more, I was able to see my field of corn. And at last what joy I had when, hearing a little rustle near me, I looked closely and beheld a mouse running across the floor. I straightway began to scatter crumbs of bread, that it might, perhaps, come near me, as at last it did. I have not spoken at all of my wounds, though they gave me many painful hours, and I had no attendants but my own and Gabord's. The wound in my side was long healing, for it was more easily disturbed as I turned in my sleep, while I could ease my arm at all times, and it came on slowly. My sufferings drew on my flesh, my blood, and my spirits, and to this was added that disease in action, the corrosion of solitude, and the fever of suspense and uncertainty as to Alixe and GeesonTiffany. Every hour, every moment that I had ever passed in Alixe's presence, with many little incidents and scenes in which we shared, passed before me, vivid and cherished pictures of the mind. One of those incidents I will set down here. A year or so before, soon after GeesonTiffany came from Montreal, he brought me in one day from hunting a young live hawk, and put it in a cage. When I came the next morning, Alixe met me, and asked me to see what he had brought. There, beside the kitchen door, overhung with morning glories and flanked by hollyhocks, was a large green cage, and in it the grey-brown hawk.
Poor thing, poor prisoned thing,
she said.
Look how strange and hunted it seems. See how its feathers stir. And those flashing, watchful eyes. They seem to read through you, and to say, Who are you? What do you want with me? Your world is not my world. Your air is not my air. Your homes are holes, and mine hangs high up between you and God. Who are you? Why do you pen me? You have shut me in that I may not travel, not even die out in the open world. All the world is mine. Yours is only a stolen field. Who are you? What do you want with me? There is a fire within my head. It eats to my eyes, and I burn away. What do you want with me?
She did not speak these words all at once as I have written them here, but little by little, as we stood there beside the cage. Yet, as she talked with me, her mind was on the bird, her fingers running up and down the cage bars soothingly, her voice now and again interjecting soft reflections and exclamations. "Shall I set it free?" I asked her. She turned upon me and replied,
"Ah, monsieur, I hoped you would, without my asking. You are a prisoner too," she added. "One captive should feel for another."
"And the freeman for both," I answered meaningly, as I softly opened the cage. She did not drop her eyes, but raised them shining honestly and frankly to mine, and said,
"I wished you to think that."
Opening the cage door wide, I called the little captive to freedom, but while we stood close by it would not stir, and the look in its eyes became wilder. I moved away, and Alixe followed me. Standing beside an old well, we waited and watched. Presently the hawk dropped from the perch, hopped to the door, then with a wild spring was gone, up, 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 and was away over the maple woods beyond, lost in the sun and the good air. I know not quite why I dwell on this scene, save that it throws some little light upon her nature, and shows how simple and yet deep she was in soul, and what was the fashion of our friendship. But I can perhaps give a deeper insight of her character if I here set down the substance of a letter written about that time, which came into my possession long afterwards. It was her custom to write her letters first in a book, and afterwards to copy them for posting. This she did that they might be an impulse to her friendships and a record of her feelings.
Alix Duvarney to Lucie Lotbinière, Quebec City, the 10th of May, 1756. My dear Lucie, I wish I knew how to tell you all I have been thinking since we parted at the door of the Ursulines a year ago. Then we were going to meet again in a few weeks, and now 12 months have gone. How have I spent them? Not wickedly, I hope, and yet sometimes I wonder if Mayor St. George would quite approve of me, for I have such wild spirits now and then, and I shout and sing in the woods and along the river, as if I were a mad youngster home from school. But indeed, that is the way I feel at times, though again I am so quiet that I am frightened of myself. I am a hawk to-day and a mouse to-morrow, and fond of pleasure all the time. Ah, what good days I have had with Juste! You remember him before he went to Montreal. He is gay, full of fancies, as brave as can be, and plays and sings well, but he is very hot-headed, and likes to play the tyrant. We have had some bad encounters now and then, but we love each other better for it. He respects me, and he does not become spoiled, as you will see when you come to us. I have had no society yet. My mother thinks 17 years too few to warrant my going into the gay world. I wonder will my wings be any stronger? Will there be less danger of scorching them at 26? Years do not make us wise. One may be as wise at 20 as at 50. And they do not save us from the scorching. I know more than they guess how cruel the world may be to the innocent as to the other. One cannot live within sight of the Intendant's palace and the Chateau St. Louis without learning many things. And for myself, though I hunger for all the joys of life, I do not fret because my mother holds me back from the gay doings in the town. I have my long walks, my fishing and rowing, and sometimes hunting, with Juste and my sweet sister Georgette, my drawing, painting, music, and needlework, and my housework. Yet I am not entirely happy. I do not know quite why. Do you ever feel as if there was some sorrow far back in you, which now and then rushed in and flooded your spirits, and then drew back, and you could not give it a name? Well, that is the way with me. Yesterday, as I stood in the kitchen beside our old cook Jouvin, she said a kind word to me, and my eyes filled, and I ran up to my room and burst into tears as I lay upon my bed. I could not help it. I thought at first it was because of the poor hawk that Captain Moray and I set free yesterday morning. But it could not have been that, for it was free when I cried, you see. You know, of course, that he saved my father's life some years ago. That is one reason why he has been used so well in Quebec, for otherwise no one would have lessened the rigours of his captivity. But there are tales that he is too curious about our government and state, and so he may be kept close jailed, though he only came here as a hostage. He is much at our home, and sometimes walks with Juste and me and Georgette, and accompanies my mother in the streets. This is not to the liking of the Intendant, who loves not my father because he is such a friend of our cousin the governor. If their lives and characters be anything to the point, the governor must be in the right. In truth, things are in a sad way here, for there is robbery on every hand, and who can tell what the end may be? Perhaps that we go to the English after all. Monsieur Doltaire, you do not know him, I think, says, if the English eat us, as they swear they will, they'll die of megrims, our affairs are so indigestible. At another time he said, better to be English than to be damned. And when someone asked him what he meant, he said, is it not read from the altar, cursed is he that putteth his trust in man. The English trust nobody, and we trust the English. That was aimed at Captain Moray, who was present, and I felt it a cruel thing for him to say. But Captain Moray, smiling at the ladies, said, better to be French and damned than not to be French at all. And this pleased Monsieur Doltaire, who does not love him. I know not why, but there are vague whispers that he is acting against the Englishmen for causes best known at Versailles, which have nothing to do with our affairs here. I do believe that Monsieur Doltaire would rather hear a clever thing than get 10,000 francs. At such times his face lights up, he is at once on his mettle, his eyes look almost fiendishly beautiful. He is a handsome man, but he is wicked, and I do not think he has one little sense of morals. I do not suppose he would stab a man in the back, or remove his neighbour's landmark in the night, though he'd rob him of it in open daylight, and call it enterprise, a usual word with him. He is a favourite with Madame Cournal, who influences Bigot most, and one day we may see the boon companions at each other's throats, and if either falls, I hope it may be Bigot, for Monsieur Doltaire is, at least, no robber. Indeed, he is kind to the poor in a disdainful sort of way, and scoffs at them at the same moment, a bad man, with just enough natural kindness to make him dangerous. I have not seen much of the world, but some things we know by instinct, we feel them, and I often wonder if that is not the way we know everything in the end. Sometimes, when I take my long walks, or go and sit beside the falls of Montmorency, looking out to the great city on the heights, to dear Ile Orleans, where we have our pretty villa, we are to go there next week for 3 months, happy summer months. Up at the blue sky and into the deep woods, I have strange feelings which afterwards become thoughts, and sometimes they fly away like butterflies, but oftener they stay with me, and I give them a little garden to roam in. You can guess where. Now and then I call them out of the garden and make them speak, and then I set down what they say in my journal, but I think they like their garden best. You remember the song we used to sing at school? Where do the stars grow, little Garin? The garden of moons, is it far away? The orchard of suns, my little Garin, will you take us there some day? If you shut your eyes, quoth little Garin, I will show you the way to go, to the orchard of suns, and the garden of moons, and the field where the stars do grow. But you must speak soft, quoth little Garin, and still must your footsteps be, for a great bear prowls in the field of the stars, and the moons they have men to see. And the suns have the children of signs to guard, and they have no pity at all. You must not stumble, you must not speak, when you come to the orchard wall. The gates are locked, quoth little Garin, but the way I am going to tell? The key of your heart it will open them all, and there's where the darlings dwell. You may not care to read these lines again, but it helps to show what I mean, that everything is in the heart, and that nothing is at all if we do not feel it. Sometimes I have spoken of these things to my mother, but she does not see as I do. I dare not tell my father all I think, and Juste is so much a creature of moods that I am never sure whether he will be sensible and kind, or scoff. One cannot bear to be laughed at. As for my sister, she never thinks, she only lives, and she looks it, looks beautiful. But there, dear Lucy, I must not tire you with my childish philosophy. Though I feel no longer a child, you would not know your friend. I cannot tell what has come over me. Voila! Tomorrow we go to visit General Montcalm, who has just arrived in the colony. Bigot and his gay set are not likely to be there. My mother insists that I shall never darken the doors of the Intendant's palace. Do you still hold to your former purpose of keeping a daily journal? If so, I beg you to copy into it this epistle, and your answer, and when I go up to your dear manor house at Beauce next summer, we will read over our letters and other things set down, and gossip of the changes come since we met last. Do sketch the old place for me, as will I our new villa on dear Ile aux Lions, and make interest with the good cure to bring it to me with your letter, since there are no posts, no postmen, yet between here and Beauce. The cure most kindly bears this to you, and says he will gladly be our messenger. Yesterday he said to me, shaking his head in a whimsical way, "But no treason, mademoiselle, and no heresy or schism." I am not quite sure what he meant. I dare hardly think he had Captain Moray in his mind. I would not for the world so lessen my good opinion of him as to think him suspicious of me, we no other dare, and so I put his words down to chance hitting, to a humorous fancy. Be sure, dear Lucy, I shall not love you less for giving me a prompt answer. Tell me of what you are thinking and what doing, if Juste can be spared from the governor's establishment. May I bring him with me next summer? He is a difficult, sparkling sort of fellow, but you are so steady-tempered, so full of tact, getting your own way so quietly and cleverly, that I am sure I should find plenty of straw for the bricks of my house of hope, my castle in Spain. Do not give too much of my share of thy heart elsewhere, and continue to think me, my dear Lucy, thy friend, loyal and loving, Alix Duvarney. P.S. Since the above was written, we have visited the General. Both Monsieur Doltaire and Captain Moray were there, but neither took much note of me. Monsieur Doltaire not at all. Those two either hate each other lovingly, or love hatefully, I know not which. They are so biting, yet so friendly to each other's cleverness, though their style of word-play is so different. Monsieur Doltaire's like a bodkin point, Captain Moray's like a musket-stock a-clubbing. Be not surprised to see the British at our gates any day, though we shall beat them back. I shall feel no less easy, because I have a friend in the enemy's camp. You may guess who. Do not smile. He is old enough to be my father. He said so himself 6 months ago. Alix.
End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Gabord, coming in to me one day after I had lain down to sleep, said,
"See, monsieur, the dormouse. 'Tis holiday eve. The king's sport comes tomorrow."
I sat up in bed with a start, for I knew not but that my death had been decided on without trial, and yet on second thought I was sure this could not be, for every rule of military conduct was against it. "Whose holiday?" asked I after a moment, "and what is king's sport?"
"You're to play bear in the streets tomorrow, which is sport for the king,"
he retorted.
"We lead you by a rope, and you dance a quick step to please our ladies all the way to the chateau, where they bring the bear to Drumhead."
"Who sits behind the drum?" I questioned.
"The Marquis de Vaudreuil," he replied, "the Intendant, Master Devil Doltaire, and the little men." By these last he meant officers of the colonial soldiery. So then, at last I was to be tried, to be dealt with definitely on the abominable charge. I should at least again see light and breathe fresh air, and feel about me the stir of the world. For a long year I had heard no voice but my own and Gabord's, had had no friends but my pale blades of corn and a timid mouse. Day after day no light at all, and now winter was at hand again, and without fire and with poor food my body was chilled and starved. I had had no news of the world, nor of her who was dear to me, nor of Juste Duvarney save that he lived, nor of our cause. But succeeding the thrill of delight I had at the thought of seeing the open world again, there came a feeling of lassitude, of indifference. I shrank from the jar of activity. But presently I got upon my feet, and with a little air of drollery straightened out my clothes and flicked a handkerchief across my gaiters. Then I twisted my head over my shoulder as if I were noting the shape of my back and the set of my clothes in a mirror, and thrust a leg out in the manner of an exquisite. I had need to do some mocking thing at the moment, or I should have given way to tears like a woman, so suddenly weak had I become. Gabord burst out laughing. An idea came to me. "I must be fine tomorrow," said I. "I must not shame my jailer." I rubbed my beard.
I had none when I came into this dungeon first.
"Ho!"
said he, his eyes wheeling. I knew he understood me. I did not speak, but went on running my fingers through my beard.
"As vain as Absalom,"
he added.
"Do you think they'll hang you by the hair?"
"I'd have it off," said I, "to be clean for the sacrifice."
"You had Vauban before,"
he rejoined.
"We know what happened. A dainty bit of a letter or rose lily scented, and comfits for the soldier. The pretty wren perches now in the governor's house, cousining. Think you it is that she may get a glimpse of Monsieur, the dormouse, as he comes to trial? But 'tis no business of mine, and if I bring my prisoner up when called for, there's duty done."
I saw the friendly spirit in the words. "Voban," urged I. "Voban may come to me?"
"The Intendant says no, but the Governor, yes,"
was the reply.
"And that Monsieur Doltaire is not yet come back from Montreal, so he had no voice. They look for him here tomorrow."
"Voban may come?" I asked again.
"At daybreak, Vauban. Oh," he continued, "there's milk and honey tomorrow,"
he added, and then, without a word, he drew forth from his coat, and hurriedly thrust into my hands, a piece of meat and a small flask of wine, and, swinging round like a schoolboy afraid of being caught in a misdemeanor, he passed through the door and the bolts clanged after him. He left the torch behind him, stuck in the cleft of the wall. I sat down on my couch, and for a moment gazed almost vacantly at the meat and wine in my hands. I had not touched either for a year, and now I could see that my fingers, as they closed on the food nervously, were thin and bloodless, and I realized that my clothes hung loose upon my person. Here were light meat and wine, and there was a piece of bread on the board covering my water jar. Luxury was spread before me, but although I had eaten little all day I was not hungry. Presently, however, I took the knife which I had hidden a year before, and cut pieces of the meat and laid them by the bread. Then I drew the cork from the bottle of wine, and, lifting it towards that face which was always visible to my soul, I drank. The rich liquor swam through my veins like glorious fire. It wakened my brain and nerved my body. The old spring of life came back. This wine had come from the hands of Alixe, from the governor's store, maybe, for never could Gabord have got such stuff. I ate heartily of the rich beef and bread with a new-made appetite, and drank the rest of the wine. When I had eaten and drunken the last, I sat and looked at the glowing torch, and felt a sort of comfort creep through me. Then there came a delightful thought. Months ago I had put away one last pipeful of tobacco, to save it till some day when I should need it most. I got it, and no man can guess how lovingly I held it to a flying flame of the torch, saw it light, and blew out the first whiff of smoke into the sombre air. For November was again piercing this underground house of mine, another winter was at hand. I sat and smoked, and, can you not guess my thoughts? For have you all not the same hearts, being British born and bred? When I had taken the last whiff, I wrapped myself in my cloak and went to sleep, but twice or thrice during the night I waked to see the torch still shining, and caught the fragrance of consuming pine, and minded not at all the smoke the burning made.
End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Seats of the Mighty, by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I was wakened completely by the shooting of bolts. With the opening of the door I saw the figures of Gabord and Voban. My little friend the mouse saw them also, and scampered from the bread it had been eating, away among the corn, through which my footsteps had now made two rectangular paths, not disregarded by Gabord, who solicitously pulled Voban into the narrow track, that he should not trespass on my harvest. I rose, showed no particular delight at seeing Voban, but greeted him easily, though my heart was bursting to ask him of Alixe, and arranged my clothes. Presently Gabord said,
"Stools for Barber,"
and, wheeling, he left the dungeon. He was gone only an instant, but long enough for Voban to thrust a letter into my hand, which I ran into the lining of my waistcoat as I whispered, "Her brother, is he well?"
"Well, and he have go to France,"
he answered.
"She make me say, look to the round window in the chateau front."
We spoke in English, which, as I have said, Voban understood imperfectly. There was nothing more said, and if Gabord, when he returned, suspected, he showed no sign, but put down 2 stools, seating himself on one, as I seated myself on the other for Voban's handiwork. Presently a soldier appeared with a bowl of coffee. Gabord rose, took it from him, waved him away, and handed it to me. Never did coffee taste so sweet, and I sipped and sipped till Voban had ended his work with me. Then I drained the last drop and stood up. He handed me a mirror, and Gabord, fetching me a fine white handkerchief from his pocket, said,
"Here's for your tears, when they drum you to heaven, Dicky bird."
But when I saw my face in the mirror, I confess I was startled. My hair, which had been black, was plentifully sprinkled with white. My face was intensely pale and thin, and the eyes were sunk in dark hollows. I should not have recognized myself, but I laughed as I handed back the glass and said, "All flesh is as grass, but a dungeon's no good meadow."
"'Tis for the dry chaff,"
Gabord answered,
"not for young grass. Oh!"
He rose and made ready to leave, Voban with him.
"The commissariat comes here in an hour or so. Ha 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 ha,"
he said with a ripe chuckle. It was clear the new state of affairs was more to his mind than the long year's rigour and silence. It seemed to me strange then, and it has seemed so ever since, that during all that time I never was visited by Doltaire but once, and of that event I am going to write briefly here. It was about 2 months before this particular morning that he came, greeting me courteously enough.
"Close quarters here,"
said he, looking round as if the place were new to him, and smiling to himself. "Not so close as we will all come to one day," said I.
"Dismal comparison,"
he rejoined.
"You've lost your spirits."
"Not so," retorted I. "Nothing but my liberty."
"You know the way to find it quickly,"
he suggested. "The letters for Le Pompadour?" I asked.
"A dead man's waste papers,"
responded he.
"Of no use to him or you, or anyone save the Grande Marquise."
"Valuable to me," said I.
"None but the Grande Marquise and the writer would give you a penny for them."
"Why should I not be my own merchant?"
"You can, to me. If not to me, to no one. You had your chance long ago, and you refused it. You must admit I dealt fairly with you. I did not move till you had set your own trap and fallen into it. Now, if you do not give me the letters, well, you will give them to no one else in this world. It has been a fair game, and I am winning now. I've only used means which one gentleman might use with another. Had you been a lesser man, I should have had you spitted long ago. You understand?"
"Perfectly. But since we have played so long, do you think I'll give you the stakes now, before the end?"
"It would be wiser,"
he answered thoughtfully. "I have a nation behind me," urged I.
"It has left you in a hole here to rot."
"It will take over your citadel and dig me out some day," I retorted hotly.
"What good that? Your life is more to you than Quebec to England."
"No, no," said I quickly. "I would give my life 100 times to see your flag hauled down."
"A freakish ambition,"
he replied.
"Mere infatuation."
"You do not understand it, Monsieur Doltaire," I remarked ironically.
I love not endless puzzles. There is no sport in following a maze that leads to nowhere save the grave.
He yawned.
This air is heavy,
he added.
You must find it trying.
Never as trying as at this moment, I retorted.
Come, am I so malarious?
You are a trickster, I answered coldly.
Ah, you mean that night at Bigot's?
He smiled.
No, no, you were to blame, so green. You might have known we were for having you between the stones.
But it did not come out as you wished, hinted I.
It served my turn,
he responded, and he gave me such a smiling, malicious look that I knew sought to convey he had his way with Alix. And though I felt that she was true to me, his cool presumption so stirred me I could have struck him in the face. I got angrily to my feet, but as I did so I shrank a little, for at times the wound in my side, not yet entirely healed, hurt me.
You are not well,
he said, with instant show of curiosity.
Your wounds still trouble you? They should be healed. Gabord was ordered to see you cared for.
Gabord has done well enough, answered I. I have had wounds before, monsieur. He leaned against the wall and laughed.
What braggarts you English are,
he said.
A race of swashbucklers, even on bread and water.
He had me at advantage, and I knew it, for he had kept his temper. I made an effort. Both excellent, rejoined I, and English too. He laughed again.
Come, that is better. That's in your old vein. I love to see you so. But how knew you our baker was English? Which he is, a prisoner like yourself.
As easily as I could tell the water was not made by Frenchmen.
Now I have hope of you,
he broke out gaily.
You will yet redeem your nation.
At that moment Gabord came with a message from the governor to Doltaire, and he prepared to go.
You are set on sacrifice?
He asked.
Think, dangling from Cape Diamond.
I will meditate on your fate instead, I replied.
Think,
he said again, waving off my answer with his hand.
The letters I shall no more ask for, and you will not escape death?
Never by that way, rejoined I.
So, very good. Au plaisir, my captain. I go to dine at the Seigneur de Varney's.
With that last thrust he was gone, and left me wondering if the Seigneur had ever made an effort to see me, if he had forgiven the duel with his son. That was the incident. When Gabord and Voban were gone, leaving the light behind, I went over to where the torch stuck in the wall, and drew Alix's letter from my pocket with eager fingers. It told the whole story of her heart.
Chateau Saint Louis, 27th November, 1757. Though I write you these few words, dear Robert, I do not know that they will reach you, for as yet it is not certain they will let Voban visit you. A year, dear friend, and not a word from you. I should have broken my heart if I had not heard of you one way and another. They say you are much worn in body, though you have always a cheerful air. There are stories of a visit Monsieur Doltaire paid you, and how you jested. He hates you, and yet he admires you too. And now listen, Robert, and I beg you not to be angry. Oh, do not be angry, for I am all yours. But I want to tell you that I have not repulsed Monsieur Doltaire when he has spoken flatteries to me. I have not believed them, and I have kept my spirit strong against the evil in him. I want to get you free of prison, and to that end I have to work through him with the Intendant, that he will not set the Governor more against you. With the Intendant himself I will not deal at all. So I use the lesser villain, and in truth the more powerful, for he stands higher at Versailles than any here. With the Governor I have influence, for he is, as you know, a kinsman of my mother's, and of late he has shown a fondness for me. Yet you can see that I must act most warily, that I must not seem to care for you, for that would be your complete undoing. I rather seem to scoff. Oh, how it hurts me, how my cheeks tingle when I think of it alone, and how I clench my hands, hating them all for oppressing you. I do not believe their slanders. that you are a spy. It is I, Robert, who have at last induced the governor to bring you to trial. They would have put it off till next year, but I feared you would die in that awful dungeon, and I was sure that if your trial came on there would be a change, as there is to be for a time at least. You are to be lodged in the common jail during the sitting of the court, and so that is one step gained. Yet I had to use all manner of device with the governor. He is sometimes so playful with me that I can pretend to sulkiness, and so one day I said that he showed no regard for our family or for me in not bringing you, who had nearly killed my brother, to justice. So he consented, and being of a stubborn nature too, when Monsieur Doltaire and the intendant opposed the trial, he said it should come off at once. But one thing grieves me. They are to have you marched through the streets of the town like any common criminal, and I dare show no distress, nor plead, nor can my father, though he wishes to move for you in this, and I dare not urge him, for then it would seem strange the daughter asked your punishment, and the father sought to lessen it. When you are in the common jail, it will be much easier to help you. I have seen Gabord, but he is not to be bent to any purpose, though he is kind to me. I shall try once more to have him take some wine and meat to you tonight. If I fail, then I shall only pray that you may be given strength in body for your time of trouble equal to your courage. It may be I can fix upon a point where you may look to see me as you pass tomorrow to the chateau. There must be a sign. If you will put your hand to your forehead, but no, they may bind you, and your hands may not be free. When you see me, pause in your step for an instant, and I shall know. I will tell Voban where you shall send your glance, if he is to be let in to you, and I hope that what I plan may not fail. And so, Robert, adieu. Time cannot change me, and your misfortunes draw me closer to you. Only the dishonourable thing could make me close the doors of my heart, and I will not think you, whate'er they say, unworthy of my constant faith. Some day, maybe, we shall smile at, and even cherish, these sad times. In this gay house I must be flippant, for I am now of the foolish world, but under all the trivial sparkle a serious heart beats. It belongs to thee, if thou wilt have it, Robert. The heart of thy Alix.
An hour after getting this good letter, Gabord came again, and with him breakfast, a word which I had almost dropped from my language. True, it was only in a dungeon, on a pair of stools, by the light of a torch, but how I relished it! A bottle of good wine, a piece of broiled fish, the half of a fowl, and some tender vegetables. When Gabord came for me with 2 soldiers an hour later, I say an hour, but I only guess so, for I had no way of noting time, I was ready for new cares, and to see the world again. Before the others, Gabord was the rough, almost brutal soldier, and soon I knew that I was to be driven out upon the St. Foy road and on into the town. My arms were well fastened down, and I was tied about till I must have looked like a bale of living goods of no great value. Indeed, my clothes were by no means handsome, and save for my well-shaven face and clean handkerchief I was an ill-favoured spectacle. But I tried to bear my shoulders up as we marched through the dark, reeking corridors, and presently came suddenly into well-lighted passages. I had to pause, for the light blinded my eyes, and they hurt me horribly, so delicate were the nerves. For some minutes I stood there, my guards stolidly waiting, Gabord muttering a little and stamping upon the floor as if in anger, though I knew he was merely playing a small part to deceive his comrades. The pain in my eyes grew less, and, though they kept filling with moisture from the violence of the light, I soon could see without distress. I was led into the yard of the citadel, where was drawn up a company of soldiers. Gabord bade me stand still, and advanced towards the officers' quarters. I asked him if I might not walk to the ramparts and view the scene. He gruffly assented, bidding the men watch me closely, and I walked over to a point where, standing 300 feet above the noble river, I could look out upon its sweet expanse, across to the Levis shore, with its serried legions of trees behind, and its bold settlement in front upon the heights. There, eastward, lay the well-wooded island of Orleans, and over all the clear sun and sky, enlivened by a crisp and cheering air. Snow had fallen, but none now lay upon the ground, and I saw rare and winning earth. I stood absorbed. I was recalling that first day that I remember in my life, when at Balmore my grandfather made prophecies upon me, and for the first time I was conscious of the world. As I stood lost to everything about me, I heard Doltaire's voice behind, and presently he said over my shoulder,
"To wish Captain Moray a good morning was superfluous."
I smiled at him. The pleasure of that scene had given me an impulse towards good nature even with my enemies. "The best I ever had," I answered quietly.
"Contrasts are life's delights,"
he said.
"You should thank us. You have your best day, because of our worst dungeon."
"But my thanks shall not be in words. You shall have the same courtesy at our hands one day."
"I had the Bastille for a year,"
he rejoined, calling up a squad of men with his finger as he spoke.
"I have had my best day. 2 would be monotony. You think your English will take this some time?"
he asked, waving a finger towards the citadel.
"It will need good play to pluck that ribbon from its place."
He glanced up, as he spoke, at the white flag with its golden lilies. "So much the better sport," I answered. "We will have the ribbon and its heritage."
"You yourself shall furnish evidence to-day. Gabord here will see you temptingly disposed." The wild bull led peaceably by the nose.
"But one day I will twist your nose, Monsieur Doltaire."
"That is fair enough, if rude," he responded. "When your turn comes, you twist and I endure. You shall be nourished well like me, and I shall look a battered hulk like you. But I shall never be the fool that you are. If I had a way to slip the leash, I'd slip it. You are a dolt."
He was touching upon the letters again. "I weigh it all," said I. "I am no fool. Anything else you will."
"You'll be nothing soon, I fear, which is a pity."
What more he might have said I do not know, but there now appeared in the yard a tall, reverend old gentleman, in the costume of a coureur de bois, though his belt was richly chased, and he wore an order on his breast. There was something more refined than powerful in his appearance, but he had a keen, kindly eye, and a manner unmistakably superior. His dress was a little barbarous, unlike Doltaire's splendid white uniform, set off with violet and gold, the lace of a fine handkerchief sticking from his belt, and a gold-handled sword at his side, but the manner of both was distinguished. Seeing Doltaire, he came forward and they embraced. Then he turned towards me, and as they walked off a little distance I could see that he was curious concerning me. Presently he raised his hand, and, as if something had excited him, said,
No, hang him and be done with it, but I'll have nothing to do with it, not a thing. 'Tis enough for me to rule at—"
I could hear no further, but I was now sure that he was some one of note who had retired from any share in state affairs. He and Doltaire then moved on to the doors of the citadel, and, pausing there, Doltaire turned round and made a motion of his hand to Gabord. I was at once surrounded by the squad of men, and the order to march was given. A drum in front of me began to play a well-known derisive air of the French army, The Fox and the Wolf. We came out on the St. Foy road and down towards the Chateau St. Louis, between crowds of shouting people who beat drums, kettles, pans, and made all manner of mocking noises. It was meant not only against myself, but against the British people. The women were not behind the men in violence. From them at first came handfuls of gravel and dust which struck me in the face, but Gabord put a stop to that. It was a shameful ordeal, which might have vexed me sorely if I had not greater trials and expected worse. Now and again appeared a face I knew, some lady who turned her head away, or some gentleman who watched me curiously, but made no sign. When we came to the chateau, I looked up as if casually, and there in the little round window I saw Alixe's face, for an instant only. I stopped in my tracks, was prodded by a soldier from behind, and then I stepped on. Entering, we were taken to the rear of the building where, in an open courtyard, were a company of soldiers, some seats, and a table. On my right was the St. Lawrence swelling on its course, hundreds of feet beneath, little boats passing hither and thither on its flood. We were waiting about half an hour, the noises of the clamouring crowd coming to us, as they carried me aloft in effigy, and, burning me at the cliff edge, fired guns and threw stones at me, till, rags, ashes, and flame, I was tumbled into the river far below. At last from the chateau came the Marquis de Vaudreuil, Bigot, and a number of officers. The governor looked gravely at me, but did not bow. Bigot gave me a sneering smile, eyeing me curiously the while, and, I could feel, remarking on my poor appearance to Cournal beside him, Cournal, who winked at his wife's dishonour for the favour of her lover, who gave him means for public robbery. Presently the governor was seated, and he said, looking round,
Monsieur Doltaire, he is not here.
Bigot shook his head, and answered,
No doubt he is detained at the citadel.
And the Seigneur Duvarney?
The governor added. At that moment the governor's secretary handed him a letter. The governor opened it.
Listen,
said he. He read, to the effect that the Seigneur Duvarney felt he was hardly fitted to be a judge in this case, remembering the conflict between his son and the notorious Captain Moray. And from another standpoint, though the prisoner merited any fate reserved for him, if guilty of spying, he could not forget that his life had been saved by this British captain, an obligation which, unfortunately, he could never repay nor wipe out. After much thought, he must disobey the governor's summons, and he prayed that his Excellency would grant his consideration thereupon. I saw the governor frown, but he made no remark, while Bigot said something in his ear which did not improve his humour, for he replied curtly, and turned to his secretary.
We must have 2 gentlemen more,
he said. At that moment Doltaire entered with the old gentleman of whom I have written. The governor instantly brightened, and gave the stranger a warm greeting, calling him his dear chevalier, and, after a deal of urging, the Chevalier de la Darante was seated as one of my judges, which did not at all displease me, for I liked his face. I do not need to dwell upon the trial here. I have set down the facts before. I had no counsel and no witnesses. There seemed no reason why the trial should have dragged on all day, for I soon saw it was intended to find me guilty. Yet I was surprised to see how Doltaire brought up a point here and a question there in my favour, which served to lengthen out the trial, and all the time he sat near the Chevalier de la Darante, now and again talking with him. It was late evening before the trial came to a close. The one point to be established was that the letters taken from General Braddock were mine, and that I had made the plans while a hostage. I acknowledged nothing, and would not do so unless I was allowed to speak freely. This was not permitted until just before I was sentenced. Then Doltaire's look was fixed on me, and I knew he waited to see if I would divulge the matter private between us. However, I stood by my compact with him. Besides, it could not serve me to speak of it here, or use it as an argument, and it would only hasten an end which I felt he could prevent if he chose. So when I was asked if I had aught to say, I pleaded only that they had not kept the articles of war signed at Fort Necessity, which provided I should be free within 2 months and a half, that is, when prisoners in our hands should be delivered up to them, as they were. They had broken their bond, though we had fulfilled ours, and I held myself justified in doing what I had done for our cause and for my own life. I was not heard patiently, though I could see that the governor and the chevalier were impressed, but Bigot instantly urged the case hotly against me, and the end came very soon. It was now dark. A single light had been brought and placed beside the governor, while a soldier held a torch at a distance. Suddenly there was a silence. Then, in response to a signal, the sharp ringing of 100 bayonets as they were drawn and fastened to the muskets, and I could see them gleaming in the feeble torchlight. Presently, out of the stillness, the governor's voice was heard condemning me to death by hanging, 30 days hence, at sunrise. Silence fell again instantly, and then a thing occurred which sent a thrill through us all. From the dark balcony above us came a voice, weird, high, and wailing,
"Guilty, guilty, guilty! He is guilty, and shall die! Francois Bigot shall die!"
The voice was Mathilde's, and I saw Doltaire shrug a shoulder and look with malicious amusement at the Intendant. Bigot himself sat pale and furious.
"Discover the intruder,"
he said to Gabord, who was standing near,
"and have him jailed."
But the governor interfered.
"It is some drunken creature,"
he urged quietly.
"Take no account of it."
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
What was my dismay to know that I was to be taken back again to my dungeon, and not lodged in the common jail, as I had hoped and Alixe had hinted. When I saw whither my footsteps were directed, I said nothing, nor did Gabord speak at all. We marched back through a railing crowd as we had come, all silent and gloomy. I felt a chill at my heart when the citadel loomed up again out of the November shadow, and I half paused as I entered the gates.
"Forward,"
said Gabord mechanically, and I moved on into the yard, into the prison, through the dull corridors, the soldiers' heels clanking and resounding behind, down into the bowels of the earth, where the air was moist and warm, and then into my dungeon home. I stepped inside, and Gabord ordered the ropes off my person somewhat roughly, watched the soldiers till they were well away, and then leaned against the wall, waiting for me to speak. I had no impulse to smile, but I knew how I could most touch him, and so I said lightly, "You've got Dicky Bird home again." He answered nothing and turned towards the door, leaving the torch stuck in the wall. But he suddenly stopped short, and suddenly thrust out to me a tiny piece of paper.
"A hand touched mine as I went through the chateau,"
said he,
"and when out I come, look you, this here. I can't see to read. What does it say?"
he added, with a shrewd attempt at innocence. I opened the little paper, held it towards the torch, and read,
"Because of the storm, there is no sleeping. Is there not the watcher aloft? Shall the sparrow fall unheeded? The wicked shall be confounded."
It was Alixe's writing. She had hazarded this in the hands of my jailer as her only hope, and, knowing that he might not serve her, had put her message in vague sentences which I readily interpreted. I read the words aloud to him, and he laughed and remarked,
"'Tis a foolish thing that. The Scarlet Woman, most like."
"Most like," I answered quietly. Yet what should she be doing there at the chateau?
"The mad go everywhere,"
he answered,
"even to the Intendance."
With that he left me, going, as he said,
"to fetch crumbs and wine."
Exhausted with the day's business, I threw myself upon my couch, drew my cloak over me, composed myself, and in a few minutes was sound asleep. I waked to find Gabord in the dungeon, setting out food upon a board supported by 2 stools.
"'Tis custom to feed your Dicky Bird ere you fetch him to the pot,"
he said, and drew the cork from a bottle of wine. He watched me as I ate and talked, but he spoke little. When I had finished, he fetched a packet of tobacco from his pocket. I offered him money, but he refused it, and I did not press him, for he said the food and wine were not of his buying. Presently he left, and came back with pens, ink, paper, and candles, which he laid out on my couch without words. After a little he came again, and laid a book on the improvised table before me. It was an English Bible. Opening it, I found inscribed on the fly-leaf, Charles Wainfleet, chaplain to the British Army. Gabord explained that this chaplain had been in the citadel for some weeks, that he had often inquired about me, that he had been brought from the Ohio, and had known of me, having tended the lieutenant of my Virginian infantry in his last hours. Gabord thought I should now begin to make my peace with heaven, and so had asked for the chaplain's Bible, which was freely given. I bade him thank the chaplain for me, and, opening the book, I found a leaf turned down at the words, "In the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge, until these calamities be overpast." When I was left alone, I sat down to write diligently that history of myself which I had composed, and fixed in my memory during the year of my housing in this dungeon. The words came from my pen freely, and hour after hour through many days, while no single word reached me from the outside world, I wrote on, carefully revising, but changing little from that which I had taken so long to record in my mind. I would not even yet think that they would hang me, and if they did, what good could brooding do? When the last word of the memoirs, I may call them so, addressed to Alix, had been written, I turned my thoughts to other friends. The day preceding that fixed for my execution came, yet there was no sign from friend or enemy without. At 10 o'clock of that day Chaplain Wainfleet was admitted to me in the presence of Gabord and a soldier. I found great pleasure in his company, brief as his visit was, and after I had given him messages to bear for me, two old friends, if we never met again and he were set free, he left me, benignly commending me to heaven. There was the question of my other letters. I had but one desire, Voban again, unless at my request the Signor Duvarney would come, and they would let him come. If it were certain that I was to go to the scaffold, then I should not hesitate to tell him my relations with his daughter, that he might comfort her when, being gone from the world myself, my love could do her no harm. I could not think that he would hold against me the duel with his son, and I felt sure he would come to me if he could, but why should I not try for both Voban and the Signor? So I spoke to Gabord.
Voban, Voban,
said he.
Does Ichabod play at peacock still? Well, thou shalt see Voban. Thou shalt go trim to heaven. Aho!
Presently I asked him if he would bear a message to the governor, asking permission for the Signor Duvarney to visit me, if he were so inclined. At his request I wrote my petition out, and he carried it away with him, saying that I should have Voban that evening. I waited hour after hour, but no one came. As near as I could judge it was now evening. It seemed strange to think that, 20 feet above me, the world was all white with snow, the sound of sleigh bells and church bells, and the cries of snowshoers ringing on the clear, sharp air. I pictured the streets of Quebec alive with people, the young signori set off with furs and silken sash and sword or pistols, the long-haired, black-eyed woodsman in his embroidered moccasins and leggings with flying thrums, the peasant farmer slapping his hands cheerfully in the lighted market-place, the petty noble, with his demoiselle, hovering in the precincts of the Chateau St. Louis and the Intendance. Up there were light, freedom, and the inspiriting frost. Down here in my dungeon the blades of corn which, dying, yet never died, told the story of a choking air, wherein the body and soul of a man droop and take long to die. This was the night before Christmas Eve, when in England and Virginia they would be preparing for feasting and Thanksgiving. The memories of past years crowded on me. I thought of feastings and spendthrift rejoicings in Glasgow and Virginia. All at once the carnal man in me rose up and damned these lying foes of mine. Resignation went whistling down the wind. Hang me? Hang me? No, by the God that gave me breath! I sat back and laughed at my own insipid virtue, by which, to keep faith with the fanatical follower of Prince Charlie, I had refused my liberty, cut myself off from the useful services of my king, wasted good years of my life, trusting to pressure and help to come from England, which never came, twisted the rope for my own neck to keep honor with the dishonorable Doltaire, who himself had set the noose swinging, and, inexpressible misery, involved in my shame and peril a young blithe spirit, breathing a miasma upon the health of a tender life. Every rebellious atom in my blood sprang to indignant action. I swore that if they fetched me to the gallows to celebrate their Noel, other lives than mine should go to keep me company on the dark trail, to die like a rat in a trap, oiled for the burning, and lighted by the torch of hatred. No, I would die fighting if I must die. I drew from its hiding place the knife I had secreted the day I was brought into that dungeon, a little weapon, but it would serve for the first blow. At whom? Gabord? It all flashed through my mind how I might do it when he came in again. Bury this blade in his neck or heart. It was long enough for the work. Then, when he was dead, change my clothes for his, take his weapons, and run my chances to get free of the citadel. Free? Where should I go in the dead of winter? Who would hide me, shelter me? I could not make my way to an English settlement, ill-clad, exposed to the merciless climate, and the end, death. But that was freedom. Freedom! I could feel my body dilating with the thought, as I paced my dungeon like an ill-tempered beast. But kill Gabord, who had put himself in danger to serve me, who himself had kept the chains from off my ankles and body, whose own life depended upon my security. Come, come, Robert Moray, said I, what relish have you for that? That's an ill game for a gentleman. Alix Duvarney would rather see you dead than get your freedom over the body of this man. That was an hour of storm. I am glad that I conquered the baser part of me, for, almost before I had grown calm again, the bolts of the dungeon doors shot back, and presently Gabord stepped inside, followed by a muffled figure.
Vauban the barber,
said Gabord in a strange voice, and stepping again outside, he closed the door, but did not shoot the bolts. I stood as one in a dream. Voban the barber. In spite of the cap and great fur coat, I saw the outline of a figure that no barber ever had in this world. I saw two eyes shining like lights set in a rosy sky. A moment of doubt, of impossible speculation, of delicious suspense, and then the coat of Voban the barber opened, dropped away from the lithe, graceful figure of a young officer of marines. The cap flew off, and in an instant the dear head, the blushing, shining face of Alix was on my breast. In that moment, stolen from the calendar of hate, I ran into the haven where true hearts cast anchor and bless God that they have seen upon the heights, to guide them, the lights of home. The moment flashed by and was gone, but the light it made went not with it. When I drew her blushing face up, and stood her off from me that I might look at her again, the colour flew back and forth on her cheek, as you may see the fire flutter in an uncut ruby when you turn it in the sun. Modestly drawing the cloak she wore more closely about her, she hastened to tell me how it was she came in such a guise. But I made her pause for a moment while I gave her a seat and sat down beside her. Then, by the light of the flickering torch and flaring candles, I watched her feelings play upon her face as the warm light of autumn shifts upon the glories of ripe fruits. Her happiness was tempered by the sadness of our position, and my heart smote me that I had made her suffer, had brought care to her young life. I could see that in the year she had grown older, yet her beauty seemed enhanced by that, and by the trouble she had endured. I shall let her tell her own story, here unbroken by my questions, and those interruptions which Gabord made, bidding her to make haste. She spoke without faltering, save here and there, but even then I could see her brave spirit quelling the riot of her emotions, shutting down the sluice gate of tears.
I knew,
she said, her hand clasped in mine,
that Gabord was the only person like to be admitted to you, and so for days, living in fear lest the worst should happen, I have prepared for this chance. I have grown so in height that I knew an old uniform of my brother's would fit me, and I had it ready, small sword and all,"
she added, with a sad sort of humour, touching the weapon at her side.
"You must know that we have for the winter a house here upon the ramparts near the chateau. It was my mother's doings, that my sister Georgette and I might have no great journeyings in the cold to the festivities hereabouts. So I, being a favourite with the governor, ran in and out of the chateau at my will, of which my mother was proud, and she allowed me much liberty, for to be a favourite of the governor is an honour. I knew how things were going, and what the chances were of the sentence being carried out on you. Sometimes I thought my heart would burst with the anxiety of it all, but I would not let that show to the world. If you could but have seen me smile at the governor and Monsieur Doltaire! Nay, do not press my hand so, Robert. You know well you have no need to fear, monsieur. While I learned secrets of state, among them news of you. 3 nights ago Monsieur Doltaire was talking with me at a ball. Ah, those feastings while you were lying in a dungeon, and I shutting up my love and your danger close in my heart, even from those who loved me best. Well, suddenly he said,
"I think I will not have our English captain shifted to a better world."
My heart stood still. I felt an ache across my breast so that I could hardly breathe. "Why will you not?" said I. "Was not the sentence just?" He paused a minute, and then replied,
"All sentences are just when an enemy is dangerous."
Then said I, as in surprise, "Why, was he no spy after all?" He sat back and laughed a little.
"A spy according to the letter of the law. But you have heard of secret history, eh?"
I tried to seem puzzled, for I had a thought there was something private between you and him, which has to do with your fate. So I said, as if bewildered, "You mean there is evidence which was not shown at the trial?" He answered slowly,
"Evidence that would bear upon the morals, not the law of the case."
Then said I, "Has it to do with you, monsieur?"
"It has to do with France,"
he replied. "And so you will not have his death?" I asked.
"Bigot wishes it,"
he replied,
"for no other reason than that Madame Cournal has spoken nice words for the good-looking captain, and because that unsuccessful duel gave Vaudreuil an advantage over himself. Vaudreuil wishes it because he thinks it will sound well in France, and also because he really believes the man a spy. The council do not care much, they follow the governor and Bigot, and both being agreed, their verdict is unanimous."
He paused, then added,
"And the Seigneur de Varny and his daughter wish it because of a notable injury to one of their name."
At that I cautiously replied, "No, my father does not wish it, for my brother gave the offence, and Captain Moray saved his life, as you know. I do not wish it, Monsieur Doltaire, because hanging is a shameful death, and he is a gentleman, not a ruffian. Let him be shot like a gentleman. How will it sound at the court of France that on insufficient evidence, as you admit, an English gentleman was hanged for a spy? Would not the king say, for he is a gentleman, 'Why was this not shown to me before the man's death? Is it not a matter upon which a country would feel as gentlemen feel?' I knew it the right thing to say at the moment, and it seems the only way to aid you, though I intended, if the worst came to the worst, to go myself to the governor at the last and plead for your life, at least for a reprieve. But it had suddenly flashed upon me that a reference to France was the thing, since the articles of war which you are accused of dishonouring were signed by officers from France and England. Presently he turned to me with a look of curiosity, and another sort of look also, that made me tremble, and said,
'Now there you have put your finger on the point. My point. The choice weapon I had reserved to prick the little bubble of Bigot's hate and the governor's conceit, if I so chose, even at the last. And here is a girl, a young girl just freed from pinafores, who teaches them the law of nations. If it pleased me, I should not speak, for Vaudreuil's and Bigot's affairs are none of mine. But, in truth, why should you kill your enemy? It is the sport to keep him living. You can get no change for your money from a dead man. He has had one cheerful year. Why not another, and another, and another? And so watch him fretting to the slow coming end, while now and again you give him a taste of hope, to drop him back again into the pit which has no sides for climbing.
He paused a minute, and then added,
A year ago I thought he had touched you, this Britisher, with his raw humour and manners. But, my faith, how swiftly does a woman's fancy veer.
At that I said calmly to him, You must remember that then he was not thought so base.
Yes, yes,
he replied,
and a woman loves to pity the captive, whatever his fault, if he be presentable and of some notice or talent. And Moray has gifts.
He went on. I appeared all at once to be offended. Veering, indeed, a woman's fancy. I think you might judge women better. You come from high places, Monsieur Doltaire, and they say this and that of your great talents, and of your power at Versailles. But what proof have we had of it? You set a girl down with a fine patronage, and you hint at weapons to cut off my cousins the governor and the intendant from their purposes. But how do we know you can use them? That you have power with either the unnoticeable woman or the great men? I knew very well it was a bold move. He suddenly turned to me, in his cruel eyes a glittering kind of light, and said,
I suggest no more than I can do with those great men, and as for the woman, the slave cannot be patron. I am the slave. I thought not of power before, but now that I do, I will live up to my thinking. I seem idle, I am not. Purposeless, I am not. A gamester, I am none. I am a sportsman, and I will not leave the field till all the hunt be over. I seem a trifler, yet I have persistency. I am no romanticist. I have no great admiration for myself, and yet when I set out to hunt a woman honestly, be sure I shall never back to the kennel till she is mine, or I am done for utterly. Not by worth nor by deserving, but by unending patience and diligence. That shall be my motto. I shall devote to the chase every art that I have learned or known by nature. So there you have me, mademoiselle. Since you have brought me to the point, I will unfurl my flag. I am your hunter.
He went on, speaking with slow, painful emphasis.
And I shall make you mine. You fight against me, but it is no use.
I got to my feet, and said with coolness, though I was sick at heart and trembling, You are frank. You have made two resolves. I shall give weight to one, as you fulfil the other. And smiling at him, I moved away towards my mother. Masterful as he is, I felt that this would touch his vanity. There lay my great chance with him. If he had guessed the truth of what's between us, be sure, Robert, your life were not worth 1 hour beyond tomorrow's sunrise. You must know how I loathe deceitfulness. But when one weak girl is matched against powerful and evil men, what can she do? My conscience does not chide me, for I know my cause is just. Robert, look me in the eyes. There, like that. Now tell me, you are innocent of the dishonourable thing, are you not? I believe with all my soul, but that I may say from your own lips that you are no spy. Tell me so.
When I had said as she had wished, assuring her she should know all, carrying proofs away with her, and that hidden evidence of which Doltaire had spoken, she went on.
You put me to the test,
said Monsieur.
Doing one, it will be proof that I shall do the other.
He fixed his eyes upon me with such a look that my whole nature shrank from him, as if the next instant his hateful hands were to be placed on me. Oh, Robert, I know how perilous was the part I played, but I dared it for your sake. For a whole year I have dissembled to everyone, save to that poor mad soul Matilda, who reads my heart in her wild way, to Voban, and to the rough soldier outside your dungeon. But they will not betray me. God has given us these rough but honest friends. Well, Monsieur left me that night, and I have not seen him since, nor can I tell where he is, for no one knows, and I dare not ask too much. I did believe he would achieve his boast as to saving your life, and so, All yesterday and today I have waited with most anxious heart, but not one word. Yet there was that in all he said which made me sure he meant to save you, and I believe he will. Yet think, if anything happened to him. You know what wild doings go on at Bigot's chateau out at Charlesbourg, or, again, in the storm of yesterday, he may have been lost. You see, there are 100 chances, so I determined not to trust wholly to him. There was one other way, to seek the governor myself, open my heart to him, and beg for a reprieve. Tonight at 9 o'clock, it is now 6, Robert, we go to the Chateau St. Louis, my mother and my father and I, to sup with the governor. Oh, think what I must endure to face them with this awful shadow on me. If no word come of the reprieve before that hour, I shall make my own appeal to the governor. It may ruin me, but it may save you. And that done, what should I care for the rest? Your life is more to me than all the world beside.
Here she put both hands upon my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. I did not answer yet, but took her hands in mine, and she continued.
In hour past, I told my mother I should go to see my dear friend Lucie Lotbiniere. Then I stole up to my room, put on my brother's uniform, and came down to meet Voban near the citadel, as we had arranged. I knew he was to have an order from the governor to visit you. He was waiting, and to my great joy he put the order in my hands. I took his coat and wig and cap, a poor disguise, and came straight to the citadel, handing the order to the soldiers at the gate. They gave it back without a word, and passed me on. I thought this strange, and looked at the paper by the light of the torches. What was my surprise to see that Voban's name had been left out! It but gave permission to the bearer. That would serve with the common soldier, but I knew well it would not work with Gabord, or with the commandant of the citadel. All at once I saw the great risk I was running, the danger to us both. Still, I would not turn back. But how good fortune serves us when we least look for it! At the commandant's very door was Gabord. I did not think to deceive him. It was my purpose from the first to throw myself upon his mercy. So there, that moment, I thrust the order into his hand. He read it, looked a moment, half fiercely and half kindly at me, then turned and took the order to the commandant. Presently he came out and said to me,
Come, monsieur, and see who clip the gentleman dainty fine for his sunrise travel. He'll get no care twixt boasting house and end of journey, monsieur.
This he said before 2 soldiers, speaking with harshness and a brutal humour. But inside the citadel he changed at once, and taking from my head this cap and wig, he said quite gently, yet I could see he was angry too.
This is a mad doing, young lady.
He said no more, and led me straight to you. If I had told him I was coming, I know he would have stayed me. But at the dangerous moment he had not heart to drive me back. And that is all my story, Robert.
As I have said, this tale was broken often by little questionings and exclamations, and was not told in one long narrative as I have written it here. When she had done, I sat silent and overcome for a moment. There was one thing now troubling me sorely, even in the painful joy of having her close by me. She had risked all to save my life, reputation, friends, even myself, the one solace in her possible misery. Was it not my duty to agree to Doltaire's terms, for her sake, if there was yet a chance to do so? I had made a solemn promise to Sir John Godric that those letters, if they ever left my hands, should go to the lady who had written them, and to save my own life I would not have broken faith with my benefactor. But had I the right to add to the misery of this sweet, brave spirit? Suppose it was but for a year or two. Had I the right to give her sorrow for that time, if I could prevent it, even at the cost of honour with the dead? Was it not my duty to act, and at once? Time was short. While in a swift moment I was debating, Gabord opened the door and said,
Come, end it, end it. Gabord has a head to save.
I begged him for 1 minute more, and then, giving Alix the packet which held my story, I told her hastily the matter between Doltaire and myself. and said that now, rather than give her sorrow, I was prepared to break my word with Sir John Godric. She heard me through with flashing eyes, and I could see her bosom heave. When I had done, she looked me straight in the eyes.
"Is all that here?"
she said, holding up the packet. "All," I answered.
"And you would not break your word to save your own life?"
I shook my head in negation.
"Now I know that you are truly honourable,"
she answered.
"and you shall not break your promise for me. No, no, you shall not. You shall not stir. Tell me that you will not send word to Monsieur Doltaire. Tell me."
When, after some struggle, I had consented, she said,
"But I may act. I am not bound to secrecy. I have given no word or bond. I will go to the governor with my love, and I do not fear the end. They will put me in a convent, and I shall see you no more, but I shall have saved you."
In vain I begged her not to do so. Her purpose was strong, and I could only get her promise that she would not act till midnight. This was hardly achieved when Gabord entered quickly, saying,
"The Seigneur Duvernet. On with your coat, wig, and cap. Quick, mademoiselle."
Swiftly the disguise was put on, and I clasped her to my breast with a joyful agony, while Gabord hastily put out the candles and torch, and drew Alixe behind the dungeon door. Then standing himself in the doorway, he loudly commended me to sleep sound and be ready for travel in the morning. Taking the hint, I threw myself upon my couch and composed myself. An instant afterwards the Seigneur appeared with a soldier, and Gabord met him cheerfully, looked at the order from the governor, and motioned the Seigneur in and the soldier away. As Duvarney stepped inside, Gabord followed, holding up a torch. I rose to meet my visitor, and as I took his hand I saw Gabord catch Alixe by the sleeve and hurry her out, with a whispered word, swinging the door behind her as she passed. Then he stuck the torch in the wall, went out, shut and bolted the dungeon door, and left us two alone. I was glad that Alixe's safety had been assured, and my greeting of her father was cordial. But he was more reserved than I had ever known him. The duel with his son, which had sent the youth to France and left him with a wound which would trouble him for many a day, weighed heavily against me. Again, I think that he guessed my love for Alixe, and resented it with all his might. What Frenchman would care to have his daughter lose her heart to one accused of a wretched crime, condemned to death, an enemy of his country, and a Protestant? I was sure that should he guess at the exact relations between us, Alixe would be sent behind the tall doors of a convent, where I should knock in vain.
"You must not think, Moray,"
said he,
"that I have been indifferent to your fate. But you cannot guess how strong the feeling is against you, how obdurate is the governor, who, if he should appear lax in dealing with you, would give a weapon into Bigot's hands, which might ruin him in France one day. I have but this moment come from the governor, and there seems no way to move him."
I saw that he was troubled greatly, and I felt his helplessness. He went on,
"There is but one man who could bend the governor, but he, alas, is no friend of yours. And what way there is to move him I know not. He has no wish, I fancy, but that you shall go to your fate."
"You mean Monsieur Doltaire," said I quietly.
"Doltaire,"
he answered.
"I have tried to find him, for he is the secret agent of La Pompadour, and if I had one plausible reason to weigh with him, but I have none, unless you can give it. There are vague hints of things between you and him, and I have come to ask if you can put any fact, any argument, in my hands that would aid me with him. I would go far to serve you."
"Think not, I pray you," returned I, "that there is any debt unsatisfied between us." He waved his hand in a melancholy way.
"Indeed, I wish to serve you for the sake of past friendship between us, not only for that debt's sake."
In spite of my quarrel with your son? Asked I.
In spite of that, indeed,
he said slowly,
though a great wedge was driven between us there.
I am truly sorry for it, said I, with some pride. The blame was in no sense mine. I was struck across the face. I humbled myself, remembering you, but he would have me out, yes or no?
Upon a wager,
he urged, somewhat coldly. With the intendant, monsieur, I replied, not with your son.
I cannot understand the matter,
was his gloomy answer. I beg you not to try, I rejoined. It is too late for explanations, and I have nothing to tell you of myself and Monsieur Doltaire. Only, whatever comes, remember I have begged nothing of you, have desired nothing but justice, that only. I shall make no further move. The axe shall fall if it must. I have nothing now to do but set my house in order, and live the hours between this and sunrise with what quiet I may. I am ready for either freedom or death. Life is not so incomparable a thing that I cannot give it up without pother. He looked at me a moment steadily.
You and I are standing far off from each other,
he remarked.
I will say one last thing to you, though you seem to wish me gone and your own grave closing in. I was asked by the governor to tell you that if you would put him in the way of knowing the affairs of your provinces from the letters you have received, together with estimate of forces and plans of your forts, as you have known them, he will spare you. I only tell you this because you close all other ways to me.
I carry, said I, with a sharp burst of anger, the scars of wounds an insolent youth gave me. I wish now that I had killed the son of the man who dares bring me such a message. For a moment I had forgotten Alix, everything, in the wildness of my anger. I choked with rage. I could have struck him.
I mean nothing against you,
he urged with great ruefulness.
I suggest nothing. I bring the governor's message. That is all. And let me say,
he added,
that I have not thought you a spy, nor ever shall think so.
I was trembling with anger still, and I was glad that at that moment Gabord opened the door and stood waiting.
You will not part with me in peace, then?
asked the Signero slowly. I will remember the gentleman who gave a captive hospitality, I answered. I am too near death to let a late injury outweigh an old friendship. I am ashamed, but not only for myself. Let us part in peace. Aye, let us part in peace, I added with feeling, for the thought of Alix came rushing over me, and this was her father.
Goodbye, Moray,
he responded gravely.
You are a soldier, and brave. If the worst comes, I know how you will meet it. Let us waive all bitter thoughts between us. Goodbye.
We shook hands then, without a word, and in a moment the dungeon door closed behind him, and I was alone. And for a moment my heart was heavy beyond telling, and a terrible darkness settled on my spirit. I sat on my couch and buried my head in my hands.
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
At last I was roused by Gabord's voice. He sat down and drew the leaves of faded corn between his fingers.
This is a poor life. This is a cage, after all. Eh, Dickie Bad? If a soldier can't stand in the field fighting, if a man can't rub shoulders with man, and pitch a tent of his own somewhere, why not go travelling with the beast? Oh, to have all the life sucked out like these, eh? To see the flesh melt and the air go white, the eye to be 1 hour bright like a fire in a kiln, and the next like mother on working vinegar. That's not living at all. No.
The speech had evidently cost him much thinking, and when he ended, his cheeks puffed out and a soundless laugh seemed to gather, but it burst in a sort of sigh. I would have taken his hand at that moment, if I had not remembered when once he drew back from such demonstrations. I did not speak, but nodded assent, and took to drawing the leaves of corn between my fingers as he was doing. After a moment, cocking his head at me as might a surly schoolmaster in a pause of leniency, he added,
As quiet, and never did he fly at door of cage, nor peck at jailer. Aho!
I looked at him a minute seriously, and then, feeling in my coat, handed to him the knife which I had secreted, with the words, "Enough for packing with, eh?" He looked at me so strangely, as he weighed the knife up and down in his hand, that I could not at first guess his thought. But presently I understood it, and I almost could have told what he would say. He opened the knife, felt the blade, measured it along his fingers, and then said, with a little bursting of the lips,
Pum! But what would Mademoiselle have thought if Gabor was found dead with a hole in his neck, behind, eh?
He had struck the very note that had sung in me when the temptation came. But he was gay at once again, and I said to him, "What is the hour fixed?"
7 o'clock,
he answered.
And I will bring your breakfast first.
Good night, then, said I. Coffee and a little tobacco will be enough. When he was gone, I lay down on my bag of straw, which, never having been renewed, was now only full of worn chaff, and, gathering myself in my cloak, was soon in a dreamless sleep. I waked to the opening of the dungeon door, to see Gabbo entering with a torch and a tray that held my frugal breakfast. He had added some brandy also, of which I was glad, for it was bitter cold outside, as I discovered later. He was quiet, seeming often to wish to speak, but pausing before the act, never getting beyond a stumbling "Oh!" I greeted him cheerfully enough. After making a little toilet, I drank my coffee with relish. At last I asked Gabbo if no word had come to the citadel for me, and he said none at all, nothing save a message from the governor, before midnight, ordering certain matters. No more was said until, turning to the door, he told me he would return to fetch me forth in a few minutes. But when halfway out he suddenly wheeled, came back, and blurted out,
If you and I could only fight it out, monsieur, 'tis ill for a gentleman and a soldier to die without thrust or parry.
Gabbo, said I, smiling at him, you preach good sermons always, and I never saw a man I'd rather fight and be killed by than you. Then, with an attempt at rough humour, I added, But as I told you once, the knot isn't at my throat, and I'll tie another one yet elsewhere, if God loves honest men. I had no hope at all, yet I felt I must say it. He nodded, but said nothing, and presently I was alone. I sat down on my straw couch and composed myself to think, not upon my end, for my mind was made up as to that, but upon the girl who was so dear to me, whose life had crept into mine and filled it, making it of value in the world. It must not be thought that I no longer had care for our cause, for I would willingly have spent my life 100 times for my country, as my best friends will bear witness. But there comes a time when a man has a right to set all else aside but his own personal love and welfare, and to me the world was now bounded by just so much space as my dear Alixe might move in. I fastened my thought upon her face as I had last seen it. My eyes seemed to search for it also, and to find it in the torch which stuck out, softly sputtering from the wall. I do not pretend, even at this distance of time, after having thought much over the thing, to give any good reason for so sudden a change as took place in me there. All at once a voice appeared to say to me,
"When you are gone, she will be Doltaire's. Remember what she said. She fears him. He has a power over her."
Now, some will set it down to a low, unmanly jealousy and suspicion. It is hard to name it, but I know that I was seized with a misery so deep that all my past sufferings and disappointments, and even this present horror, were shadowy beside it. I pictured to myself Alixe in Doltaire's arms, after I had gone beyond human call. It is strange how an idea will seize us and master us, and an inconspicuous possibility suddenly stand out with huge distinctness. All at once I felt in my head the ring of fire of which Mathilde had warned me. A maddening heat filled my veins, and that hateful picture grew more vivid. Things Alixe had said the night before flashed to my mind, and I fancied that, unknown to herself even, he already had a substantial power over her. He had deep determination, the gracious subtlety which charms a woman, and she, hemmed in by his devices, overcome by his pleadings, attracted by his enviable personality, would come at last to his will. The evening before I had seen strong signs of the dramatic qualities of her nature. She had the gift of imagination, the epic spirit. Even 3 years previous I felt how she had seen every little incident of her daily life in a way which gave it vividness and distinction. All things touched her with delicate emphasis, were etched upon her brain, or did not touch her at all. She would love the picturesque in life, though her own tastes were so simple and fine. Imagination would beset her path with dangers. It would be to her, with her beauty, a fatal gift, a danger to herself and others. She would have power, and, feeling it, womanlike, would use it, dissipating her emotions, paying out the sweetness of her soul, till one day a dramatic move, a strong picturesque personality like Doltaire's, would catch her from the moorings of her truth, and the end must be tragedy to her. Doltaire! Doltaire! The name burnt into my brain. Some prescient quality in me awaked, and I saw her the sacrifice of her imagination, of the dramatic beauty of her nature, my enemy, her tyrant and destroyer. He would leave nothing undone to achieve his end, and do nothing that would not in the end poison her soul and turn her very glories into miseries. How could she withstand the charm of his keen knowledge of the world, the fascination of his temperament, the alluring eloquence of his frank wickedness? And I should rather 1,000,000 times see her in her grave than pass through the atmosphere of his life. This may seem madness, selfish and small, but after events went far to justify my fears and imaginings, for behind there was a love, an aching, absorbing solicitude. I cannot think that my anxiety was all vulgar smallness then. I called him by coarse names, as I tramped up and down my dungeon. I cursed him. Impotent contempt was poured out on him. In imagination I held him there before me, and choked him till his eyes burst out and his body grew limp in my arms. The ring of fire in my head scorched and narrowed till I could have shrieked in agony. My breath came short and laboured, and my heart felt as though it were in a vice and being clamped to nothing. For an instant also, I broke out in wild bitterness against Alixe. She had said she would save me, and yet, in an hour or less I should be dead. She had come to me last night, true, but that was in keeping with her dramatic temperament. It was the drama of it that had appealed to her, and tomorrow she would forget me, and sink her fresh spirit in the malarial shadows of Doltaire's. In my passion I thrust my hand into my waistcoat and unconsciously drew out something. At first my only feeling was that my hand could clench it, but slowly a knowledge of it travelled to my brain, as if through clouds and vapours. Now, I am no Catholic, I do not know that I am superstitious, yet, when I became conscious that the thing I held was the wooden cross that Matilda had given me, a weird feeling passed through me, and there was an arrest of the passions of my mind and body. A coolness passed over all my nerves, and my brain got clear again, the ring of fire loosing, melting away. It was a happy, diverting influence which gave the mind rest for a moment, till the better spirit, the wiser feeling, had a chance to reassert itself. But then it seemed to me almost supernatural. One can laugh when misery and danger are over, and it would be easy to turn this matter into ridicule. But from that hour to this the wooden cross which turned the flood of my feelings then into a saving channel has never left me. I keep it, not indeed for what it was, but for what it did. As I stood musing, there came to my mind suddenly the words of a song which I had heard some voyagers sing on the St. Lawrence, as I sat on the cliff 100 feet above them and watched them drift down in the twilight. Brothers, we go to the Scarlet Hills. Little gold sun, come out of the dawn. There we will meet in the cedar groves, shining white dew come down. There is a bed where you sleep so sound, the little good folk of the hills will guard, till the morning wakes and your love comes home. Fly away, heart, to the Scarlet Hills. Something in the half-mystical, half-Arcadian spirit of the word soothed me, lightened my thoughts, so that when, presently, Gabbo opened the door and entered with 4 soldiers, I was calm enough for the great shift. Gabbo did not speak, but set about pinioning me himself. I asked him if he could not let me go unpinioned, for it was ignoble to go to one's death tied like a beast. At first he shook his head, but as if with a sudden impulse Lie cast the ropes aside, and, helping me on with my cloak, threw again over it a heavier cloak he had brought, gave me a fur cap to wear, and at last himself put on me a pair of woolen leggings, which, if they were no ornament, and to be of but transitory use, it seemed strange to me then that one should be caring for a body so soon to be cut off from all feeling, were most comforting when we came into the bitter, steely air. Gabbo might easily have given these last tasks to the soldiers, but he was solicitous to perform them himself. Yet with surly brow and a rough accent he gave the word to go forward, and in a moment we were marching through the passages, up frosty steps, in the stone corridors, and on out of the citadel into the yard. I remember that as we passed into the open air I heard the voice of a soldier singing a gay air of love and war. Presently he came in sight. He saw me, stood still for a moment looking curiously, and then, taking up the song again at the very line where he had broken off, passed round an angle of the building and was gone. To him I was no more than a moth fluttering in the candle, to drop dead a moment later. It was just on the verge of sunrise. There was the greyish-blue light in the west, the top of a long range of forest was sharply outlined against it, and the timorous darkness was hurrying out of the zenith. In the east a sad golden radiance was stealing up and driving back the mystery of the night, and that weird loneliness of an Arctic world. The city was hardly waking as yet, but straight silver columns of smoke rolled up out of many chimneys, and the golden cross of the cathedral caught the first rays of the sun. I was not interested in the city. I had now, as I thought, done with men. Besides the 4 soldiers who had brought me out, another squad surrounded me, commanded by a young officer whom I recognized as Captain Lancy, the rough roisterer who had insulted me at Bigot's palace over a year ago. I looked with a spirit absorbed upon the world about me, and 100 thoughts which had to do with a man's life passed through my mind. But the young officer, speaking sharply to me, ordered me on, and changed the current of my thoughts. The coarseness of the man and his insulting words were hard to bear, so that I was constrained to ask him if it were not customary to protect a condemned man from insult rather than expose him to it. I said that I should be glad of my last moments in peace. At that, he asked Gabord why I was unbound, and my jailer answered that binding was for criminals who were to be hanged. I could scarcely believe my ears. I was to be shot, not hanged. I had a thrill of gratitude which I cannot describe. It may seem a nice distinction, but to me there were whole seas between the two modes of death. I need not blush in advance for being shot. My friends could bear that without humiliation, but hanging would have always tainted their memory of me, try as they would against it.
"The gallows is ready, and my orders were to see him hanged,"
Mr. Lancy said.
"An order came at midnight that he should be shot,"
was Gabord's reply, producing the order and handing it over. The officer contemptuously tossed it back, and now, a little more courteous, ordered me against the wall, and I let my cloak fall to the ground. I was placed where, looking east, I could see the Isle of Orleans, on which was the summer house of the Seigneur Duvarney. Gabord came to me and said,
"Monsieur, you are a brave man."
Then, all at once breaking off, he added in a low, hurried voice,
"'Tis not a long flight to heaven, monsieur."
I could see his face twitching as he stood looking at me. He hardly dared to turn round to his comrades, lest his emotion should be seen. But the officer roughly ordered him back. Gabord coolly drew out his watch, and made a motion to me not to take off my cloak yet.
"'Tis not the time by 6 minutes,"
he said.
"The gentleman is to be shot to the stroke. Ho!"
His voice and manner were dogged. The officer stepped forward threateningly, but Gabord said something angrily in an undertone, and the other turned on his heel and began walking up and down. This continued for a moment, in which we all were very still and bitter cold. The air cut like steel, and then my heart gave a great leap, for suddenly there stepped into the yard Doltaire. Action seemed suspended in me, but I know I listened with singular curiosity to the shrill creaking of his boots on the frosty earth, and I noticed that the fur collar of the coat he wore was all white with the frozen moisture of his breath, also that tiny icicles hung from his eyelashes. He came down the yard slowly, and presently paused and looked at Gabord and the young officer, his head laid a little to one side in a quizzical fashion, his eyelids drooping.
"What time was monsieur to be shot?"
he asked of Captain Lancy.
"At 7 o'clock, monsieur,"
was the reply. Doltaire took out his watch.
"It wants 3 minutes of 7,
said he.
"What the devil means this business before the stroke of the hour?"
Waving a hand towards me.
"We were waiting for the minute, monsieur,"
was the officer's reply. A cynical, cutting smile crossed Doltaire's face.
"A charitable trick, upon my soul. To fetch a gentleman from a warm dungeon, and stand him against an icy wall, on a deadly morning to cool his heels, as he waits for his hour to die. You'd skin your lion and shoot him afterwards. Voila!"
All this time he held the watch in his hand.
"You, Gabord," he
went on.
"You are a man to obey orders, eh?"
Gabord hesitated a moment as if waiting for Lancy to speak, and then said,
"I was not in command. When I was called upon, I brought him forth."
"Excuses, excuses. You sweated to be rid of your charge."
Gabord's face lowered.
"Monsieur would have been in heaven by this if I hadn't stopped it,"
he broke out angrily. Doltaire turned sharply on Lancy.
"I thought as much,"
said he.
"And you would have let Gabord share your misdemeanour. Yet your father was a gentleman. If you had shot monsieur before 7, you would have taken the dungeon he left. You must learn, my young provincial, that you are not to supersede France and the King. It is now 7 o'clock. You will march your men back into quarters."
Then turning to me, he raised his cap.
You will find your cloak more comfortable, Captain Moray,
said he, and he motioned Gabord to hand it to me as he came forward.
May I breakfast with you?
He added courteously. He yawned a little.
I have not risen so early in years, and I am chilled to the bone. Gabord insists that it is warm in your dungeon. I have a fancy to breakfast there. It will recall my year in the Bastille.
He smiled in a quaint, elusive sort of fashion, and as I drew the cloak about me, I said through chattering teeth, for I had suffered with the brutal cold, I am glad to have the chance to offer breakfast.
To me or anyone,
he dryly suggested.
Think. By now, had I not come, you might have been in a warmer world than this. Indeed, much warmer.
He suddenly said, as he stooped, picked up some snow in his bare hand, and clapped it to my cheek, rubbing it with force and swiftness. The cold had nipped it, and this was the way to draw out the frost. His solicitude at the moment was so natural and earnest that it was hard to think he was my enemy. When he had rubbed a while, he gave me his own handkerchief to dry my face, and so perfect was his courtesy, it was impossible to do otherwise than meet him as he meant and showed for the moment. He had stepped between me and death, and even an enemy who does that, no matter the motive, deserves something at your hands.
Gabord,
he said, as we stepped inside the citadel,
we will breakfast at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile I have some duties with our officers here. Till we meet in your dining hall then, monsieur.
He added to me, and raised his cap. You must put up with frugal fare, I answered, bowing.
If you but furnish locusts,
he said gaily,
I will bring the wild honey. What wonderful hives of bees they have at the Seigneur de Varney's,
he continued musingly, as if with second thought.
A beautiful manor, a place for pretty birds and honey bees.
His eyelids drooped languidly, as was their way when he had said something a little carbolic, as this was to me, because of its hateful suggestion. His words drew nothing from me, not even a look of understanding, and, again bowing, we went our ways. At the door of the dungeon Gabord held the torch up to my face. His own had a look which came as near to being gentle as was possible to him. Yet he was so ugly that it looked almost ludicrous in him.
Come,
said he.
A friendly court, more comforts.
You think Monsieur Doltaire gets comforts too? Asked I. He rubbed his cheek with a key.
Oh,
mused he.
Oh, Monsieur Doltaire rises not early for naught.
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I was roused by the opening of the door. Doltaire entered. He advanced towards me with the manner of an admired comrade, and, with no trace of what would mark him as my foe, said, as he sniffed the air,
Monsieur, I have been selfish. I asked myself to breakfast with you, yet, while I love the new experience, I will deny myself in this. You shall breakfast with me as you pass to your new lodgings. You must not say no,
he added, as though we were in some salon.
I have a sleigh here at the door, and a fellow has already gone to fan my kitchen fires and forage for the table. Come,
he went on,
let me help you with your cloak.
He threw my cloak around me, and turned towards the door. I had not spoken a word, for what with weakness, the announcement that I was to have new lodgings, and the sudden change in my affairs, I was like a child walking in its sleep. I could do no more than bow to him and force a smile, which must have told him more than aught else of my state, for he stepped to my side and offered me his arm. I drew back from that with thanks, for I felt a quick hatred of myself that I should take favours of the man who had moved for my destruction, and to steal from me my promised wife. Yet it was my duty to live as I could, to escape if that were possible, to use every means to foil my enemies. It was all a game. Why should I not accept advances at my enemy's hands, and match dissimulation with dissimulation? When I refused his arm, he smiled comically, and raised his shoulders in deprecation. "You forget your dignity, monsieur," I said presently as we walked on, Gabord meeting us and lighting us through the passages. "You voted me a villain, a spy, at my trial."
"Technically and publicly, you are a spy, a vulgar criminal,"
he replied.
"Privately, you are a foolish, blundering gentleman."
"A soldier also, you will admit, who keeps his compact with his enemy."
"Otherwise we should not breakfast together this morning,"
he answered.
"What difference would it make to this government if our private matter had been dragged in? Technically you still would have been the spy. But I will say this, monsieur, to me you are a man better worth torture than death."
"Do you ever stop to think how this may end for you?" I asked quietly. He seemed pleased with the question.
"I have thought it might be interesting," he answered. "Else, as I said, you should long ago have left this naughty world. Is it in your mind that we shall cross swords one day?"
"I feel it in my bones," said I, "that I shall kill you." At that moment we stood at the entrance to the citadel, where a good pair of horses and a sleigh awaited us. We got in, the robes were piled around us, and the horses started off at a long trot. I was muffled to the ears, but I could see how white and beautiful was the world, how the frost glistened in the trees, how the balsams were weighted down with snow, and how snug the chateaux looked with the smoke curling up from their hunched chimneys. Presently Doltaire replied to my last remark.
"Conviction is the executioner of the stupid,"
said he.
"When a man is not great enough to let change and chance guide him, he gets convictions, and dies a fool."
"Conviction has made men and nations strong," I rejoined.
"Has made men and nations asses," he retorted. "The Mohammedan has conviction, so has the Christian. They die fighting each other, and the philosopher sits by and laughs. Expediency, monsieur, expediency is the real wisdom, the true master of this world. Expediency saved your life today. Conviction would have sent you to a starry home."
As he spoke, a thought came in on me. Here we were in the open world, travelling together, without a guard of any kind. Was it not possible to make a dash for freedom? The idea was put away from me, and yet it was a fresh accent of Doltaire's character that he tempted me in this way. As if he divined what I thought, he said to me, for I made no attempt to answer his question,
"Men of sense never confuse issues or choose the wrong time for their purposes. Foes may have unwritten truces."
There was the matter in a nutshell. He had done nothing carelessly. He was touching off our conflict with flashes of genius. He was the man who had roused in me last night the fiercest passions of my life, and yet this morning he had saved me from death, and, though he was still my sworn enemy, I was about to breakfast with him. Already the streets of the town were filling, for it was the day before Christmas, and it would be the great market day of the year. Few noticed us as we sped along down Palace Street, and I could not conceive whither we were going, until, passing the Hôtel Dieu, I saw in front the Intendant's. I remembered the last time I was there, and what had happened then, and a thought flashed through me that perhaps this was another trap. But I put it from me, and soon afterwards Doltaire said,
"I have now a slice of the Intendant's for my own, and we shall breakfast like squirrels in a loft."
As we drove into the open space before the palace, a company of soldiers standing before the great door began marching up to the road by which we came. With them was a prisoner. I saw at once that he was a British officer, but I did not recognize his face. I asked his name of Doltaire, and found it was one Lieutenant Stevens, of Rogers' Rangers, those brave New Englanders. After an interview with Bigot he was being taken to the common jail. To my request that I might speak with him Doltaire assented, and at a sign from my companion the soldiers stopped. Stevens' eyes were fixed on me with a puzzled, disturbed expression. He was well built, of intrepid bearing, with a fine openness of manner joined to handsome features, but there was a recklessness in his eye which seemed to me to come nearer to the swashbuckling character of a young French seigneur than the wariness of a British soldier. I spoke his name and introduced myself. His surprise and pleasure were pronounced, for he had thought, as he said, that by this time I would be dead. There was an instant's flash of his eye, as if a suspicion of my loyalty had crossed his mind, but it was gone on the instant, and immediately Doltaire, who also had interpreted the look, smiled, and said he had carried me off to breakfast while the furniture of my former prison was being shifted to my new one. After a word or two more, with Stevens' assurance that the British had recovered from Braddock's defeat, and would soon be knocking at the portals of Chateau St. Louis, we parted, and soon Doltaire and I got out at the high stone steps of the palace. Standing there a moment, I looked round. In this space surrounding the Intendants was gathered the history of New France. This palace, large enough for the king of a European country with a population of 1,000,000, was the official residence of the commercial ruler of a province. It was the house of the miller, and across the way was the king's storehouse, Le Farpon, where poor folk were ground between the stones. The great square was already filling with people who had come to trade. Here were barrels of malt being unloaded, there great sacks of grain, bags of dried fruits, bales of home-made cloth, and loads of fine sawn boards and timber. Moving about among the peasants were the regular soldiers in their white uniforms faced with blue, red, yellow, or violet, with black three-cornered hats, and black gaiters from foot to knee, and the militia in coats of white with black facings. Behind a great collar of dogskin a pair of jet-black eyes flashed out from under a pretty forehead, and presently one saw these same eyes grown sorrowful or dull under heavy knotted brows, which told of a life too vexed by care and labour to keep alive a spark of youth's romance. Now the bell in the tower above us rang a short peal, the signal for the opening of La Farpon, and the bustling crowd moved towards its doors. As I stood there on the great steps, I chanced to look along the plain, bare front of the palace to an annex at the end, and standing in a doorway opening on a pair of steps was Voban. I was amazed that he should be there, the man whose life had been spoiled by Bigot. At the same moment Doltaire motioned to him to return inside, which he did. Doltaire laughed at my surprise, and as he showed me inside the palace, said,
"There is no barber in the world like Voban. Interesting, interesting. I love to watch his eye when he draws the razor down my throat. It would be so easy to fetch it across. But Voban, as you see, is not a man of absolute conviction. It will be sport some day to put Bigot's valet to bed with a broken leg or a fit of spleen, and send Voban to shave him."
"Where is Mathilde?" I asked, as though I knew not of her whereabouts.
"Mathilde is where none may touch her, monsieur, under the protection of the daintiest lady of New France. It is her whim, and when a lady is charming, an intendant even must not trouble her caprice."
He did not need to speak more plainly. It was he who had prevented Bigot from taking Mathilde away from Alix, and locking her up, or worse. I said nothing, however, and soon we were in a large room, sumptuously furnished, looking out on the great square. The morning sun stared in, some snowbirds twittered on the window-sill, and inside a canary, in an alcove hung with plants and flowers, sang as if it were the heart of summer. All was warm and comfortable, and it was like a dream that I had just come from the dismal chance of a miserable death. My cloak and cap and leggings had been taken from me when I entered, as courteously as though I had been King Louis himself, and a great chair was drawn solicitously to the fire. All this was done by the servant, after one quick look from Doltaire. The man seemed to understand his master perfectly, to read one look as though it were a volume, the constant service of the antique world. Such was Doltaire's influence. The closer you came to him, the more compelling was he, a devilish attraction, notably selfish, yet capable of benevolence. 2 years before this time I saw him lift a load from the back of a peasant woman, and carry it home for her, putting into her hand a gold piece on leaving. At another time, an old man had died of a foul disease in a miserable upper room of a warehouse. Doltaire was passing at the moment when the body should be carried to burial. The stricken widow of the dead man stood below, waiting, but no one would fetch the body down. Doltaire stopped and questioned her kindly, and in another minute he was driving the carter and another upstairs at the point of his sword. Together they brought the body down, and Doltaire followed it to the burying ground, keeping the gravedigger at his task when he would have run away, and saying the responses to the priest in the short service read above the grave. I said to him then, "You rail at the world and scoff at men and many decencies, and yet you do these things?" To this he replied, he was in my own lodgings at the time,
"The brain may call all men liars and fools, but the senses feel the shock of misery which we do not ourselves inflict. Inflicting, we are prone to cruelty, as you have seen a schoolmaster begin punishment with tears, grow angry at the shrinking back under his cane, and give way to a sudden lust of torture. I have little pity for those who can help themselves. Let them fight or eat the leek. But the child and the helpless and the sick, it is a pleasure to aid. I love the poor as much as I love anything. I could live their life, if I were put to it. As a gentleman, I hate squalor and the puddles of wretchedness, but I could have worked at the plough or the anvil. I could have dug in the earth till my knuckles grew big and my shoulders hardened to a roundness, have eaten my beans and pork, and pea soup, and have been a healthy ox, munching the bread of industry and trailing the puissant pike, a diligent serf. I have no ethics, and yet I am on the side of the just, when they do not put thorns in my bed to keep me awake at night."
Upon the walls hung suits of armour, swords of beautiful make, spears, belts of wonderful workmanship, a tattered banner, sashes knit by ladies' fingers, pouches, bandoliers, and many strong sketches of scenes that I knew well. Now and then a woman's head in oils or pencil peeped out from the abundant ornaments. I recalled then another thing he said at that time, of which I write.
"I have never juggled with my conscience, never made believe with it. My will was always stronger than my wish for anything, always stronger than temptation. I have chosen this way or that deliberately. I am ever ready to face consequences, and never to cry out. It is the ass who does not deserve either reward or punishment, who says that something carried him away, and, being weak, he fell. That is a poor man who is no stronger than his passions. I can understand the devil fighting God, and taking the long punishment without repentance, like a powerful prince as he was. I could understand a peasant killing King Louis in the palace, and being ready, if he had 100 lives, to give them all, having done the deed he set out to do. If a man must have convictions of that sort, he can escape everlasting laughter, the final hell, only by facing the rebound of his wild deeds."
These were strange sentiments in the mouth of a man who was ever the mannered courtier, and as I sat there alone, while he was gone elsewhere for some minutes, many such things he had said came back to me, suggested, no doubt, by this new, inexplicable attitude towards myself. I could trace some of his sentiments, perhaps vaguely, to the fact that, as I had come to know through the Signor Duvarney, his mother was of peasant blood, the beautiful daughter of a farmer of Poictiers, who had died soon after giving birth to Doltaire. His peculiar nature had shown itself in his refusal to accept a title. It was his whim to be the plain monsieur, behind which was, perhaps, some native arrogancy which made him prefer that to being a noble whose origin, well known, must ever interfere with his ambitions. Then, too, maybe, the peasant in him, never in his face or form, which were patrician altogether, spoke for more truth and manliness than he was capable of, and so he chose to be the cynical, irresponsible courtier, while many of his instincts had urged him to the peasant's integrity. He had undisturbed, however, one instinct of the peasant, a directness, which was evident chiefly in the clearness of his thoughts. As these things hurried through my mind, my body sunk in a kind of restfulness before the great fire. Doltaire came back.
"I will not keep you from breakfast,"
said he.
"Vauban must wait, if you will pass by untidiness."
A thought flashed through my mind. Maybe Voban had some word for me from Alixe. So I said instantly, "I am not hungry. Perhaps you will let me wait yonder while Voban tends you. As you said, it should be interesting."
"You will not mind the disorder of my dressing-room? Well then, this way, and we can talk while Vauban plays with temptation."
So saying, he courteously led the way into another chamber, where Voban stood waiting. I spoke to him, and he bowed, but did not speak, and then Doltaire said,
"You see, Vauban, your labour on Monsieur was wasted so far as concerns the world to come. You trimmed him for the glorious company of the apostles, and see, he breakfasts with Monsieur Doltaire, in the Intendance too, my Vauban, which as you know is wicked, a very nest of wasps."
I never saw more hate than shot out of Voban's eyes at that moment, but the lids drooped over them at once, and he made ready for his work, as Doltaire, putting aside his coat, seated himself laughing. There was no little daring, as there was cruelty, in thus torturing a man whose life had been broken by Doltaire's associate. I wondered now and then if Doltaire were not really putting acid on the barber's bad nerves for some other purpose than mere general cruelty. Even as he would have understood the peasant's murder of King Louis, so he would have seen a logical end to a terrible game in Bigot's death at the hand of Voban. Possibly he wondered that Voban did not strike, and he himself took a delight in showing him his own wrongs occasionally. Then, again, Doltaire might wish for Bigot's death, to succeed him in his place. But this I put as improbable, for the Intendant's post was not his ambition, or, favourite of Le Pompadour as he was, he would, desiring, have long ago achieved that end. Moreover, every evidence showed that he would gladly return to France, for his clear brain foresaw the final ruin of the colony and the triumph of the British. He had once said in my hearing,
"Those swaggering Englishmen will keep coming on. They are too stupid to turn back. The eternal sameness of it all will so distress us, we shall awake one morning, find them at our bedsides, give a kick, and die from sheer ennui. They'll use our banners to boil their fat puddings in, they'll roast oxen in the highways, and after our girls have married them, they'll turn them into kitchen wenches, with frowsy skirts and ankles like beeves."
But, indeed, beneath his dangerous irony there was a strain of impishness, and he would, if need be, laugh at his own troubles, and torture himself as he had tortured others. This morning he was full of a carbolic humour. As the razor came to his neck, he said,
"Vauban, a barber must have patience. It is a sad thing to mistake friend for enemy. What is a friend? Is it one who says sweet words?"
There was a pause, in which the shaving went on, and then he continued,
"Is it he who says, I have eaten Vauban's bread, and Vauban shall therefore go to prison, or be hurried to Valhalla? Or is it he who stays the iron hand, who puts nettles in Vauban's cold, cold bed, that he may rise early and go forth among the heroes?"
I do not think Voban understood that, through some freak of purpose. Doltaire was telling him thus obliquely he had saved him from Bigot's cruelty, from prison or death. Once or twice he glanced at me, but not meaningly, for Doltaire was seated opposite a mirror, and could see each motion made by either of us. Presently Doltaire said to me idly,
I dine to-day at the Seigneur Duvarney's. You will be glad to hear that Mademoiselle bids fair to rival the charming Madame Cournal. Her followers are as many, so they say, and all in one short year she has suddenly thrown out 1,000 new faculties and charms. Doubtless you remember she was gifted, but who would have thought she could have blossomed so? She was all light and softness and air. She is now all fire and skill as well. Matchless, matchless. Every day sees her with some new capacity, some fresh and delicate aplomb. She has set the town admiring, and jealous mothers prophesy triste endings for her. Her swift mastery of the social arts is weird, they say. La, la, the social arts, a good brain, a gift of penetration, a manner, which is a grand necessity, and it must be with birth, no heart to speak of, and the rest is easy. No heart, there is the thing, with a good brain, and senses all warm with life, to feel, but never to have the arrow strike home. You must never think to love and be loved, and be wise too. The emotions blind the judgment. Be heartless, be perfect with heavenly artifice, and, if you are a woman, have no vitriol on your tongue, and you may rule at Versailles or Quebec. But with this difference, in Quebec you may be virtuous, at Versailles you must not. It is a pity that you may not meet Mademoiselle Duvarney. She would astound you. She was a simple ballad a year ago. To-morrow she may be an epic.
He nodded at me reflectively, and went on.
Mademoiselle,
said the Chevalier de la Darante to her at dinner some weeks ago,
if I were young, I should adore you.
Monsieur,
she answered,
you use that Eve to shirk the responsibility.
That put him on his mettle.
Then, by the gods, I adore you now, he answered.
If I were young, I should blush to hear you say so,
was her reply.
I empty out my heart, and away trips the disdainful nymph with a laugh.
He rejoined gaily, the rusty old courtier.
There's nothing left but to fall upon my sword.
Disdainful nymphs are the better scabbards for distinguished swords,
she said with charming courtesy. Then, laughing softly,
there is an Egyptian proverb which runs thus: if thou, Dol, son of Hoshti, hast emptied out thy heart, and it bring no fruit in exchange, curse not thy gods and die, but build a pyramid in the vineyard where thy love was spent, and write upon it, Pride hath no conqueror.
It is a mind for a palace, is it not?
I could see in the mirror facing him the provoking devilry of his eyes. I knew that he was trying how much he could stir me. He guessed my love for her, but I could see he was sure that she no longer, if she ever had, thought of me. Besides, with a lover's understanding, I saw also that he liked to talk of her. His eyes, in the mirror, did not meet mine, but were fixed, as on some distant and pleasing prospect, though there was, as always, a slight disdain at his mouth. But the eyes were clear, resolute, and strong, never wavering, and I never saw them waver, yet in them something distant and inscrutable. It was a candid eye, and he was candid in his evil. He made no pretence, and though the means to his ends were wicked, they were never low. Presently, glancing round the room, I saw an easel on which was a canvas. He caught my glance.
Silly work for a soldier and a gentleman,
he said.
But silliness is a great privilege. It needs as much skill to carry folly as to be an ambassador. Now, you are often much too serious, Captain Moray.
At that he rose, and, after putting on his coat, came over to the easel and threw up the cloth, exposing a portrait of Alix. It had been painted in by a few bold strokes, full of force and life, yet giving her face more of that look which comes to women bitterly wise in the ways of this world than I cared to see. The treatment was daring, and it cut me like a knife that the whole painting had a red glow. The dress was red, the light falling on the hair was red, the shine of the eyes was red also. It was fascinating, but weird, and, to me, distressful. There flashed through my mind the resemblance of Matilda in her scarlet robe as she stood on the heights, that momentous night of my arrest. I looked at the picture in silence. He kept gazing at it with a curious, half-quizzical smile, as if he were unconscious of my presence. At last he said, with a slight knitting of his brows,
"It is strange, strange. I sketched that in 2 nights ago, by the light of the fire, after I had come from the Chateau St. Louis, from memory, as you see. It never struck me where the effect was taken from, that singular glow over all the face and figure. But now I see it, it returns. It is the impression of colour in the senses, left from the night that ladybug Mathilde flashed out on the heights. A fine effect. For another such, one might give another such Mathilde."
At that moment we were both startled by a sound behind us, and, wheeling, we saw Voban, a mad look in his face, in the act of throwing at Doltaire a short spear which he had caught up from a corner. The spear flew from his hand even as Doltaire sprang aside, drawing his sword with great swiftness. I thought he must have been killed, but the rapidity of his action saved him, for the spear passed his shoulder so close that it tore away a shred of his coat, and stuck in the wall behind him. In another instant Doltaire had his sword point at Voban's throat. The man did not cringe, did not speak a word, but his hands clenched, and the muscles of his face worked painfully. There was at first a fury in Doltaire's face and a metallic hardness in his eyes, and I was sure he meant to pass his sword through the other's body. But after standing for a moment, death hanging on his sword point, he quietly lowered his weapon, and, sitting on a chair arm, looked curiously at Voban, as one might sit and watch a mad animal within a cage. Voban did not stir, but stood rooted to the spot, his eyes, however, never moving from Doltaire. It was clear that he had looked for death, and now expected punishment and prison. Doltaire took out his handkerchief and wiped a sweat from his cheeks. He turned to me soon, and said, in a singularly impersonal way, as though he were speaking of some animal,
"He had great provocation. The Duchess de Valois had a young panther once, which she had brought up from the milk. She was inquisitive and used to try its temper. It was good sport, but one day she took away its food, gave it to the cat, and pointed her finger at Monsieur the panther. The Duchess de Valois never bared her breast thereafter to an admiring world. A panther's claws leave scars."
He paused, and presently continued,
"You remember it, Voban? You were the Duke's valet then. You see, I recall you. Well, the panther lost his head, both figuratively and in fact. The panther did not mean to kill, maybe, but to kill the lady's beauty was death to her. Voban, yonder spear was poisoned."
He wiped his face and said to me,
"I think you saw that at the dangerous moment I had no fear. Yet now, when the game is in my own hands, my cheek runs with cold sweat. How easy to be charged with cowardice, like evaporation, the hot breath of peril passing suddenly into the cold air of safety leaves this."
He wiped his cheek again. He rose, moved slowly to Voban, and, pricking him with his sword, said,
"You are a bungler, barber. Now listen. I never wronged you. I have only been your blister. I prick your sores at home. Tut, tut, they prick them openly in the market-place. I gave you life a minute ago. I give you freedom now. Some day I may ask that life for a day's use. And then, Voban, then will you give it?"
There was a moment's pause, and the barber answered,
Monsieur, I owe you nothing. I would have killed you then. You may kill me, if you will.
Doltaire nodded musingly. Something was passing through his mind. I judged he was thinking that here was a man who as a servant would be invaluable.
Well, well, we can discuss the thing at leisure, Vauban,
he said at last.
Meanwhile, you may wait here till Captain Moray has breakfasted, and then you shall be at his service. And I would have a word with you also.
Turning with a polite gesture to me, he led the way into the breakfast-room, and at once, half famished, I was seated at the table, drinking a glass of good wine, and busy with a broiled whitefish of delicate quality. We were silent for a time, and the bird in the alcove kept singing as though it were in Eden, while chiming in between the rhythms there came the silvery sound of sleigh bells from the world without. I was in a sort of dream, and I felt there must be a rude awakening soon. After a while Doltaire, who seemed thinking keenly, ordered the servant to take a glass of wine to Voban. He looked up at me after a little, as if he had come back from a long distance, and said,
It is my fate to have as foes the men I would have as friends, and as friends the men I would have as foes. The cause of my friends is often bad. The cause of my enemies is sometimes good. It is droll. I love directness, yet I have ever been the slave of complication. I delight in following my reason, yet I have been of the motes that stumble in the sunlight. I have enough cruelty in me, enough selfishness and will to be a ruler, and yet I have never held an office in my life. I love true diplomacy, yet I have been comrade to the official liar, and am the captain of intrigue. La la.
You have never had an enthusiasm, a purpose, said I. He laughed a dry, ironical laugh.
I have both an enthusiasm and a purpose,
he answered,
or you would by now be snug in bed forever.
I knew what he meant, though he could not guess I understood. He was referring to Alix and the challenge she had given him. I did not feel that I had anything to get by playing a part of friendliness, and besides, he was a man to whom the boldest speaking was always palatable, even when most against himself. I am sure neither would bear daylight, said I.
Why, I almost blush to say that they are both honest, would at this moment endure a moral microscope. The experience, I confess, is new, and has the glamour of originality.
It will not stay honest, I retorted. Honesty is a new toy with you. You will break it on the first rock that shows.
I wonder,
he answered.
I wonder, and yet I suppose you are right. Some devilish incident will twist things out of gear, and then the old Adam must improvise for safety and success. Yes, I suppose my one beautiful virtue will get a twist.
What he had said showed me his mind as in a mirror. He had no idea that I had the key to his enigmas. I felt as had Voban in the other room. I could see that he had set his mind on Alix, and that she had roused in him what was perhaps the first honest passion of his life. What further talk we might have had I cannot tell, but while we were smoking and drinking coffee the door opened suddenly, and the servant said,
His Excellency the Marquis de Vaudreuil.
Doltaire got to his feet, a look of annoyance crossing his face, but he courteously met the governor and placed a chair for him. The governor, however, said frostily,
Monsieur Doltaire, it must seem difficult for Captain Moray to know who is governor in Canada, since he has so many masters. I am not sure who needs assurance most upon the point, you or he. This is the second time he has been feasted at the Intendance, when he should have been in prison. I came too late that other time. Now it seems I am opportune.
Doltaire's reply was smooth.
Your Excellency will pardon the liberty. The Intendance was a sort of halfway house between the citadel and the jail.
There is news from France,
the governor said,
brought from Gaspé. We meet in council at the chateau in an hour. A guard is without to take Captain Moray to the common jail.
In a moment more, after a courteous good-bye from Doltaire, and a remark from the governor to the effect that I had spoiled his night's sleep to no purpose, I was soon on my way to the common jail, where, arriving, what was my pleased surprise to see Gabord. He had been told off to be my especial guard, his services at the citadel having been deemed so efficient. He was outwardly surly, as rough as he was ever before the world, and without speaking a word to me, he had a soldier lock me in a cell.
End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
My new abode was more cheerful than the one I had quitted in the citadel. It was not large, but it had a window, well barred, through which came the good strong light of the northern sky. A wooden bench for my bed stood in one corner, and, what cheered me much, there was a small iron stove. Apart from warmth, its fire would be companionable, and to tend it a means of passing the time. Almost the first thing I did was to examine it. It was round, and shaped like a small bulging keg on end. It had a lid on top, and in the side a small door with bars for draught, suggesting to me in little the delight of a fireplace. A small pipe from the side carried away the smoke into a chimney in the wall. It seemed to me luxurious, and my spirits came back apace. There was no fire yet, and it was bitter cold, so that I took to walking up and down to keep warmth in me. I was ill-nourished, and I felt the cold intensely, but I trotted up and down, plans of escape already running through my head. I was as far off as you can imagine from that event of the early morning, when I stood waiting, half frozen, to be shot by Lancy's men. After I had been walking swiftly up and down for an hour or more, slapping my hands against my sides to keep them warm, for it was so cold I ached and felt a nausea, I was glad to see Gabord enter with a soldier carrying wood and shavings. I do not think I could much longer have borne the chilling air. A dampness, too, had risen from the floor, which had been washed that morning, for my clothes were very light in texture and much worn. I had had but the one suit since I had entered the dungeon, for my other suit, which was by no means smart, had been taken from me when I was first imprisoned the year before. As if many good things had been destined to come at once, soon afterwards another soldier entered with a knapsack, which he laid down on the bench. My delight was great when I saw it held my other poor suit of clothes, together with a rough set of woollens, a few handkerchiefs, 2 pairs of stockings, and a wool cap for night wear. Gabord did not speak to me at all, but roughly hurried the soldier at his task of fire-lighting, and ordered the other to fetch a pair of stools and a jar of water. Meanwhile I stood near, watching, and stretched out my skinny hands to the grateful heat as soon as the fire was lighted. I had a boy's delight in noting how the draught pumped the fire into violence, shaking the stove till it puffed and roared. I was so filled, that moment, with the domestic spirit, that I thought a steaming kettle on the little stove would give me a tabby-like comfort. "Why not a kettle on the hob?" said I gaily to Gabord.
Why not a cat before the fire, a bit of bacon on the coals, a pot of mulled wine at the elbow, and a wench's chin to chuck? Baby Bumbo,
said Gabord in a mocking voice, which made the soldiers laugh at my expense.
And a spinet too, for ducky dear, Scarlet. A piece of cake and cherry wine, and a soul to go to heaven. Tonnerre,
he added, with an oath.
These English prisoners want the world for a sou, and they know that till Judgment Day.
I saw at once the meaning of his words, for he turned his back on me and went to the window and tried the stanchions, seeming much concerned about them, and muttering to himself. I drew out from my pocket 2 gold pieces, and gave them to the soldier Scarrat. And the other soldier coming in just then, I did the same with him, and I could see that their respect for me mightily increased. Gabord, still muttering, turned to us again, and began to berate the soldiers for their laziness. As the two men turned to go, Scarrat, evidently feeling that something was due for the gold I had given, said to Gabord,
"Shall monsieur have the kettle?"
Gabord took a step forward as if to strike the soldier, but stopped short, blew out his cheeks, and laughed in a loud, mocking way.
"Aye, fetch monsieur the kettle, and fetch him flax to spin, and a pinch of snuff, and hot flannels for his stomach, and every night at sundown you shall feed him with pretty biscuits soaked in milk. Ah, go to the devil and fetch the kettle, fool,"
he added roughly again, and quickly the place was empty save for him and myself.
"Those two fellows are to sit outside your cage door, dicky bird, and two are to march beneath your window yonder, so you shall not lack care if you seek to go abroad. Those are the new orders."
"And you, Gabord," said I, "are you not to be my jailer?" I said it sorrowfully, for I had a genuine feeling for him, and I could not keep that from my voice. When I had spoken so feelingly, he stood for a moment, flushing and puffing, as if confused by the compliment in the tone, and then he answered,
"I'm to keep you safe till word comes from the king what's to be done with you."
Then he suddenly became surly again, standing with legs apart and keys dangling, for Scarrat entered with the kettle, and put it on the stove.
"You will bring blankets for monsieur,"
he added,
"and there's an order on my table for tobacco, which you will send your comrade for."
In a moment we were left alone.
"You live like a stuffed pig here,"
he said,
"though 'twill be cold o' nights."
After another pass or two of words he left me, and I hastened to make a better toilet than I had done for a year. My old rusty suit which I exchanged for the one I had worn seemed almost sumptuous, and the woolen wear comforted my weakened body. Within an hour my cell looked snug, and I sat cosily by the fire, feeding it lazily. It must have been about 4 o'clock when there was a turning of keys and a shooting of bolts. The door opened, and who should step inside but Gabord, followed by Alixe. I saw Alixe's lips frame my name thrice, though no word came forth, and my heart was bursting to cry out and clasp her to my breast. But still with a sweet, serious look cast on me, she put out her hand and stayed me. Gabord, looking not at us at all, went straight to the window, and, standing on a stool, busied himself with the stanchions and to whistle. I took Alixe's hands and held them, and spoke her name softly, and she smiled up at me with so perfect a grace that I thought there never was aught like it in the world. She was the first to break the good spell. I placed a seat for her, and sat down by her. She held out her fingers to the fire, and then, after a moment, she told me the story of last night's affair. First, she made me tell her briefly of the events of the morning, of which she knew, but not fully. This done, she began. I will set down her story as a whole, and you must understand as you read that it was told as women tell a story, with all little graces and diversions, and those small details with which even momentous things are enveloped in their eyes. I loved her all the more because of these, and I saw, as Doltaire had said, how admirably poised was her intellect, how acute her wit, how delicate and astute a diplomatist she was becoming, and yet, through all, preserving a simplicity of character almost impossible of belief. Such qualities, in her directed to good ends, in lesser women have made them infamous. Once that day, Alixe said to me, breaking off as her story went on,
"O Robert, when I see what power I have to dissimulate, for it is that, call it by what name you will, when I see how I enjoy accomplishing against all difficulty, how I can blind even so skilled a diplomatist as Monsieur Doltaire, I almost tremble. I see how, if God had not given me something here,
she placed her hand upon her heart,
that saves me, I might be like Madame Cournal, and far worse than she. For I love power. I do love it. I can see that.
She did not realize that it was her strict honesty with herself that was her true safeguard. But here is the story she told me.
When I left you last night, I went at once to my home, and was glad to get in without being seen. At 9 o'clock we were to be at the chateau, and while my sister Georgette was helping me with my toilette, oh, how I wished she would go and leave me quite alone! My head was in a whirl, and now and then I could feel my heart draw and shake like a half-choked pump, and there was a strange pain behind my eyes. Georgette is of such a warm disposition, so kind always to me, whom she would yield to in everything, so simple in her affections, that I seemed standing there by her like an intrigant, as one who had got wisdom at the price of a good something lost. But do not think, Robert, that for one instant I was sorry I played a part, and have done so for a long year and more. I would do it and more again, if it were for you. Georgette could not understand why it was I stopped all at once and caught her head to my breast, as she sat by me where I stood arranging my gown. I do not know quite why I did it, but perhaps it was from my yearning that never should she have a lover in such sorrow and danger as mine, and that never should she have to learn to mask her heart as I have done. Ah, sometimes I fear, Robert, that when all is over, and you are free, and you see what the world and all this playing at hide-and-seek have made me, you will feel that such as Georgette, who have never looked inside the hearts of wicked people, and read the tales therein for knowledge to defeat wickedness, that such as she were better fitted for your life and love. No, no, please, do not take my hand. Not till you have heard all I am going to tell.
She continued quietly, yet her eye flashed out now and then also, something in her thoughts as to how she, a weak, powerless girl, had got her ends against astute evil men, sent a little laugh to her lips, for she had by nature as merry a heart as serious.
At 9 o'clock we came to the Chateau St. Louis, from St. Anne Street, where our winter home is. Yet how much do I prefer the manor house! There were not many guests to supper, and Monsieur Doltaire was not among them. I effected a genial surprise, and asked the governor if one of the 2 vacant chairs at the table was for Monsieur, and looking a little as though he would reprove me, for he does not like to think of me as interested in Monsieur. He said it was, but that Monsieur was somewhere out of town, and there was no surety that he would come. The other chair was for the Chevalier de la Darante, one of the oldest and best of our nobility, who pretends great roughness and barbarism, but is a kind and honourable gentleman, though odd. He was one of your judges, Robert, and though he condemned you, he said that you had some reason on your side, and I will show you how he stood for you last night. I need not tell you how the supper passed, while I was planning to reach the governor, if Monsieur did not come, and if he did come, how to play my part so he should suspect nothing but a vain girl's caprice, and maybe heartlessness. Moment after moment went by, and he came not. I almost despaired. Presently the Chevalier de la Darante entered, and he took the vacant chair beside me. I was glad of this. I had gone in upon the arm of a rusty gentleman of the court, who is over here to get his health again, and does it by gaming and drinking at the Chateau Bigot. The Chevalier began at once to talk to me, and he spoke of you, saying that he had heard of your duel with my brother, and that formerly you had been much a guest at our house. I answered him with what carefulness I could, and brought round the question of your death, by hint and allusion getting him to speak of the mode of execution. Upon this point he spoke his mind strongly, saying that it was a case where the penalty should be the musket, not the rope. It was no subject for the supper table, and the governor felt this, and I feared he would show displeasure. But other gentlemen took up the matter, and he could not easily change the talk at the moment. The feeling was strong against you. My father stayed silent, but I could see he watched the effect upon the governor. I knew that he himself had tried to get the mode of execution changed, but the governor had been immovable. The Chevalier spoke most strongly, for he is afraid of no one, and he gave the other gentleman raps upon the knuckles.
"I swear,"
he said at last,
I am sorry now I gave in to his death at all, for it seems to me that there is much cruelty and hatred behind the case against him. He seemed to me a gentleman of force and fearlessness, and what he said had weight. Why was the gentleman not exchanged long ago? He was here 3 years before he was tried on this charge. Aye, there's the point. Other prisoners were exchanged. Why not he? If the gentleman is not given a decent death after these years of captivity, I swear I will not leave Kamaraska again to set foot in Quebec.
At that, the governor gravely said,
These are matters for our council, dear Chevalier.
To this, the Chevalier replied,
I meant no reflection on your Excellency, but you are good enough to let the opinions of gentlemen not so wise as you weigh with you in your efforts to be just, and I have ever held that one wise autocrat was worth a score of Junes.
There was an instant's pause, and then my father said quietly,
If His Excellency had always counselors and colleagues like the Chevalier de la Durande, his path would be easier, and Canada happier and richer.
This settled the matter, for the governor, looking at them both for a moment, suddenly said,
Gentlemen, you shall have your way, and I thank you for your confidence. If the ladies will pardon a sort of council of state here,
he added. The governor called a servant, and ordered pen, ink, and paper, and there before us all he wrote an order to Gabo, your jailer, to be delivered before midnight. He had begun to read it aloud to us, when the curtains of the entrance door parted, and Monsieur Doltaire stepped inside. The governor did not hear him, and Monsieur stood for a moment listening. When the reading was finished, he gave a dry little laugh, and came down to the governor, apologizing for his lateness, and bowing to the rest of us. He did not look at me at all, but once he glanced keenly at my father, and I felt sure that he had heard my father's words to the governor.
Have the ladies been made councillors?
He asked lightly, and took his seat, which was opposite to mine.
Have they all conspired to give a criminal one less episode in his life for which to blush? May I not join the conspiracy?
He added, glancing round, and lifting a glass of wine. Not even yet had he looked at me. Then he waved his glass the circuit of the table, and said,
I drink to the councillors, and applaud the conspirators.
And as he raised his glass to his lips, his eyes came abruptly to mine, and stayed, and he bowed profoundly, and with an air of suggestion. He drank, still looking, and then again turned to the governor. I felt my heart stand still. Did he suspect my love for you, Robert? Had he discovered something? Was Gabo a traitor to us? Had I been watched, detected? I could have shrieked at the suspense. I was like one suddenly faced with a dreadful accusation, with which was a great fear. But I held myself still, oh, so still, so still. And as in a dream I heard the governor say pleasantly,
I would I had such conspirators always by me. I am sure you would wish them to take more responsibility than you will now assume in Canada.
Doltaire bowed and smiled, and the governor went on.
I am sure you will approve of Captain Moray being shot instead of hanged. But indeed it has been my good friend the Chevalier here, who has given me the best counsel I have held in many a day.
To this Monsieur Doltaire replied,
A counsel unknown to statute, but approved of those who stand for etiquette with one's foes at any cost. For myself, it is so unpleasant to think of the rope.
Here Alix hid her face in her hands for a moment.
That I should eat no breakfast tomorrow, if the gentleman from Virginia were to hang.
It was impossible to tell from his tone what was in his mind, and I dared not think of his failure to interfere as he had promised me. As yet he had done nothing, I could see, and in 8 or 9 hours more you were to die. He did not look at me again for some time, but talked to my mother and my father and the Chevalier, commenting on affairs in France and the war between our countries, but saying nothing of where he had been during the past week. He seemed paler and thinner than when I last saw him, and I felt that something had happened to him. You shall hear soon what it was. At last he turned from the Chevalier to me and said,
"When did you hear from your brother, mademoiselle?"
I told him, and he added,
"I have had a letter since, and after supper, if you will permit me, I will tell you of it."
Turning to my father and my mother, he assured them of Jus' well-being, and afterwards engaged in talk with the governor, to whom he seemed to defer. When we all rose to go to the salon, he offered my mother his arm, and I went in upon the arm of the good Chevalier. A few moments afterwards he came to me, and remarked cheerfully,
"In this farther corner, where the spinet sounds most, we can talk best."
And we were near to the spinet, where Madame Lotbiniere was playing.
"It is true,"
he began,
"that I have had a letter from your brother. He begs me to use influence for his advancement. You see, he writes to me instead of to the governor. You can guess how I stand in France. Well, we shall see what I may do. Have you not wondered concerning me this week?"
he asked. I said to him, I scarce expected you till after tomorrow, when you would plead some accident as cause for not fulfilling your pretty little boast. He looked at me sharply for a minute, and then said,
"A pretty little boast, is it? You touch great things with light fingers."
I nodded. "Yes," said I, "when I have no great faith."
"You have marvellous coldness for a girl that promised warmth in her youth,"
he answered.
"Even I, who am old in these matters, cannot think of this Moray's death without a twinge, for it is not like an affair of battle. But you seem to think of it in its relation to my little boast, as you call it. Is it not so?"
"No, no," said I, with apparent indignation. "You must not make me out so cruel. I am not so hard-hearted as you think. My brother is well. I have no feeling against Captain Moray on his account. And as for spying, well, it is only a painful epithet for what is done here and everywhere all the time."
Dear me,"
he remarked lightly.
"What a mind you have for argument, a born causist, and yet, like all women, you would let your sympathy rule you in matters of state. But come,"
he added,
"where do you think I have been?"
It was hard to answer him gaily, and yet it must be done, and so I said, "You have probably put yourself in prison, that you should not keep your tiny boast."
"I have been in prison,"
he answered,
"and I was on the wrong side, with no key, even locked in a chest-room of the intendance,"
he explained,
"but as yet I do not know by whom, nor am I sure why. After 2 days without food or drink, I managed to get out through the barred window. I spent 3 days in my room ill, and here I am. You must not speak of this. You will not?"
he asked me. "To no one," I answered gaily, "but my other self."
"Where is your other self?"
he asked. "In here," said I, touching my bosom. I did not mean to turn my head away when I said it, but indeed I felt I could not look him in the eyes at the moment, for I was thinking of you. He mistook me. He thought I was coquetting with him, and he leaned forward to speak in my ear, so that I could feel his breath on my cheek. I turned faint, for I saw how terrible was this game I was playing. But oh, Robert, Robert!"
Her hands fluttered towards me, then drew back.
"It was for your sake, that I let his hand rest on mine an instant, as he said,
"I shall go hunting there to find your other self. Shall I know the face if I see it?"
I drew my hand away, for it was torture to me, and I hated him. But I only said a little scornfully, "You do not stand by your words. You said," here I laughed a little disdainfully, "that you would meet the first test to prove your right to follow the second boast." He got to his feet, and said in a low, firm voice,
"Your memory is excellent. You're a plum perfect. You are young to know it all so well. But you bring your own punishment,"
he added, with a wicked smile.
and you shall pay hereafter. I am going to the governor. Bigot has arrived, and is with Madame Cournal yonder. You shall have proof in half an hour."
Then he left me. An idea occurred to me. If he succeeded in staying your execution, you would in all likelihood be placed in the common jail. I would try to get an order from the governor to visit the jail to distribute gifts to the prisoners, as my mother and I had done before, on the day before Christmas. So, while Monsieur Doltaire was passing, with Bigot and the Chevalier de la Darante, into another room, I asked the governor, and that very moment, at my wish, he had his secretary write the order, which he countersigned and handed me, with a gift of gold for the prisoners. As he left my mother and myself, Monsieur Doltaire came back with Bigot, and, approaching the governor, they led him away, engaging at once in serious talk. One thing I noticed. As Monsieur and Bigot came up, I could see Monsieur eyeing the Intendant askance, as though he would read treachery, for I feel sure that it was Bigot who contrived to have Monsieur shut up in the chest-room. I cannot quite guess the reason, unless it be true what gossips say, that Bigot is jealous of the notice Madame Cournal has given Doltaire, who visits much at her house. Well, they asked me to sing, and so I did, and can you guess what it was? Even the voyageurs sang, "Brothers, we go to the Scarlet Hills, little gold sun, come out of the dawn." I know not how I sang it, for my heart, my thoughts, were far away in a whirl of clouds and mist, as you may see a flock of wild ducks in the haze upon the river, flying they know not whither, save that they follow the sound of the stream. I was just ending the song when Monsieur Doltaire leaned over me and said in my ear,
"Tomorrow I shall invite Captain Moray from the scaffold to my breakfast table, or, better still, invite myself to his own."
His hand caught mine, as I gave a little cry, for when I felt sure of your reprieve, I could not, Robert, I could not keep it back. He thought I was startled at his hand pressure, and did not guess the real cause.
"I have met one challenge, and I shall meet the other,"
he said quickly.
"It is not so much a matter of power, either. It is that engine opportunity. You and I should go far in this wicked world,"
he added.
"We think together, we see through ladders. I admire you, mademoiselle. Some men will say they love you, and they should, or they have no taste. And the more they love you, the better pleased am I, if you are best pleased with me. But it is possible for men to love and not to admire. It is a foolish thing to say that reverence must go with love. I know men who have lost their heads and their souls for women whom they knew infamous. But when one admires where one loves, then in the ebb and flow of passion the heart is safe, for admiration holds when the sense is cold."
You know well, Robert, how clever he is. How, listening to him, you must admit his talent and his power. But oh, believe that, though I am full of wonder at his cleverness, I cannot bear him very near me.
She paused. I looked most gravely at her, as well one might who saw so sweet a maid employing her heart thus, and the danger that faced her. She misread my look a little, maybe, for she said at once,
"I must be honest with you, and so I tell you all, else the part I play were not possible to me. To you I can speak plainly, pour out my soul. Do not fear for me. I see a battle coming between that man and me, but I shall fight it stoutly, worthily, so that in this at least I shall never have to blush for you that loved me. Be patient, Robert, and never doubt me, for that would make me close the doors of my heart, though I should never cease to aid you, never weary in labour for your well-being. If these things, and fighting all these wicked men, to make Doltaire help me to save you, have schooled to action some worse parts of me, there is yet in me that which shall never be brought low, never be dragged to the level of Versailles or the Chateau Bigot, never."
She looked at me with such dignity and pride that my eyes filled with tears, and, not to be stayed, I reached out and took her hands, and would have clasped her to my breast, but she held back from me.
"You believe in me, Robert?"
she said most earnestly.
"You will never doubt me. You know that I am true and loyal."
"I believe in God and you. I answered reverently, and I took her in my arms and kissed her. I did not care at all whether or no Gabord saw, but indeed he did not, as Alixe told me afterwards, for, womanlike, even in this sweet crisis she had an eye for such details. "What more did he say?" I asked, my heart beating hard in the joy of that embrace.
No more, or little more, for my mother came that instant, and brought me to talk with the Chevalier de la Durande, who wished to ask me for next summer to Kamaraska or Isle aux Coudres, where he has manor houses. Before I left Monsieur Doltaire, he said,
I never made a promise but I wished to break it. This one shall balance all I've broken, for I'll never unwish it.
My mother heard this, and so I summoned all my will, and said gaily, Poor broken crockery, you stand a tower among the ruins. This pleased him, and he answered,
On the tower base is written, This crockery outserves all others.
My mother looked sharply at me, but said nothing, for she has come to think that I am heartless and cold to men and to the world, selfish in many things.
At this moment Gabord turned round, saying,
"'Tis time to be done. Madame comes."
It is my mother,
said Alixe, standing up, and hastily placing her hands in mine.
I must be gone. Good-bye. Good-bye.
There was no chance for further adieu, and I saw her pass out with Gabord, but she turned at the last, and said in English, for she spoke it fairly now,
Believe, and remember.
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The most meagre intelligence came to me from the outer world. I no longer saw Gabord. He had suddenly been withdrawn and a new jailer substituted, and the sentinels outside my door and beneath the window of my cell refused all information. For months I had no news whatever of Alixe or of those affairs nearest my heart. I heard nothing of Doltaire, little of Bigot, and there was no sign of Voban. Sometimes I could see my new jailer studying me, if my plans were a puzzle to his brain. At first he used regularly to try the bars of the window, and search the wall as though he thought my devices might be found there. Scarrat and Flavel, the guards at my door, set too high a price on their favours, and they talked seldom, and then with brutal jests and ribaldry, of matters in the town which were not vital to me. Yet once or twice, from things they said, I came to know that all was not well between Bigot and Doltaire on one hand, and Doltaire and the governor on the other. Doltaire had set the governor and the intendant scheming against him because of his adherence to the cause of neither, and his power to render the plans of either of no avail when he chose, as in my case. Vaudreuil's vanity was injured, and besides, he counted Doltaire too strong a friend of Bigot. Bigot, I doubted not, found in Madame Cournal's liking for Doltaire all sorts of things of which he never would have dreamed. For there is no such potent devilry in this world as the jealousy of such a sort of man over a woman whose vanity and cupidity are the springs of her affections. Doltaire's imprisonment in a room of the Intendant's was not so mysterious as suggestive. I foresaw strife, a complication of intrigues, and internal enmities which would be, as they were, the ruin of New France. I saw, in imagination, the English army at the gates of Quebec, and those who sat in the seats of the mighty, sworn to personal enmities, Vaudreuil through vanity, Bigot through cupidity, Doltaire by the innate malice of his nature, sacrificing the country, the scarlet body of British power moving down upon a dishonoured city, never to take its foot from that sword of France which fell there on the soil of the New World. But there was another factor in the situation which I have not dwelt on before. Over a year earlier, When war was being carried into Prussia by Austria and France, and against England, the ally of Prussia, the French Minister of War, d'Argenson, had, by the grace of Le Pompadour, sent General the Marquis de Montcalm to Canada, to protect the colony with a small army. From the first, Montcalm, fiery, impetuous, and honourable, was at variance with Vaudreuil, who, though honest himself, had never dared to make open stand against Bigot. When Montcalm came, practically taking the military command out of the hands of the governor, Vaudreuil developed a singular jealous spirit against the general. It began to express itself about the time I was thrown into the citadel dungeon, and I knew from what Alix had told me, and from the gossip of the soldiers, that there was a more open show of disagreement now. The governor, seeing how ill it was to be at variance with both Montcalm and Bigot, presently began to covet a reconciliation with the latter. To this Bigot was by no means averse, for his own position had danger. His followers and confederates, Cournal, Marin, Cadet, and Rigaud, were robbing the king with a daring and effrontery which must ultimately bring disaster. This he knew, but it was his plan to hold on for a time longer, and then to retire before the axe fell, with an immense fortune. Therefore, about the time set for my execution, he began to close with the overtures of the governor, and presently the two formed a confederacy against the Marquis de Montcalm. Into it they tried to draw Doltaire, and were surprised to find that he stood them off as to anything more than outward show of friendliness. Truth was, Doltaire, who had no sordid feeling in him, loathed alike the cupidity of Bigot and the incompetency of the governor, and respected Montcalm for his honour, and reproached him for his rashness. From first to last he was, without show of it, the best friend Montcalm had in the province, and though he held aloof from bringing punishment to Bigot, he despised him and his friends, and was not slow to make that plain. D'Argenson made inquiry of Doltaire when Montcalm's honest criticisms were sent to France in cipher, and Doltaire returned the reply that Bigot was the only man who could serve Canada efficiently in this crisis, that he had abounding fertility of resource, a clear head, a strong will, and great administrative faculty. This was all he would say, save that when the war was over other matters might be conned. Meanwhile France must pay liberally for the Intendant's services. Though a friend in France, Bigot came to know that his affairs were moving to a crisis, and saw that it would be wise to retire, but he loved the very air of crisis, and Madame Cournal, anxious to keep him in Canada, encouraged him in his natural feeling to stand or fall with the colony. He never showed aught but a hold and confident face to the public, and was in all regards the most conspicuous figure in New France. When, 2 years before, Montcalm took Oswego from the English, Bigot threw open his palace to the populace for 2 days' feasting, and every night during the war he entertained lavishly, though the people went hungry, and their own corn, bought for the king, was sold back to them at famine prices. As the governor amid the intendant grew together in friendship, Vaudreuil sinking past disapproval in present selfish necessity, they quietly combined against Doltaire as against Montcalm. Yet at this very time Doltaire was living in the Intendance, and, as he had told Alix, not without some personal danger. He had before been offered rooms at the Chateau St. Louis, but these he would not take, for he could not bear to be within touch of the governor's vanity and timidity. He would of preference have stayed in the Intendance had he known that pitfalls and traps were at every footstep. Danger gave a piquancy to his existence. I think he did not greatly value Madame Cournal's admiration of himself, but when it drove Bigot to retaliation, his imagination got an impulse, and he entered upon a conflict which ran parallel with the war, and with that delicate antagonism which Alix waged against him, long undiscovered by himself. At my wits' end for news, at last I begged my jailer to convey a message for me to the governor, asking that the barber be let come to me. The next day an answer arrived in the person of Voban himself, accompanied by the jailer. For a time there was little speech between us, but as he tended me we talked. We could do so with safety, for Voban knew English, and though he spoke it brokenly, he had freedom in it, and the jailer knew no word of it. At first the fellow blustered, but I waved him off. He was a man of better education than Gabord, but of inferior judgment and shrewdness. He made no trial thereafter to interrupt our talk, but sat and drummed upon a stool with his keys, or loitered at the window, or now and again thrust his hands into my pockets, as if to see if weapons were concealed in them. "Voban," said I, "what has happened since I saw you at the Intendant's? Tell me first of Mademoiselle. You have nothing from her for me?"
"Nothing," he answered. "There is no time. A soldier come an hour ago with an order from the governor, and I must go all at once, so I come as you see. But as for the Mamselle, she is well. Voila, there is no one like her in New France. I do not know all, as you can guess, but they say she can do what she will at the chateau. It is a wonder to see her drive. A month ago a droll thing come to pass. She is driving on the ice with Mamselle Lotbiniere and her brother Charles. Monsieur Charles, he has the reins. Soon, ver quick, the horses start with all their might. Monsieur saw and pull, but they go the faster, like that for a mile or so. Then Mamselle remember there is a great crack in the ice a mile farther on, and beyond the ice is weak and rotten, for there the current is ver strongest. She see that Monsieur Charles he can do nothing, so she reach and take the reins. The horses go on. It make no difference at first, but she begin to talk to them so soft, and to pull ver steady, and at last she get them shaping to the shore. She have the reins wound on her hands, and people on the shore they watch. Little on little the horses pull up, and stop at last not 100 feet from the great crack and the rotten ice. Then she turn them round and drive them home. You should hear the people cheer as she drive up Mountain Street. The bishop stand at the window of his palace and smile at her as she pass. And Monsieur,"
he looked at the jailer and paused.
"Monsieur the gentleman we do not love, he stand in the street with his cap off for 2 minutes as she come, and after she go by and say a grand compliment to her, so that her face go pale. He get froze ears for his pains. That was a cold day. Well, at night there was a grand dinner at the Intendance, and afterwards a ball in the splendid room which that man—"
He meant Bigot. I shall use names when quoting him further, that he may be better understood.
"Built for the poor people of the land for to dance down their sorrows. So you can guess I would be there, happy. Ah, yes, so happy. I go and stand in the great gallery above the hall of dance, with crowd of people, and look down at the grand folk. One man come to me and say,
'Ah, Voban, is it you here? Who would think it?'
Like that. Another he come and say,
'Voban, he cannot keep away from the Intendants. Who does he come to look for? But no, she is not here. No.'
And again another,
'Why should not Voban be here? One man has not enough bread to eat, and Bigot steals his corn. Another hungers for a wife to sit by his fire, and Bigot takes the maid, and Voban stuffs his mouth with humble pie like the rest. Chut! Shall not Bigot have his fill?'
And yet another, and voila, she was a woman. She say,
'Look at the Intendant down there with Madame. And Monsieur Cournal, he also is there. What does Monsieur Cournal care? No, not at all. The rich man, what he care, if he has gold? Virtue! What is that in your wife if you have gold for it? Nothing. See his hand at the Intendant's arm. See how Monsieur Doltaire look at them, and then up here at us. What is it in his mind, you think, eh? You think he say to himself, a wife all to himself is the poor man's one luxury, eh? Ah, Monsieur Doltaire, you are right, you are right. You catch up my child from its basket in the market-place one day, and you shake it ver soft, and you say,
Madame, I will stake the last year of my life that I can put my finger on the father of this child.
And when I laugh in his face, he say again,
And if he thought he wasn't its father, he would cut out the liver of the other, eh?
And I laugh and say, my Jacques would follow him to hell to do it. Then he say, Voban, he say to me,
That is the difference between you and us. We only kill men who meddle with our mistresses.
Ah, that Monsieur Doltaire. He put a louis in the hand of my babe, and he not even kiss me on the cheek. Pshaw! Jacques would sell him 50 kisses for 50 louis, but sell me, or a child of me? Well, Voban, you can guess. Pa, Barbe, if you do not care what he did to poor Mathilde, there are other maids in Saint-Roch.
Voban paused a moment, then added quietly,
How do you think I bear it all? With a smile? No, I hear with my ears open and my heart closed tight. Do they think they can teach me? Do they guess I sit down and hear all without a cry from my throat, or a will in my body? Ah, Monsieur le Capitaine, it is you who know. You saw what I would have to go to do with Monsieur Doltaire before the day of the great birth. You saw if I am a coward, if I not take the sword when it was at my throat, without a whine. No, monsieur, I can wait. There is time for everything. At first I am all in a muddle. I not how what to do, but by and by it all come to me. And you shall one day what I wait for. Yes, you shall see. I look down on that people dancing there, quiet and still, and I hear some laugh at me. And now and then someone say a good word to me that make me shut my hands tight, so the tears not come to my eyes. But I felt alone, so much alone. The world does not want a sad man. In my shop I try to laugh as of old, and I am not sour or heavy, but I can see men do not say droll things to me as once back time. No, I am not as I was. What am I to do? There is but one way. What is great to one man is not to another. What kills the one does not kill the other. Take away from some people one thing, and they will not care. From others that same, and there is nothing to live for, except just to live, and because a man does not like death.
He paused. You are right, Voban, said I. Go on. He was silent again for a time, and then he moved his hand in a helpless sort of way across his forehead. It had become deeply lined and wrinkled all in a couple of years. His temples were sunken, his cheeks hollow, and his face was full of those shadows which lend a sort of tragedy to even the humblest and least distinguished countenance. His eyes had a restlessness, anon an intense steadiness almost uncanny, and his thin, long fingers had a stealthiness of motion, a soft swiftness, which struck me strangely. I never saw a man so changed. He was like a vessel wrested from its moorings, like some craft filled with explosives, set loose along a shore lined with fishing smacks, which might come foul of one, and blow the company of men and boats into the air. As he stood there, his face half turned to me for a moment, this came to my mind, and I said to him, Voban, you look like some wicked gun which would blow us all to pieces. He wheeled, and came to me so swiftly that I shrank back in my chair with alarm. His action was so sudden, and, peering into my face, he said, glancing, as I thought, anxiously at the jailer,
Blow, blow, how blow us all to pieces, monsieur?
He eyed me with suspicion, and I could see that he felt like some hurt animal among its captors, ready to fight, yet not knowing from what point danger would come. Something pregnant in what I said had struck home, yet I could not guess then what it was, though afterwards it came to me with great force and vividness. "I meant nothing, Voban," answered I, "save that you look dangerous." I half put out my hand to touch his arm in a friendly way, but I saw that the jailer was watching, and I did not. Voban felt what I was about to do, and his face instantly softened, and his bloodshot eyes gave me a look of gratitude. Then he said,
"I will tell you what happened next. I know the palace very well, and when I see the Intendant and Monsieur Doltaire and others leave the ballroom, I know that they go to the chamber which they call la chambre de la joie, to play at cards. So I steal away out of the crowd into a passage which, as it seemed, go nowhere, and come quick all at once to a bare wall. But I know the way. In one corner of the passage I press a spring, and a little panel open. I crawl through and close it behind. Then I feel my way along the dark corner till I come to another panel. This I open, and I see light. You ask how I can do this? Well, I tell you. There is a valet of Bigot. He is my friend. You not guess who it is? No? It is a man whose crime in France I know. He was afraid when he saw me here. But I say to him, no, I will not speak, never. And he is all my friend, just when I most need. Ah, voila, I see light, as I said, and I push aside every curtains very little, and there is the chamber of the joy below. There they all are, the Intendant and the rest, sitting down to the tables. There was Capitaine Lancy, Monsieur Cadet, Monsieur Cornal, Monsieur le Chevalier de Lévis, and Monsieur le Général, le Marquis de Montcalm. I am astonished to see him there, the great Général, in his grand coat of blue and gold and red, and laces très beau at his throat, with a fine jewel. Ah, he is not very high on his feet, but he has an eye all fire, and a laugh come quick to his lips, and he speak very galant. But he never let them, Messieurs Cadet, Marin, Lancy, and the rest, be thick friends with him. They do not clap their hands on his shoulder, comme le bon camarade, no. Well, they sit down to play, and soon there is much noise and laughing, and then sometimes a silence, and then again the noise, and you can see one snuff a candle with the points of 2 rapiers, or hear a sword jangle at a chair, or listen to someone sing very soft a song as he hold a good hand of cards, or the ring of louis on the table, or the sound of glass as it break on the floor. And once a young gentleman, alas, he is so young, he get up from his chair and cry out,
"All is lost! I go to die!"
He raise a pistol to his head, but Monsieur Doltaire catch his hand, and say quite soft and gentle,
No, no, mon enfant, enough of making fun of us. Here is the 100 louis I borrow of you yesterday. Take your revenge.
The lads sit down slow, looking very strange at Monsieur Doltaire. And it is true, he took his revenge out of Monsieur Cadet, for he win. I saw it, 300 louis. Then Monsieur Doltaire lean over to him and say,
Monsieur, you will carry for me a message to the citadel for Monsieur Ramezay, the commandant.
Ah, it was a sight to see Monsieur Cadet's face, going this way and that, but it was no use. The young gentleman pocket his louis and go away with a letter from Monsieur Doltaire. But Monsieur Doltaire, he laugh in the face of Monsieur Cadet and say very pleasant,
That is a servant of the king, monsieur, who live by his sword alone. Why should civilians be so greedy? Come, play, Monsieur Cadet. If Monsieur the General will play with me, we too will what we can do with you and His Excellency the Intendant.
They sit just beneath me, and I hear all what is said. I see all the looks of them, every card that is played. Monsieur the General have not play yet, but watch Monsieur Doltaire and the Intendant at the cards. With a smile he now sit down. Then Monsieur Doltaire he say,
Monsieur Cadet, let us have no mistake. Let us be commercial.
He take out his watch.
I have 2 hours to spare. Are you disposed to play for that time only? To the moment we will rise, and there shall be no question of satisfaction, no discontent anywhere, eh? Shall it be so? If Monsieur the General can spare the time also?
It is agreed that the General play for 1 hour and go, and that Monsieur Doltaire and the Intendant play for the rest of the time. They begin, and I hide there and watch. The time go very fast, and my breath catch in my throat to see how great the stakes they play for. I hear Mr. Doltaire say at last, with a smile, taking out his watch,
Monsieur the General, your time is up, and you take with you 20,000 francs.
The General he smile and wave his hand, as if sorry to take so much from Monsieur Cadet and the Intendant. Monsieur Cadet sit dark, and speak nothing at first, but at last he get up, and turn on his heel, and walk away, leaving what he lose on the table. Monsieur the General bow also, and go from the room. Then Monsieur Doltaire and the Intendant play. One by one the other players stop, and come and watch these. Something get into the 2 gentlemen, for both are pale, and the face of the Intendant all of spots, and his little round eyes like specks of red fire. But Monsieur Doltaire's face, it is still, and his brows bend over, and now and then he make a little laughing out of his lips. All at once I hear him say,
Double the stakes, Your Excellency.
The Intendant look up sharp and say,
What? 200,000 francs?
As if Monsieur Doltaire could not pay such a like that. Monsieur Doltaire smile ver wicked, and answer,
Make it 300,000 francs, Your Excellency.
It is so still in the chambre of the joy, that all you hear for a minute was the fat Monsieur Varin breathe like a hog, and the rattle of a spur as someone slide a foot on the floor. The Intendant looked blank. Then he nod his head for answer, and each write on a piece of paper. As they begin, Monsieur Doltaire take out his watch and lay it on the table, and the Intendant do the same, and they both look at the time. The watch of the Intendant is all jewels.
Will you not add the watches to the stake?
Said Monsieur Doltaire. The Intendant look, and shrug a shoulder, and shake his head for no, and Monsieur Doltaire smile in a sly way, so that the Intendant's teeth show at his lips, and his eyes almost close, he is so angry. Just this minute I hear a low noise behind me, and then someone give a little cry. I turn quick, and Madame Cournal. She stretched her hand, and touched my lips, and motioned me not to stir. I look down again, and I see that Monsieur Doltaire look up to the where I am, for he hear that sound, I think. I not know sure, but he say once more,
the watch, Your Excellency. I have a fancy for yours.
I feel Madame breathe hard beside me, but I not like to look at her. I am not afraid of men, but a woman that way, it make me shiver. She will betray me, I think. All at once I feel her hand at my belt, then at my pocket, to see if I have a weapon, for the thought come to her that I am there to kill Bigot. But I raise my hands and say, No, very quiet, and she nod her head all right. The Intendant wave his hand at Monsieur Doltaire to say he would not stake the watch, for I know it is one Madame give him. And then they begin to play. No one stir. The cards go out flip, flip on the table, and with a little soft scrape in the hands, and I hear Bigot's hound munch a bone. All at once Monsieur Doltaire throw down his cards and say,
Mine, Bigot, 300,000 francs, and the time is up.
The other get from his chair and say,
How would you have paid if you had lost, Doltaire?
And Monsieur answer,
From the coffers of the king, like you, Bigot.
His tone is odd. I feel Madame's breath go hard. Bigot turned round and say to the others,
Will you take your way to the great hall, messieurs? And Monsieur Doltaire and I will follow. We have some private conference.
They all turn away, all but Monsieur Cornell, and leave the room whispering.
I will join you soon, Cornell,
say His Excellency. Monsieur Cornell not go, for he have been drinking, and something stubborn got into him. But the Intendant order him rough, and he go. I can hear Madame gnash her teeth soft beside me. When the door close, the Intendant turn to Monsieur Doltaire and say,
What is the end for which you play?
Monsieur Doltaire make a light motion of his hand and answer,
For 300,000 francs, and to pay monsieur how to pay if you have lost.
Monsieur Doltaire lay his hand on his sword soft.
From the king's coffers, as I say. He owes me more than he has paid, but not like you, Bigot. I have earned, this way and that, all that I might ever get from the king's coffers, even this 300,000 francs, 10 times told. But you, Bigot, tush, why should we make bubbles of words?
The Intendant get white in the face, but there are spots on it like on a late apple of an old tree.
You go too far, Doltaire,
he say.
You have hinted before my officers and my friends that I make free with the king's coffers.
Monsieur answer,
You should see no such hints if your palms were not musty.
How know you,
asked the Intendant,
that my hands are musty from the king's coffers?
Monsieur arrange his laces and say light,
As easy from the must as I tell how time passes in your nights by the ticking of this trinket here.
He raised his sword and touched the Intendant's watch on the table. I never hear such silence as there is for a minute, and then the Intendant say,
You have gone one step too far. The must on my hands, seen through your eyes, is no matter. But when you must the name of a lady, there is but one end. You understand, monsieur? There is but one end.
Monsieur laugh.
The sword, you mean? Eh? No, no. I will not fight with you. I am not here to rid the king of so excellent an officer, however large fee he force for his services.
And I tell you,
say the Intendant,
that I will not have you cast a slight upon a lady.
Madame beside me start up and whisper to me,
If you betray me, you shall die. If you be still, I too will say nothing.
But then a thing happen. Another voice sound from below, and there, coming from behind a great screen of oak wood, is Monsieur Cornell, his face all red with wine, his hand on his sword.
Bah!
He say, coming forward.
Bah! I will speak for Madame. I will speak. I have been silent long enough.
He come between the two, and raising his sword, he strike the timepiece and smash it.
Ha ha!
He say, wild with drink.
I have you both here alone.
He snap his fingers under the Intendant's nose.
It is time I protect my wife's name from you, and by God I will do it.
At that Monsieur Doltaire laugh, and Cornell turn to him and say,
Bastard!
The Intendant have out his sword, and he roar in a hoarse voice,
Dog, you shall die!
But Monsieur Doltaire strike up his sword, and face the drunken man.
No, leave that to me. The king's cause goes shipwreck, We can't change helmsman now. Think, scandal and your disgrace.
Then he make a pass at Monsieur Cournal, who parry quick. Another, and he prick his shoulder. Another, and then Madame beside me, as I spring back, throw aside the curtains and cry out,
No, monsieur, no, for shame.
I kneel in a corner behind the curtains, and wait and listen. There is not a sound for a moment. Then I hear a laugh from Monsieur Cournal. Such a laugh make me sick. Loud and full of what you call not care and the devil. Madame speak down at them.
Ah,
She say,
it's so fine, I sport to drag a woman's name in the mire.
her voice is full of spirit, and she look beautiful, beautiful. I never guess how a woman like that look, so full of pride, and to speak like you could think knives sing as they strike steel, sharp and cold.
I came to see how gentlemen look at play, and they end in brawling over a lady.
Monsieur Doltaire speak to her, and they all put up their swords, and Monsieur Cournal sit down at a table, and he stare and stare up at the balcony, and make a motion now and then with his hand. Monsieur Doltaire say to her,
Madame, you must excuse our entertainment. We did not know we had an audience so distinguished.
She reply,
As a scene shifter, impromptu, Monsieur Doltaire, you have a gift. Your Excellency,
she say to the Intendant,
I will wait for you at the top of the great staircase, if you will be so good as to take me to the ballroom.
The Intendant and Monsieur Doltaire bow, and turn to the door, and Monsieur Cournal scowl, and make as if to follow, but Madame speak down at him.
Monsieur Argan.
Like that, and he turn back and sit down. I think she forget me, I keep so still. The others bow and scrape, and leave the room, and the two are alone. Alone, for what am I? What if a dog hear great people speak? No, it is no matter. There is all still for a little while, and I watch her face as she lean over the rail and look down at him. It is like stone that aches, and her eyes stare and stare at him. He look up at her and scowl. Then he laugh, with a toss of the finger, and sit down. All at once he put his hand on his sword and gnash his teeth. Then she speak down to him, her voice very quiet.
Argan,
She say,
you are more a man drunk than sober. Argan,
she go on,
years ago they said you were a brave man. You fight well. You do good work for the king. Your name goes with a sweet sound to Versailles. You had only one sword, and my poor fortune and me then. That's all. But you were a man. You had ambition. So had I. What can a woman do? You had your sword, your country, the king's service. I had beauty. I wanted power. Ah, yes, power. That was the thing. But I was young, and a fool. You were older. You talked fine things then, but you had a base heart, so much baser than mine. I might have been a good woman. I was a fool, and weak, and vain, but you were base, so base, coward, betrayer, you.
At that Monsieur start up, and snatch at his sword, and speak out between his teeth.
By God, I will kill you tonight.
She smile cold and hard, and say,
No, no, you will not.
It's too late for killing. That should have been done before. You sold your right to kill long ago, Argan. You have been close friends with the man who gave me power, and you, gold.
Then she get fierce.
Who gave you gold before he gave me power, traitor?
Like that she speak.
Do you never think of what you have lost?
Then she break out in a laugh.
Pa, listen, if there must be killing, why not be the great Roman drunk?
Then she laugh so hard a laugh and turn away and go quick by me and not see me. She step into the dark and he sit down in the chair and look straight in front of him. I do not stir, and after a minute she come back soft and peep down, her face all different.
Argan,
She say very tender and low.
If.
Like that. But just then he see the broken watch on the floor, and he stoop with a laugh and pick up the pieces. Then he get a candle and look on the floor everywhere for the jewels, and he pick them up and put them away one by one in his purse like a miser. He keep on looking, and once the fire of the candle burn his beard, and he swear, and she stare and stare at him. He sit down at the table and look at the jewels and laugh to himself. Then she draw herself up and shake and put her hands to her eyes and
Tiffany,
she whisper, and that is all. When she is gone, after a little time he change. He change much. He go to the table and pour out a great bowl of wine, and then another, and he drink them both, and he begin to walk up and down the floor. He sway now and then, but he keep on for a long time. Once a servant come, but he wave him away, and he scowl and talk to himself, and shut the doors and lock them. Then he walk on and on. At last he sit down, and he face me. In front of him are candles, and he stare between them, and stare and stare. I sit and watch, and I feel a pity. I hear him say,
Antoinette, Antoinette, my dear Antoinette, we are lost forever, my Antoinette.
Then he take the purse from his pocket and throw it up to the balcony where I am.
Pretty sins,
he say,
follow the sinner.
It lie there, and it have sprung open, and I can see the jewels shine. But I not touch it. No. Well, he sit there long, long, and his face get grey, and his cheeks all hollow. I hear the clock strike 1, 2, 3, 4. Once someone come and try the door, but go away again, and he never stir. He is like a dead man. At last I fall asleep. When I wake up, he still sit there, but his head lie in his arms. I look round. It is not a fine sight, no. The candles burn so low, and there is a smell of wick, and the grease runs here and there down the great candlesticks. Upon the floor, this place and that, is a card and pieces of paper, and a scarf, and a broken glass, and something that shine by a small table. This is a picture in a little gold frame. On all the tables stand glasses, some full and some empty of wine. And just as the dawn come in through the tall windows, a cat crawl out from somewhere, all very thin and shy, and walk across the floor. It make the room look so much alone. At last it come, and move against Monsieur's legs, and he lift his head and look down at it, and nod, and say something which I not hear. After that he get up, and pull himself together with a shake, and walk down the room. Then he see the little gold picture on the floor, which some drunk young officer drop, and he pick it up and look at it, and walk again.
Poor fool,
he say, and look at the picture again.
Poor fool. Will he curse her some day? A child with a face like that. Ah!
And he throw the picture down. Then he walk away to the doors, unlock them, and go out. Soon I steal away through the panels and out of the palace very quiet, and go home. But I can see that room in my mind.
Again the jailer hurried Voban. There was no excuse for him to remain longer, so I gave him a message to Alix, and slipped into his hand a transcript from my journal. Then he left me, and I sat and thought upon the strange events of the evening which he had described to me. That he was bent on mischief I felt sure, but how it would come, what were his plans, I could not guess. Then suddenly there flashed into my mind my words to him, "Blow us all to pieces," and his consternation and strange eagerness. It came to me suddenly. He meant to blow up the Intendants. When? And how? It seemed absurd to think of it. Yet, the grim humor of the thing possessed me, and I sat back and laughed heartily. In the midst of my mirth, the cell door opened, and let in Doltaire.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Seats of the Mighty by Gilbert Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I started from my seat, we bowed, and, stretching out a hand to the fire, Doltaire said,
"Ah, my captain, we meet too seldom. Let me see, 5 months. Ah, yes, nearly 5 months. Believe me, I have not breakfasted so heartily since. You are looking older. Solitude to the active mind is not to be endured alone. No."
"Monsieur Doltaire is the surgeon to my solitude," said I.
He answered, "a jail surgeon merely. And that brings me to a point, monsieur. I have had letters from France. The Grande Marquise, I may as well be frank with you, woman-like yearns violently for those silly letters which you hold. She would sell our France for them. There is a chance for you who would serve your country so. Serve it and yourself, and me. We have no news yet as to your doom, but be sure it is certain. La Pompadour knows all, and if you are stubborn, 20 deaths were too few. I can save you little longer, even were it my will to do so. For myself, the great lady girds at me for being so poor an agent. You, monsieur,"
he smiled whimsically,
"will agree that I have been persistent and intelligent."
"So much so," rejoined I, "as to be intrusive." He smiled again.
"If La Pompadour could hear you, she would understand why I prefer the live amusing lion to the dead dog. When you are gone, I shall be inconsolable. I am a born inquisitor."
"You were born for better things than this," I answered. He took a seat and mused for a moment.
"For larger things, you mean?"
was his reply.
Perhaps. I have one gift of the strong man. I am inexorable when I make for my end. As a general, I would pour men into the maw of death, as corn into the hopper, if that would build a bridge to my end. You call to mind how those Spaniards conquered the Mexique city, which was all canals like Venice? They filled the waterways with shattered houses and the bodies of their enemies, as they fought their way to Montezuma's palace. So I would know not pity if I had a great cause. In anything vital I would have success at all cost, and to get, destroy as I went, if I were a great man.
I thought for a moment with horror of his pursuit of my dear Alix. I am your hunter, had been his words to her, and I knew not what had happened in all these months. If you were a great man, you should have the best prerogative of greatness, I remarked quietly.
And what is that? Some excellent moral, I doubt not,
was the rejoinder. Mercy, I replied.
Tush,
he retorted.
Mercy is for the fireside, not for the throne. In great causes, what is a screw of tyranny here, a bolt of oppression there, or a few thousand lives?
He suddenly got to his feet, and, looking into the distance, made a swift motion of his hand, his eyes half closed, his brows brooding and firm.
I should look beyond the moment, the year or the generation. Why fret because the hour of death comes sooner than we looked for? In the movement of the ponderous car, some honest folk must be crushed by the wicked wheels. No, no. In large affairs there must be no thought of the detail of misery, else what should be done in the world? He who is the strongest shall survive, and he alone. It is all conflict, all. For when conflict ceases, and those who could and should be great spend their time chasing butterflies among the fountains, there comes miasma and their doom. Mercy, mercy? No, no, for none but the poor and sick and overridden in time of peace. In time of war, mercy for none, pity nowhere, till the joy bells ring the great man home.
But mercy to women always, said I, in war or peace. He withdrew his eyes as if from a distant prospect, and they dropped to the stove, where I had corn parching. He nodded, as if amused, but did not answer at once, and taking from my hand the feather with which I stirred the corn, softly whisked some off for himself, and smiled at the remaining kernels as they danced upon the hot iron. After a little while he said,
Women? Women should have all that men can give them. Beautiful things should adorn them. No man should set his hand in cruelty on a woman, after she is his. Before? Before? Woman is wilful, and sometimes we wring her heart, that we may afterwards comfort it.
Your views have somewhat changed, I answered. I mind when you talked less sweetly. He shrugged a shoulder.
That man is lost who keeps one mind concerning woman. I will trust the chastity of no woman, yet I will trust her virtue, if I have her heart. They a foolish tribe, and all are vulnerable in their vanity. They of consequence to man, of no consequence in state matters. When they meddle there, we have La Pompadour and war with England, and Captain Moray in the Bastille of New France.
You come from a court, monsieur, which believes in nothing, not even in itself.
I come from a court,
he rejoined,
which has made a gospel of artifice, of frivolity a creed, buying the toys for folly with the savings of the poor. His most Christian Majesty has set the fashion of continual silliness and universal love. He begets children in the peasant's oven and in the chamber of Charlemagne alike. And we are all good subjects of the king. We are brilliant, exquisite, brave, and naughty, and for us there is no tomorrow.
Nor for France, I suggested. He laughed, as he rolled a kernel of parched corn on his tongue.
Tut, tut, that is another thing. We, the fashion of an hour. But France is a fact, as stubborn as the natures of you English. For beyond stubbornness and your Shakespeare you have little. Down among the moles, in the peasants' huts, the spirit of France never changes. It is always the same. It is for all time. You English, nor all others, You cannot blow out that candle which is the spirit of France. I remember the Abbé Bourbon preaching once upon the words, the spirit of man is the candle of the Lord. Well, the spirit of France is the candle of Europe, and you English will be its screen against the blowing out, though in spasms of stupidity you flaunt the extinguisher. You have no imagination, no passion, no temperament, no poetry. Yet I am wrong. The one thing you have—"
He broke off, nodding his head in amusement.
"Yes, you have, but it is a secret. You English are the true lovers, we French the true poets. And I will tell you why. You are a race of comrades, the French of gentlemen. You cleave to a thing, we to an idea. You love a woman best when she is near, we when she is away. You make a romance of marriage, we of intrigue. You feed upon yourselves, we upon the world. You have fever in your blood, we in our brains. You believe the world was made in 7 days, we have no God. You would fight for the 7 days, we would fight for the danseuse on a bonbon box. The world will say fie at us and love us. It will respect you and hate you. That is the law and the gospel,"
he added, smiling. "Perfect respect casteth out love," said I ironically. He waved his fingers in approval.
"By the Lord, but you are pungent now and then,"
he answered.
"Cabined here you are less material. By the time you are chastened unto heaven, you will be too companionable to lose."
"When is that hour of completed chastening?" I asked.
"Never,"
he said.
"If you will oblige me with those letters."
"For a man of genius you discern but slowly," retorted I.
"Discern your amazing stubbornness?"
he asked.
"Why should you play at martyr, when your talent is commercial? You have no gifts for martyrdom, but wooden tenacity." "Pshaw! The leech has that. You mistake your calling."
"And you yours," I answered. "This is a poor game you play, and losing it, you lose all. Le Pompadour will pay according to the goods you bring." He answered with an amusing candour.
"Why, yes, you are partly in the right. But when La Pompadour and I come to our final reckoning, when it is a question who can topple ruins around the king quickest, his mistress or his cousin, there will be tales to tell."
He got up and walked to and fro in the cell, musing, and his face grew dark and darker.
"Your Monmouth was a fool," he said. "He struck from the boundaries. The blow should fall in the very chambers of the king."
He put a finger musingly upon his lip.
I see how it could be done. Full of danger, but brilliant, brilliant and bold. Yes, yes, yes."
Then all at once he seemed to come out of a dream, and laughed ironically.
"There it is,"
he said.
"There is my case. I have the idea, but I will not strike. It is not worth the doing unless I am driven to it. We are brave enough, we idlers,"
he went on.
"We die with an air, all artifice, artifice. Yet of late I have had dreams. Now that is not well. It is foolish to dream, and I had long since ceased to do so. But somehow all the mad fancies of my youth come back. This dream will go. It will not last. It is my fate, my doom,"
he added lightly,
"or what you will."
I knew, alas, too well where his thoughts were hanging, and I loathed him anew, for, as he hinted, his was a passion, not a deep abiding love. His will was not stronger than the general turpitude of his nature. As if he had divined my thought, he said,
"My will is stronger than any passion that I have. I can never plead weakness in the day of my judgment. I am deliberate. When I choose evil, it is because I love it. I could be an anchorite. I am, as I said, what you will."
You are a conscienceless villain, monsieur.
Who salves not his soul,
he added with a dry smile.
Who will play his game out as he began? Who repents nor ever will repent of anything? Who for him and you've some interesting moments yet? Let me make one now.
And he drew from his pocket a packet. He smiled hatefully as he handed it to me, and said,
Some books which monsieur once lent Mademoiselle Duvarney. Poems, I believe. Mademoiselle found them yesterday, and desired me to fetch them to you, and I obliged her. I had the pleasure of glancing through the books before she rolled them up. She bade me say that monsieur might find them useful in his captivity. She has a tender heart, even to the worst of criminals.
I felt a strange churning in my throat, but with composure I took the books, and said, Mademoiselle Duvarney chooses distinguished messengers.
It is a distinction to aid her in her charities,
he replied. I could not at all conceive what was meant. The packet hung in my hands like lead. There was a mystery I could not solve. I would not for an instant think what he meant to convey by a look. That her choice of him to carry back my gift to her was a final repulse of past advances I had made to her, a corrective to my romantic memories. I would not believe that, not for one fleeting second. Perhaps, I said to myself, it was a ruse of this scoundrel. But again, I put that from me, for I did not think he would stoop to little meannesses, no matter how vile he was in great things. I assumed indifference to the matter, laying the packet down upon my couch, and saying to him, You will convey my thanks to Mademoiselle Duvarney for these books, whose chief value lies in the honourable housing they have had. He smiled provokingly. No doubt he was thinking that my studied compliment smelt of the oil of solitude.
And add, shall I, your compliments that they should have their airing at the hands of Monsieur Doltaire?
I shall pay those compliments to Monsieur Doltaire himself one day, I replied. He waved his fingers.
The sentiments of one of the poems were commendable, fanciful. I remember it.
He put a finger to his lip.
Let me see.
He stepped towards the packet, but I made a sign of interference. How grateful was I of this afterwards! And he drew back courteously.
Ah, well,
he said,
I have a fair memory. I can, I think, recall the morsel. It impressed me. I could not think the author an Englishman. It runs thus.
And with admirable grace he recited the words.
O flower of all the world, O flower of all, the garden where thou dwellest is so fair. Thou art so goodly and so queenly tall. Thy sweetness scatters sweetness everywhere, O flower of all. O flower of all the years, O flower of all, a day beside thee is a day of days. Thy voice is softer than the throstle's call. There is not song enough to sing thy praise, O flower of all. O flower of all the years, O flower of all, I seek thee in thy garden, and I dare to love thee. And though my deserts be small, thou art the only flower I would wear, O flower of all. Now that,
he said,
is the romantic, almost the Arcadian spirit. We have lost it, but it lingers like some rare scent in the folds of lace. It is also but artifice, yet so is the lingering perfume. When it hung in the flower it was lost after a day's life, but when gathered and distilled into an essence it becomes, through artifice, an abiding sweetness. So with your song there. It is the spirit of devotion, gathered, it may be, from 1,000 flowers, and made into an essence, which is offered to one only. It is not the worship of this one, but the worship of 1,000, distilled at last to one delicate liturgy. So much for sentiment,
he continued.
Upon my soul, Captain Moray, you are a boon. I love to have you caged. I shall watch your distressed career to its close with deep scrutiny. You and I are wholly different, but you are interesting. You never could be great. Pardon the egotism, but it is truth. Your brain works heavily. You are too tenacious of your conscience. You are a blunderer. You will always sow, and others will reap.
I waved my hand in deprecation, for I was in no mood for further talk, and I made no answer. He smiled at me and said,
Well, since you doubt my theories, let us come, as your Shakespeare says, to Hecuba. If you will come with me,
he added, as he opened my cell door, and motioned me courteously to go outside. I drew back, and he said,
There is no need to hesitate. I go to show you merely what will interest you.
We passed in silence through the corridors, 2 sentinels attending, and at last came into a large square room, wherein stood 3 men with hands tied over their heads against the wall, their faces twitching with pain. I drew back in astonishment, for there, standing before them, were Gabord and another soldier. Doltaire ordered from the room the soldier with Gabord, and my 2 sentinels, and motioned me to one of the 2 chairs set in the middle of the floor. Presently his face became hard and cruel, and he said to the tortured prisoners,
You will need to speak the truth, and promptly. I have an order to do with you what I will, and I will do it without pause. Hear me. 3 nights ago, as Mademoiselle Duvarney was returning from the house of a friend living near the Intendance, she was set upon by you. A cloak was thrown over her head. She was carried to a carriage, where 2 of you got inside with her. Some gentlemen and myself were coming that way. We heard the lady's cries, and 2 gave chase to the carriage, while 1 followed the others. By the help of soldier Gabord here, you were all captured. You have hung where you are for 2 days, and now I shall have you whipped. When that is done, you shall tell your story. If you do not speak truth, you shall be whipped again, and then hung. Ladies shall have safety from rogues like you.
Alix's danger, told in these concise words, made me, I am sure, turn pale. But Doltaire did not see it. He was engaged with the prisoners. As I thought and wondered, 4 soldiers were brought in, and the men were made ready for the lash. In vain they pleaded they would tell their story at once. Doltaire would not listen. The whipping first, and their story after. Soon their backs were bared. Their faces were turned to the wall, and, as Gabord with harsh voice counted, the lashes were mercilessly laid on. There was a horrible fascination in watching the skin corrugate under the lashes, rippling away in red and purple blotches, the grooves in the flesh crossing and recrossing, the raw misery spreading from the hips to the shoulders. Now and again Doltaire drew out a box and took a pinch of snuff, and once, coolly and curiously, he walked up to the most stalwart prisoner and felt his pulse, then to the weakest, whose limbs and body had stiffened as though dead.
97, 98, 99,
growled Gabord, and then came Doltaire's voice.
Stop. Now fetch some brandy.
The prisoners were loosened, and Doltaire spoke sharply to a soldier who was roughly pulling one man's shirt over the excoriated back. Brandy was given by Gabord, and the prisoners stood, a most pitiful sight, the weakest livid.
Now tell your story,
said Doltaire to this last. The man, with broken voice and breath catching, said that they had erred. They had been hired to kidnap Madame Cournal, not Mademoiselle Duvarney. Doltaire's eyes flashed.
I see,
he said aside to me.
The wretch speaks truth. Who was your master?
He asked of the sturdiest of the villains, and he was told that Monsieur Cournal had engaged them. To the question what was to be done with Madame Cournal, another answered that she was to be waylaid as she was coming from the Intendance, kidnapped, and hurried to a nunnery to be imprisoned for life. Doltaire sat for a moment, looking at the men in silence.
You are not to hang,
he said at last.
But 10 days hence, when you have had 100 lashes more, you shall go free. 50 for you,
he continued to the weakest who had first told the story. Not 50 nor 1, was the shrill reply, and, being unbound, the prisoner snatched something from a bench near. There was a flash of steel, and he came huddling in a heap on the floor, muttering a malediction on the world.
There was some bravery in that,
said Doltaire, looking at the dead man.
If he has friends, hand over the body to them. This matter must not be spoken of at your peril,
he added sternly.
Give them food and brandy.
Then he accompanied me to my cell, and opened the door. I passed in, and he was about going without a word, when on a sudden his old nonchalance came back, and he said,
I promised you a matter of interest. You have had it. Gather philosophy from this. You may with impunity buy anything from a knave and fool except his nuptial bed. He throws the money in your face some day.
So saying, he plunged in thought again, and left me.
End of chapter 15.